every city basically was a star city. It had these stars around them, but they were all walled, but also somatic shapes. These are the moats, we're told, right? Because we're all taught that castles and, were these square buildings with a moat. But when we can see them from above, there's these intricate somatic patterns, and clearly you can see why we call them star forts, because they look like stars.
So here's one in Portugal, one of the star forts, the huge amount of terraforming around it. Amazingly, this one is still in pretty much pristine condition compared to the destruction of most of the ones you find today.
Piano notes. As you can see, these are all cymatic. A sharp, B, C, and they're all these cymatic shapes. These are cathedral windows, this line here. These are, rose windows, all in cathedrals. And these are cymatic patterns, which are created through frequency, so either harmonics or intention. Down here we have, this is our DNA, so these are fractals or cymatic patterns of our DNA. This is what we get when it's good intention. We get these perfect, geometrical shapes, and when it's bad intention, we get this goo. So this is like a polluted river, and this is like a clean river. And so if we tie this back to the cathedrals that have got these windows, and they're connected to the ether with all these spires, and then what else do we have in cathedrals but these things called organs, right? I mean, we have these things called organs in our body, and the DNA, cymatic is the same as some frequencies in these windows. So what this is all looking like is these are healing factories, or not even healing, wellness, I guess, just to keep people well. They're pumping out frequencies.
You can literally Google any city of the old world from the 1600s and back, and it will come up in these star fort shapes, and every single one is like Venice, and there's canals everywhere. Those were the highways of the time, but they were also so much more, with all of like this hidden technology, infrastructure, and buried history.
And you can see this one again, always these big cathedrals in the cities, but here's one of the stars, right, or batteries attached into the wall. And there's even another one of these more sort of irregular shaped ones out here, but they always have these stars attached, to these star cities. And again, the canals, and you can see this is a big island kind of thing as well. But the thing is with water's free energy. You float a boat, you use the current, right? The current.
How about the water wheels? What are water wheels? Water wheels are harnessing electrical power. Electricity just as much as it was the physical power and mechanical power that they used out of it. What's to say that windmills and water wheels weren't actually generating hydroelectric and wind power a few 500 years ago?
This is a drawing. This is New York City, right? Battery Park is because this is what was there, a battery.
All right. It's not cutting out now. Can you all hear? Welcome. I gotta get rid of one of the Bert and Ernie's. Too many homunculi. Standard definition, maybe two. All right. Oop, there we go. Okay. Bless you all. Thank you for being here today, whatever time it is, wherever you are when you are watching this. How is the sound? Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm just trying desperately to increase my internet. I am breaking up a little bit. Okay, so let's see if that helps. And today's topics are, of course, Easter Island, the Moai, Megaliths, pyramids, monoliths, as well as desperately, it is that time of fundraising. And thank you so much, Monaliths. Hopefully I didn't butcher that, but bless you. Thank you for the support. And yes, I tried to get Cash App, and apparently it is not available in Canada. Thus, I'm unable to get Cash App at the moment. Hopefully it's less glitchy now that I've gotten rid of the other camera. And oh, all good now, perfect. But yes, I've got 2 weeks left to do some fundraising or to get a job and get some work. I'm going to be reaching out, of course, hopefully, Ted, you got some siding jobs, but I am 2 weeks left in my overdue storage rent. It's been a month and a half since my last fundraising stream, which you generously all were able to cover last month. But now, once again, it is that time of month that I have to come up with $400 in 2 weeks' time. So if you do appreciate this work and you are able financially to help out, the PayPal app link is in the live chats, and it is greatly appreciated. That said, let us continue with the main topics of Easter Island, the Moai, the carving, the fact that these guys are actually full bodies, not just heads, and that there's the Rongo language carved on the back of them. The same language, that is apparently also in Mohenjo-Daro, I believe it is, in the Indus Valley, which very fascinating for many. And sorry, I had to stop sharing in that. I got some decent pictures, and then I've also got a bunch of pixelated stuff, but we will go into my Pinterest at one point to get the better images. I did want to show these for now. So this is the rain cloud people in South America, I believe in Bolivia and Peru in the Andes, and they face west outward towards Easter Island, and they look so much like the Moai. And oh, we are in a mix of different pictures, so let's see what we got. We got dolmens, we got megalithic walls, what looks like geopolymer. We've got Inca Mayan runes on some of the pyramids in South Central America. This one right here, I believe, is either in Baluchistan, Pakistan, or around Sofia, Romania, or no, somewhere around there. Bulgaria, I believe. But there's a couple of other sphinxes out there. This, of course, is the portal door close to Lake Titicaca in the Andes as well. And then you have the burial mounds throughout the UK islands, throughout, well, all of Europe, Western Europe, and Scotland, Ireland, and the United Kingdom itself, England, Wales, and stories of giants under these megalithic mounds, the same as in what we have in North America. Some more of these burial figures of the rain cloud people of the Andes. I believe this is in India. Some of the sacred temples could be China, somewhere in Southeast Asia. Forgive me, I don't have all of these saved, or the names saved. Some dolmens, megalithic, huge rocked dolmens. They're literally everywhere around the world. These dolmens, the pyramids, the megalithic structures all around. And they are from clearly leftover civilizations. We're told the myths and legends that giants built these structures. This is inside one of those burial chambers, those mounds, and that they're also all astrologically aligned to the equinoxes and the solstices. Another megalithic dolmen here. A lot of them in Siberia, and what now also stories of them throughout Montana, which is right close to me in Alberta, Canada, southwestern Canada in mid-northwest North America. So I'm going to be investigating those more, as I believe I've also found these crazy megaliths in Alberta myself, especially around Medicine Hat Badlands. Guardians, which we will be doing the boots on the ground site meetup in May, 1 month away now, finally, before we go to this amazing place. Do I have a picture of it loaded? Of course I don't. Well, then we shall go to the Faram Foundation instead to show what I'm talking about. But for all of you that have been following for a while, you know what I'm talking about when I say the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. These guys right here, the main picture of the main face, and that we will be doing this meetup in 1 month's time, and that why I'm in this predicament again this month, needing to do this fundraising. YouTube owes me about $2,000 from all of your generosity, your donations, and some money, I guess, from advertising. I'm not sure, but at least 90% is your viewer support, which greatly appreciated. But I missed the cutoff date again this month to get paid. I thought I was going to, but I had filled out the Canadian tax section, but apparently there's also an American portion that was needed, which they decided to withhold the funding, and why I once again need your generosity and support to keep me going and keep this work coming. It does take a lot out of us. It's a lot of work to do the video editing, to put together these streams, to put the time in, to read the comments, to respond, to reply, to book things, supplies. It's just endless, and it is draining. And it's because of all of you beautiful, amazing, awesome beings and souls out there supporting this that makes it happen and continue to happen. And it will continue regardless if I have to do a few days work coming up this week to get my expenses covered. If not, if I can get some cash. Oh, so I appreciate it. I do need to check my wallets, and I was waiting. Thank you so much, Machine Head, for the donation. I will check after the stream. There are the links for the cryptos in the description. And I was waiting to finally install this Cash App, which is both the crypto as well as cash on and off a ramp before going back into my crypto wallets. Gets the Cash App working, but now finding out that it is not available in Canada. That's why I couldn't find it in any of the app stores. I'm not actually an idiot. It actually just doesn't exist. So that is what's going on. And oh, bless your soul again, another 10 euros. Manel, appreciate it. Long sleeve shirts. Yes, so I'm not sure if I have any of the long sleeves available. I do have a lot of my t-shirts, and after we do the May meetup of the Badland Guardians, it will be my June #1 priority to be going through my storage locker, to be going through all the clothes. For everybody that's already donated $50 or more, you are entitled to one shirt per 50, as long as you're able to cover the shipping expenses. And I will be taking care of it all finally in June. You will finally be getting it, and I'll be digging through everything to go through the inventory. And I'm sure for those who've been generous to me, of course, I will be generous back in what we go through. But we'll be doing a full weekend stream of doing inventory and figuring that all out. So if you have already donated and are still waiting on those, just message me through PayPal, which then already has the receipts of your donations, and I will be getting the clothing out, what designs, what sizes, and all of that in June after we do the May. All right, but back to why you support me, this amazing work, and this, of course, again, is the Faram Foundation website that we are looking at, and the main thing that Faram has discovered is geoglyphology, which is this ancient mapping system of megalithic lines and earthen works, as well as the sides of pyramids and all sorts of terraforming and architecture. And that it was because of these geoglyphs that Pharaoh was able to find these Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians, as they've been dubbed. Showing this one here looks like that of an Olmec face, and that there's also this Mayan with featherhead serpent headdress figure as well. This being a service road, and these are the Badlands, the valley of in Medicine Hat or around Medicine Hat. This being the different numbered sites of the geoglyph lines, which will be the first task of us at the meetup to be documenting these geoglyph sites, the earthenworks, and that they're actually there, and that can help verify for Faram that his measurements are correct and his mapping system is legit, which I have no reasons to doubt that it isn't, and that it works out that I will be getting that YouTube payments at the beginning of May, and will be able to fund this trip out there, which is excellent and going to be happening. But hopefully everybody will be able to cover my costs of my storage unit for this month, so that the next 2 weeks I will be able to schedule interviews with such lovely individuals as Frank Zero. Frank Zero being a good friend of Zertis, and being one of the people that Corey Nogood label or listed in his lawsuits and was suing Frank Zero for, and it's all come out now in the testimonies of the court proceedings that Corey made everything up and was embezzling money and cleared Frank's name. But Frank is an amazing individual. He spent a lot of time with different people claiming to be in the secret space program, and we will get his full experience on that in detail in an upcoming episode, and it'll probably be with Zertis, as well as Stephen Cambion over at Truth Seekers does a lot of good work at debunking the fake UFO fraud UAP people out there. And we're all about the real research, the real experiencers, the real people that UFO craft, anti-grav technology, free energy, all of it, right? Also, Angel Wings, of course, you are my top priority, sister. We will be doing a tarot reading stream, as well as going through all the pictures of the different entities that she has caught on camera. And let me tell you, I've got the pictures, I've looked through them. They're quite intense indeed. We will also hopefully be doing more lessons on alchemy itself, with going through the monoatomics, monoatomic gold, silver, how to make it, the oxidization, as well as the electroculture and the agriculture using these colloidal waters and these monoatomics, the whole series to continue electroculture, agriculture, and alchemy coming up. There's also Lorenzo. Shout out Lorenzo at the New Now. I'm sorry, brother. I will get back to you. I just, once again, had to take some time off the past few days. It's draining. It takes a lot out of us. And, when you're broke ass, it gets depressing. You get in that cycle. Anywho, we're up. We're at it. We're doing good. And Lorenzo with the New Now, another stream we'll be doing. Also, upcoming in the next month sometime with Jay over at Jay Dreamers. His excellent, amazing research over many years on the plasma catastrophe and catastrophism resets, all of that. Plus, in the next month of May, Nick Cook, a legendary UK UFO, UAP journalist, researcher of several decades into free energy, written several books, author. Nick Cook will be coming up, as well as Bob Greenier of the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Both Bob Greenier and Nick Cook in May will be coming up. And thank you, Summon Dragon, on the 8K, right? We're getting up there. We are beating the algorithms slowly but surely. And we're only 2K short of 10. And I hear once we get to 10K, it makes it a lot easier in the algorithms. And that is going to be awesome. I see it coming by June, or one more, our next stream with Dutch Sense, who knows, it might push it over the end, especially with the help of Leak Project and Rex Bear coming up. My next interview with Rex Odd Leak Project is on the 21st. That's Friday, April 21st is my next live stream with Rex over at Leak Project. On the 20th, aka April 20th, 420, I've also got my next stream booked in with Thomas, Paranoid America, good old PA, and his next level work and AI artwork and imagery and connecting my own drawings and art for my clothing lines and all of that into this next level of AI digitization and the eventuality of turning it into like comics as well as little cartoon video series, animation, all of that's to come. No worries, brother. Right, and it's hard. Like the bandwidth, like at the start of this stream, it seems like they try to take you out everywhere. It's hard. And let's see. So we got PA on April 20th, 420 with Thomas, Paranoid American. Matt, Elevate, Cultivate, his electroculture work. Hopefully we got episode number 2 coming up with Matt in May as well. I'm going to try to reach out to Dave at Generation Z, also doing amazing work, next level stuff. Juan on Juan, the chosen one. Hopefully, I'll be able to get an alchemy episode with Juan in May too. Global Vision, of course, one of the very first influences, inspirations going into Tartaria and collecting etherical, atmospheric electricity and the cathedrals over in Russia, modern day Tartaria. I'm going to be having Global Vision on. Of course, Michelle Gibson again coming up. I think we got a Real Science with Zertis and Jeremiah JP, as well as his lovely partner, Lay. Oh my goodness. Always forget names live. It will come back to me. Starts LI. She was on the episode earlier tonight, does the crystals. It will come to me. But yes, back to the Badland Guardians, and that we will be going there in May for the YouTube meetup, boots on the ground, full weekend. I will be, once I figure out my next couple of weeks here, start planning the May meetup in Medicine Hat, Southern Alberta, where we will be checking out these geoglyphs, the radials, and verifying the work of Farham, Arthur Farham of the Farham Foundation, and these earthen works, which it's going to be absolutely epic. The Badland Guardians, only one of several sites, megalithic sites in Alberta that I believe exists and that we will be verifying and going to check out on site this year and summer. And then, of course, there's the Bosnian pyramids. Campbell over autodidactic, a bit jealous, but of course, honest, honorable individual. Of course, he brought me up to Sam, and he just did an episode with Sam Osmanovic, the discoverer, curator, and scientist of the Bosnian pyramids. And that he's getting Sam to come on one of our future episodes of the Autodidactic Alchemist, where I will finally be able to get to talk to Sam, who unbelievable other influence, rock star in the pyramid community, pardon the pun, rock star of pyramids, Megaliths. Yeah. But the guy that spent the last 2 decades decoding, digging out, and studying the Bosnian pyramids and developing pyramid science, the different energies that come out of them, and that I look forward to connecting Sam with the actual fact of Arthur Faram's research of the same Bosnian pyramid, showing that these geoglyphs are built into the angles and sides, the architecture and placement of the Bosnian pyramids, which I've never seen Sam be aware of or bring up. Thus, I think it's going to be an awesome episode connecting him with this information on the site he has dedicated his life to, and just more evidence of it being extremely intelligently designed, built system and past ancient civilizations. Oh, brother, you have? That's sick. Okay, well, on our next Euro episode with Zertis, my friend, act like you know, shout out in Germany, that if you've got pics or videos, by all means, brother, bring them on. So this right here being currently, I've got Moscow, Old City Moscow up, which also the radials, the geoglyphology applies to the streets from the center point, and supposedly also maps out the landmarks of the Russian Federation just through the architecture. And then these being the bastion forts on top of the Sun Pyramid, plotting out new geoglyphs and maps. This on the Pyramid of the Moon, the new bastion forts, and new geoglyphs with it. Plotting out pretty much the European Union. They're fighting over this right here, right now. Quite something. That's geoglyphology and what it really is. All right, what else were we going to share today? I appreciate you all. I love you all. I'm also working on my saltwater electrolysis batteries, which are also like monoatomic superconductive plasma style battery, cold fusion battery, maybe, I guess you'd call it. And that, oops, wrong choice. Here we go, extra camera. That I do need another reason for fundraising is for equipment, always, and supplies. That I need to be getting more of the Rochelle salts, as well as the different materials for building the liminal. There we go. Thank you, Chris. Liminal is the one that's discovered and grew these new Rochelle salt crystals and the crystal batteries of the Hutchinsons, another work project on the go. But more so here, I wanted to show what I've got going on with my electrolysis saltwater batteries, and that they are in fact also hydrogen generator, little hydrogen units, hydrogen reactor essentially is what it is, and that I get them making hydrogen and producing little bits of voltage, and we're going to be testing that and trying to utilize it over the spring and summer as well, as I move the camera to show you what I'm talking about. As I took them apart, here we go. That's the guy going right now, producing the hydrogen. You can kind of see it. I don't know how well you can hear me, or how well it's focusing. So while I get this better arranged, we will play a video of Sam Izmanovich and the Bosnian pyramids that I have pre-set up for everyone in the meantime here. And let's see, we've got to load that Twitter, right? Because Twitter, you don't get the ads. Shout out Elon. Let me know how the sound is.
Oldest pyramids of all. We have learned that the pyramids have nothing to do with the pharaohs or with the tombs. They are architecture above all. I've established 5 criteria for the pyramids. Number 1, geometry. We have to have triangular faces. In most cases, 4 of them, and they meet in apex. The base can be square or rectangular. Of course, the corner is the orientation. For some reason, all sides are oriented towards the cardinal, or the north. Most of the Egyptian ones also to the north. The other pyramid has a tolerance of 0 degrees and 2 minutes, and it was considered the best oriented pyramids. Most of Peruvian pyramids, Guatemalan and American, have the same orientation. We had a team from the Bosnian State Institute for Geodesy climbing the top several times, coming with the instruments, and they claim that the northern side of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun have a tolerance of 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and 12 seconds. The best precise orientation ever. The criterion number 3, construction material. We're going to see that. Number 4, inner corridors and chamber. And number 5, underground tunnel network. Let's see how the pyramid in Bosnia looks like from the air. The town of Visoko, 50,000 eastern and northern side. From 9 up, 220 meters. The Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico, 74, Cheops 147, 220. In the last 6 years, we got a very interesting phenomenon. For the first time, it was not the government institution, the Ministry of Culture, Department of Archaeology, the museum, to start with such a huge project. It was a non-profit, non-government foundation called Archaeological Park Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun Foundation. In the last 6 years, we've spent 340,000 hours on archaeological excavation, sample testing, radiocarbon dating, and concluded the town of Visoko, 30 kilometers northwest from the capital city of Sarajevo, we have the biggest pyramidal complex on the planet, which consists of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, Moon, Dragon, Earth, Love, the Tumuli complex, and under the pyramid complex, we have the most extensive tunnel networks with intersections and chambers and underground lakes. Probably due to its size of the Bosnian pyramids, we got the ad in the newspaper that we are exchanging 1 big pyramid in Visoko for 2 smaller ones in Egypt. And we are just negotiating the terms. 3 biggest pyramids, the Sun, Moon, and Dragon, form a perfect equilateral triangle when we connect the tops of the pyramids, 2,180 meters, with the inner angles at 60 degrees. The summer solstice, June 21st, the shadow of the Sun Pyramid, 6:30 p.m., the western slope of the Moon Pyramid, just before the sunset. The shadow formed another pyramid of the same height, like we are looking them in the mirror. 2 months later, we are still watching the shadow of the Sun pyramid going towards the western side of the Moon pyramid. And at the sunset, we can see the shadow completely covers the Moon pyramid, with the top of the shadow touching the top of the Moon pyramid. In a symbolical way, it's saying the rule of the day and the sun is over, and the rule of the night and the moon starts. I named them 6 months before I knew about this phenomenon. We opened the project for everyone. From first day at the site, we got experts from mainstream, conservative, alternative science, with 2 conditions. We asked them to do non-destructive methods, and we asked them to share their results with us immediately, so we can share them with the world. There is no elite science in Bosnia. This is cultural heritage that belongs to the world. The leading European geophysicist from German company.
Okay, just paused it for a second. Just for anybody joining in, we've got Sam Osmanovic presentation here. Campbell just did an interview with Sam that's yet to be released on his channel, and he's got Sam coming on a future episode together with me and Cam of our autodidactic Alchemist, which is going to be epic. This presentation, I believe, is somewhere between 10 to 5 years old. But I'm going to let it play here for a little bit more as I get a better demo set up here. And then we will go through the second half of tonight's stream of the Easter Island Moai, Megaliths, and pyramids. And boy, do I have a lot of good pictures material ready for you. And that the second part of this whole stream tonight, and I'm going to be doing another stream solely for fundraising probably tomorrow during the day while there's more people awake, especially in Canada, where I can receive e-transfers from everybody within Canada. Otherwise, they don't really like doing that. It's 1:11 a.m. Speaking of synchronicity in Alberta right now, and that so far. Thank you so much for the YouTube donations. We've yet to reach $1 out of the 200, 200 in the needed for the rent as that is currently overdue. But anywho, I'm gonna shut up, stop rambling. We're gonna play some more of Sam Osmanovic and his awesome both philosophy, research, work, discoveries, and scientific, groundbreaking, lifetime passion work on pyramids in this presentation here.
LJ Biotechnic, led by Dr. Andreas Hassenstab, came with the georadar instruments that can penetrate the surface for 18 meters. We were checking several locations on the northern side with their instrumentation, and in their written report, they're saying after 10,000 square feet, they discovered 44 anomalies, meaning that it cannot be explained by the natural forces. They did confirm existence of the pyramid walls, blocks on top of each other, inner corridors. This is one of them, 5 meters below the ground. This inner corridor is located on private land. The landlord tried to sell this land 7 years ago before we started the project for 10,000 euros. Nobody wanted to buy. Once he saw that he has potential entrance to the pyramid, he approached me with the words, "I'd like to sell this land for 400,000 euros. I told him we are not in real estate business. We're going to be waiting until the area is claimed research area and until we have controlled entrance. We don't want the private individuals to control the entrance to the biggest pyramid on the planet." Then what we did, we used a satellite radar, northern side of the pyramid of the sun, and those straight lines show the inner tunnels inside the pyramid. We can see they are straight, they meet, they intersect at 90 degrees. Then we had a team of geophysicists from Belgrade Institute for Physics, they applied very sophisticated methods. We sent them to the same places, like Germans, did not tell them the results, and they confirmed all the German results. For example, on this aerial view of the Sun Pyramid, we can see the western corner, corner between west and north, corner between north and east, corner between west and south. Here is the access plateau, the causeway, which leads all the way to the top of the pyramid. According to the Serbians, first meter, we got the soil and grass, and then 1 meter deep, we have the pavement, which is 250 meters long, 80 meters wide. It is paved by sandstone plates, perfectly smooth on the top, 15 centimeters thick. And then we wanted to control that. We hired a company who do the geological core drilling. Every 25 meters we were drilling and proved that we indeed have the pavement. On this beautiful three-dimensional topographical map, we can see what we saw on aerial view. Nicely, corners between west and north, between north and east, east and south. You can see the causeway and the plateau on the top. Every original pyramid would have a plateau on the top. In China, in Egypt, Peru, in Mexico, in Bosnia. But the pyramidions are missing. They were always made from superior material, granite or even gold. Somebody intentionally removed them all. We applied the thermal analysis. We checked the temperature of the valley during the daytime and during the nighttime. We wanted to see how quick the energy is lost from the natural hills and from the pyramids. The pyramids of the sun, moon, dragon, and love lose the energy much quicker than the natural hills due to existence of inner passageways and chambers. Dr. Harry Oldfield came to film the electromagnetic fields. This is a natural hill, and the electromagnetic fields are invisible to naked human eye. You can see they are horizontal. This is the view of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. And for some reason, electromagnetic fields are vertical. And now we will see why. As you will see, the red color is the energy which got accumulating inside the pyramid. It gets bigger and bigger, and then it got released through the top. See? And because of so much energy coming up, the horizontal electromagnetic fields are becoming vertical. Disregard this. This is not part of today's lecture. Some geologists were saying, well, in Bosnia, everything is natural. It's geological phenomenon. Everything is made by the tectonic movement. So we got the geological maps that show tectonic movements. That's a blue arrow. And the yellow is the orientation of the pyramid sides. As we can see, the angle is totally different. The slopes to the base are rounded numbers. University of Sarajevo did the checking on radioactivity, concluding that there was no radioactivity in the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids. Then we invited the leading Russian geophysicist, Professor Kavroshkin, Professor Tsiplakov from the Schmidt Institute from Moscow. After 2 seasons in Visoko with the sophisticated seismic instruments, they concluded that the Bosnian pyramids have the same properties like Egyptian pyramids, unlike the natural hills. And they concluded that under the pyramids is a huge underground network. After they submitted their report to the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences, they submitted me as the youngest member, and they were saying this is one of the biggest discoveries, not only in archaeology, but in the science. Few words about the archaeology. The view of the Sun Pyramid. These are the places where we did archaeological digging. This is a place where 2 sides meet, north and east. Once you remove about 60, 70 centimeters of soil, we are finding the corners of the pyramid. All other places show that we have construction material below the layers of soil. Remember Mexican pyramids, before and after. Northeast corner, 2006. This is north, this is east, remove the soil. Northwest corner, the green color is the corner. The length is about 200 meters. The red is perfectly straight line. We can see that the green almost perfectly matches red most of the way. Our archaeological trench number 4C, 80 centimeters of soil was removed, and we are finding rectangular blocks, 4.5 meters, 4.5, 45 centimeters, 7 tons. Flat top, flat side, flat bottom, 6 flat sides. 6 times breaks at 90 degrees, obviously made by intelligent hand. Next to this one is the other one. They form the same slope, and the third one, and the fourth one. And this is just the first row of blocks. Below that is the second row. The third one is moved a little bit because of the structural stability. And then the fourth one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mother Nature does not construct. That's what the man does. So, under 0.5 meter or 80 centimeters of soil, we are finding the construction. We took the samples from those blocks, sent them to 6 different institutes for materials, 4 of them in Bosnia, 1 in France, 1 in Italy. Institute for Construction from Bosnia, Tuzla, said that these blocks are artificial construction material. Institute for Materials, University of Sarajevo, claimed that the samples they got was the concrete, man-made concrete. 2 properties of concrete define the quality of concrete. One is hardness. Our modern concretes in 21st century are in the range from 10 to 40 megapascals. This particular sample was 73.6 megapascals, 2 times harder than our best concretes. The second element, the second property, is the water absorption. If the water can get into the concrete during the winter, it freezes, it breaks. So we try to keep it very low. In our case, 3%.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep this playing for a bit because this really is actually epic analysis, in-depth analysis. Sam goes into here explaining the Bosnian pyramids, what it really is, and like the evidence for it. It's quite the presentation. And then after that is done, I will get into showing the pictures of Easter Island, the evidence of that, as well as some other pyramids. So please enjoy and let me know what you think in the comments.
In this case, the ancient kept it at 1%. Professor Pasic from University of Zenica tested 50 samples, and some of them were reaching unbelievable level of 133 megapascals. Never in human history such a good quality concrete was made like here in Bosnia. And probably that explains why the Bosnians are excellent construction workers even today. Professor Pasic concluded in his report, the builders of the Bosnian pyramids used readily available material, rocks, sand, pebbles. And for binding material, they used clay. They ground clay, mixed it with the water, heat it up to 400 or 500 degrees, and at that temperature, clay is getting binding properties. The ancient Romans knew that when they built the Colosseum and other structures. But here, on the Bosnian soil, the builders of the pyramids knew that thousands of years before the ancient Romans. That's why it was very interesting to hear what the Italians would say about our samples. We send them to the Politecnico di Torino in Turin, Italy. 25,000 professors, PhD, masters, civil engineers. They got our samples, and in their written report, they simply repeated what we already knew. The binding material for the concrete was produced by clay heating process at high temperatures. So if you have something which is of geometry of the pyramid coated with the concrete, you have artificial pyramid. Professor Regic, the biologist, was analyzing the cultures, the plants on the southern side of the Sun Pyramid, concluded that some of the plants belong to the much warmer climate, Mediterranean climate. How is that possible? The Visoko is in continental climate. Well, during the spring and the summer, due to existence of inner passageways and chambers, the temperature of the surface is 5 degrees Celsius higher. So our process in 2006, we were removing the soil and showing our best productivity. One guy is working, 100 is watching. And on top of that, one is holding the speech. Well, when I came up with the hypothesis that we have the first pyramids in Europe, Bosnian cultural establishment reacted very negatively. From the Department of Archaeology and History, University of Sarajevo, Professor Imamovic and the others were saying it's nonsense. There are no pyramids in Europe or in Bosnia. The people from the National Museum were saying the same thing. They're saying, oh, this guy came from Texas just to make money from the poor people. And they wrote a petition to the Bosnian government asking them to stop the research in 2006. The Bosnian Prime Minister, Dr. Hadžipašić, came to the site. He saw those concrete blocks, rectangular in shape. He said, this is a man-made. He saw thousands of tourists pouring to the site. He said, this is good for economy. Mr. Osmanagić, you just continue. Don't worry about the jealous scientists. But they got very upset. They wrote to Dr. Anthony Harding, the head of European Archaeological Association, here in London. They said, we need to stop this guy. So Dr. Harding started writing in media, saying it's a nonsense, there are no pyramids in Bosnia. He wrote another petition with 50 scientists from UK, from US, from Western Europe, asking, at that time, Dr. Schwarz-Schilling, who was Bosnian High Representative, to stop the project. Dr. Schilling came to the site. He said, this is all artificial. Don't worry about them. But they got upset. They wrote letters to all national European Archaeological Association, Italy, France, Germany, Poland, Croatia, asking them to boycott the project, threatening archaeologists if they go to Visoko, they will not find their jobs when they come back to their countries. And sure enough, in 2006, I did not have archaeologists from Europe in Bosnia. So what I did, I wrote to the Egyptian government, asking them to send me 3 experts. First, they sent me Dr. Ali Barakat, the guy with a few decades experience in geology and archaeology. He wrote a book about building of Egyptian pyramids. He spent 42 days On June 23rd, 2006, he had a big press conference in Sarajevo, and he was showing his report. And he ended his report with the words, Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is a man-made pyramid. We got panic and a shock in a Bosnian cultural establishment. Zilka Kujundžić from the National Museum is writing a letter to Pharaoh Zahi Hawass in Cairo, the guy who was running the Supreme Council of Antiquities. And she was saying, Dr. Hawass, we have your man here in Bosnia. He claims that these are the real pyramids. It's impossible. You have to stop him. 2 days later, June 25th, 2006, meeting in Cairo between the Ministry of Tourism of Egyptian government, Ministry of Culture of Egyptian government, and Supreme Council of Antiquities. One topic on agenda, influence of discovery of Bosnian pyramids to Egyptian tourism. Exactly at noon, Dr. Hawass is coming in front of hundreds of journalists with the words, Bosnian pyramids do not exist. Those blocks are natural geological phenomena. Dr. Barakat is no expert in pyramids. He wrote a letter to his boss, Institute for Minerals of Egyptian government, and they fired him. And Dr. Hawass was saying, and as far as Osmanagic, he is hallucinating. Well, we kept hallucinating. And open our project for the world. We invited volunteers from all over the world to join us in this history-changing process, despite all the boycotts, despite all the pressure. Hundreds of people came that are helping us removing the dirt and soil and exposing the concrete blocks. They were aware that they are part of something so globally important. 11 months later, July 2006, I had a face-to-face TV show with the president of the Bosnian State Commission for National Monuments, Dr. Lovrenović. He said there are no pyramids in Bosnia. If you prove that they are, I'm going to burn myself on top of your pyramid. Well, the proofs were here. So they were getting nervous. And at their commission, they decided to expand a little protection zone 400 meters away, where medieval town used to be, to the whole pyramid. They expanded it for 97 times. And then we were not allowed to work here anymore. His buddy, Minister for Culture, Mr. Grahovac, was sending inspections every day to make sure that we don't work here. Well, I said, okay, they don't want us on the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, but we have more pyramids. Look at this little pyramid in El Salvador, El Chuatan. Look at the form and geometry. The form and geometry the same. Just this time we are back to Bosnia, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. Here it is, the western triangular slope. We've opened 46 archaeological trenches from the bottom to the top. Everywhere we were digging, we were finding paved terraces, rectangular structures, vertical walls, more terraces, steps, shaped blocks, more walls. In other words, under the layers of soil is a huge stone structure in the shape of the pyramid with triangular faces with the perfect orientation. So how you call it? You call it a pyramid. Our archaeological trench number 20, approximately half on the western slope. We removed 80 centimeters of soil and clay starting forming. And we exposed beautiful shaped sandstone blocks, one next to each other with the binding material between them, which is of the same origin like on the Sun Pyramid. In other elements for Bosnian productivity here. So how old is the soil that covers the pyramid? The Institute for Agropedology from Bosnia took the samples from Sun and the Moon pyramid, concluding in their written report that the age of the soil on this substrate is between 12 and 15,000 years. Officially, Egyptian pyramids are 4,600 years old. How is it possible that the Bosnian pyramids are older than Egyptian ones? That's probably the reason why so many Egyptians are coming to Visoko to get their birth certificate. Well, even when we started with the Moon pyramid, nicely shaped blocks, it was so obvious that they were man-made. Some geologists from their cozy offices in Sarajevo, in Tuzla, in Paris, in London, in New Orleans, New York, were saying it's all natural. And one of them, Dr. Robert Schock, even came here and he said, oh, it's all natural. Natural. He did not take any test samples, but he was talking about the motives. He said, oh, Mr. Osmanagic, he has political ambitions and he wants to make money. And sure enough, 2006, we did have election, but I was not on the list. 2008, 2010 again, and again, I don't care about the politics. You can help your country and the science by running these projects. And as far as the money, well, I spend all my savings on this project. In 2010, hundreds of volunteers poured to Bosnia again. And for the first time, I was getting archaeologists from Europe, from Italy, from France, from Spain, from UK, from Hungary, from Croatia, from Malaysia and Egypt also. They did not care about the boycott and about the threats because they said this is much more important than those petty threats. What we noticed was that the top layer seemed like it was glue to the base of those sandstone plates. So what we did, we removed the top layer, we found the brownish material in between, possibly organic material. Riccardo Brett, Italian archaeologist, took the samples with me. We sent them to the Polish lab in Gliwice, Silesian Institute for Technology. And according to them, the organic material that we found is 10,350 years old, plus minus 50 years. We were removing the soil from the top.
So what Sam's about to describe here is that the organic matter that they got tested, that they've removed from the excavations, I believe this, he's either going to say it's from on top of the last rock, so when it began being covered, or when something they dug out from in the tunnels when they were filled in post-cataclysm, where the construction of them were pre-cataclysm, and that both Sam Osmanagic as well as Arthur Farham have both dated independently of each other using two different methods, the Sun Pyramid to around 36,000 years old, the Moon Pyramid around, I believe, 24 or 12,000, one or the other, and that then they were just like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey was covered up around 10 or 11,000 years ago, post-cataclysm of the Younger Dryas event 12,000 years ago, or the time of Atlantis or whatever, the floods, that it seems that the Bosnian pyramids were also covered up as after the cataclysm, I guess, as society began to like descend of the remainers and fall into the dark ages, I guess they covered them and sealed them away for us to now find in this new age of enlightenment as we move back into a golden age, potentially the awakening. Don't fall for the reset, awaken, share the knowledge. The narrative is falling, and we are all connecting more than ever. And Sam Osmanagic here, I believe this is interview presentation is about 10 years ago. So this information is 10 years old. He's got a full decade of new science, new discoveries, new work that they've done on the Bosnian Pyramid Complex. It's all going to be discussed, already done with Campbell, interview that he will be releasing in the next few days. Probably didn't get enough time since he's just moved out with Kelly to the ranch, and then they're in Lisbon, I believe, tomorrow, starting their live event and presentation meetup conference. So it'll be afterwards that his interview with Sam will be coming out, and then in the next month, myself, Campbell, and Sam Osmanovich will have an interview, the three of us, on Autodidactic Alchemist series. And that even though this is 10 years old, this is crucial information Sam's describing here of their initial discoveries and tests and science done on the site. So I'm going to let it keep playing. I'll pause it intermittently to give some of the other facts about it and more recent discoveries if it's relevant. And then at the end, we will be going through the Easter Islands and all of those megaliths and some dolems. So it shall continue. Bless you, everybody that is here. Anyone just joining in, it is a megalithic weekend at BurnEye's fundraiser extraordinaire, because I have expenses I need to cover, or I have to start focusing doing labor the next couple weeks to pay my bills. It's been a month and a half since the last one, when all you beautiful, amazing souls out there helped me out and covered my last month's expenses, but it's now again April, and I've got to pay my bills. So please, if you can support this work, it is graciously appreciated. All of you just being here, watching, sharing, commenting, loving, and absorbing the knowledge is support enough. I do understand it is tough times out there, but in that regard, I shall continue playing Sam here.
Of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon, exposing the terrace, the second one, the third one, then we cut the hole to see the section. What we found, the first row of blocks, the layers of clay, the second row of blocks, the layer of clay, the third one, the layer of clay. The ancients were smart. They knew that the clay was perfect, natural construction material. It can act as the insulation, it's a waterproof, and it gives the structure the flexibility. In the case of the earthquakes, the structure does not collapse, it breathes. We're at the bottom of the western slope of the Moon Pyramid, and we can see the sandstone plates, the first terrace, and then the clay which was used as the construction material in huge quantities. The second, medium-sized plates, clay, the smaller layer. And the third, very small, tiles. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, all the way to the top. It seems that we do have Fibonacci formula here. Now, clay was used in huge quantities in China in the case of their pyramids. We can see one of them, 90% of the pyramids was built from clay. Even the underground tunnels, clay, and to some extent, bricks and sandstone plates. We're back to Bosnia, beautiful tiles. We can see the step. 7 meters away, another step. 7 meters away, another step. So when you have equal distances, somebody had a plan. Another tile terrace. They were shaped on all 6 sides, laid out, between them binding material. 3 kilometers from the Pyramid Valley is a tumulus complex in a place called Vratnica, 32 meters above the road. The biggest tumulus in the world, Silbury Hill, 60 meters. But hey, Bosnia has the biggest pyramids, so let's see what's going to happen here. We checked the tumulus with the georadar. Soil, grass, yellow is clay, Blue are the terraces, megalithic terraces. Red, passageways. They go very deep. This is the beginning of excavation on one of the megalithic terraces. The combination of clay and blocks. And we can see the rapid improvement in Bosnian productivity. One is working and just two are posing for the cameras. The megalithic terrace consists of huge blocks, 23,600 kilo, 20 tons, 18 tons, 12, 15, 10. We can see the texture on the top, the same like on the moon pyramid, which makes us believe that the builders are the same. Now, this texture is actually just one layer, 8 centimeters thick, and it is glued to the base, which is 55 centimeters. Two-layered megalithic blocks. Mother Nature does not do that. Intelligent hand does. We did the geological core drilling on 3 places. The most interesting one was from the very top. We said we were going to go 70 meters deep, even though it is only 32 meters above the road. We wanted to make sure that there was nothing under the tumuli. We were extracting this geological material, the core, and when we hit 54 meters, the head of the machine broke, meaning it hit something very hard. We replaced the head. We went very slowly, adding the water to cool the machine. Next 2.5 meters, we were getting pieces of concrete. And then from 56 to 59 for 3.5 meters, it was empty. From 59 to 61, another 2.5 meters of concrete. What happened? The ancient builders were digging 20-something meters deep. They poured the concrete foundation. They built the chamber 3.5 meters high. And then they built this heavy-duty concrete ceiling, and they built an artificial hill. 61 meters, Silbury Hill 60. Not the right place to talk about heights. I took the sample to the leading world expert in ancient cements, Dr. Joseph Davidovits. He looked at it, he said, this is a man-made concrete. He put it under the electronic microscope and confirmed that the part of it is what he calls geopolymer cement. Last year, we did very interesting energy and electromagnetic.
Imagine that. Geopolymer cement, geopolymer blocks. And that's exactly it. I can't wait to have the opportunity with Campbell to talk to Sam and about Paul Cook's work with Megaliths and geopolymer and everything Sam has done with pyramids, as well as the Ferrum Foundation's discoveries with the geoglyphs, radials, and the ancient mapping system with the pyramids and architecture of the Bosnian pyramids. So there's so much science discoveries coming together, irrefutable proof, and now basis and foundations of new sciences also, which I will be discussing with Sam. And I think he's about to get into here of the different energies, EM fields that come out of the pyramids. And what Campbell described, Sam is now saying that they've been able to track a beam that comes out of the pyramid of the sun that actually correlates and angles at the sun itself. And yeah, but that we'll get into more. I'll let him finish here about the geopolymer discovery, initial discovery of the blocks of the Bosnian pyramids.
Detections. We got a team of physicists from Zagreb, Croatia, led by Mr. Mizrak. And we were checking the frequencies of hertz, kilohertz, megahertz, and gigahertz. We were going around the pyramid of the sun. No anomalies. But when we came to the very top, to the center of the plateau, they were able to detect the energy beam 4.5 meter radius of the 28 kilohertz frequency. So for the first time in the pyramid science, what people were guessing, now we proved and we measured by the instruments. There is a phenomenon of the energy beam coming through the top. 28 kilohertz is the frequency of the ultrasound, which cannot be heard or seen, but it is there. In order to get the ultrasound, which we are getting today using for medical purposes, you have to have either mechanical device, electromagnetic machine, or piezoelectrical effect. In the last 6 decades, we learned that when you press the quartz crystal, you got the energy coming out. If you keep pressing it, you got the energy beam. Theoretically, it could mean that inside the Bosnian pyramid of the sun, we have a huge piece of the quartz crystal, and 100 prehistorical Bosnians squeezing it. Now, the only problem is the rate. 28 kilohertz means that they are doing that at the rate of 28,000 times per second. Well, even if it is from Bosnians, it's too much. So we called this team again 3 months later. We said, okay, instead of 15 minutes on the top, let's spend 3 days. Let's make sure that this is a continuous energy beam. So sure enough, they spent Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We got energy beam continuous. Then they placed their instruments on the top of the surface, and we could read the intensity, the strength of the signal. We placed it 3 meters higher. The strength was higher. We placed it another 3 meters higher. It was even stronger. Now the physicists got afraid. They said, well, it contradicts the physical laws. It contradicts our technology known as the Hertzian technology, which says closer to the source, the stronger the signal. If you move away, the signal is getting weaker. Here we have something opposite. Let's call it non-Hertzian technology. The only guy who was experimenting with the non-Hertzian technology was, well, the guy who was born 200 kilometers from Visoko, Nikola Tesla. In his lab in Colorado Springs, 120 years ago, he was doing experiments with the Tesla coil. He was sending the electricity, the energy, from one end of his lab to the other one, 15 meters, about 50 feet. And he was able to do that wirelessly and to lit up the light bulbs on the other side of the room. Just before his lab was burned down, he was able to perform another experiment. Using his Tesla coil and the ionosphere, he was sending the energy to Colorado Springs. I need to do something with this mic. And he was able to lit up 20,000 homes. The ionosphere is unlimited source of the energy, free energy. He was sending it wirelessly, no waste of the energy. Well, we know what happened with his inventions. They put them in the drawers because the corporations preferred to build thermo and hydro and nuclear power stations and to build all these transportation means and to sell us the energy very expensive. Because if we used his inventions, we would have free energy. And free energy is a base for the free society. And the profit economy didn't like that. Now, we had the Italian professors from University of Trieste, Paolo De Bertolis, coming with his team from Milan and Trieste and measuring that ultrasound. And let's hear for the first time how the pyramid speaks. Oops. We converted this 28 to 8 kilohertz. This is the sound, this is the wind. These are Italians talking. So I've been telling you about a lot of things tonight. Pyramids built on all 6 continents, history-changing process, energy beam. How to deal with all that? 3 magic words. Buy this book.
Just
By
watching
buying
it
this book,
is help.
you are helping
Bless you all.
our archaeological digging in Bosnia. A few words about the underground tunnel complex. 6 years ago, when I discovered the Bosnian pyramids, in my first book, I said, we are going to discover the underground labyrinth. The professors from Sarajevo were saying, what is this guy talking about? First pyramids, now underground labyrinth? Well, guess what? 6 years later, I was right. The entrance to one section of the labyrinth is 2.5 kilometers from the Pyramid of the Sun. As we can see, the height above the sea level, the light blue, so we are getting close to the pyramids, so we're going to get exactly under the pyramids. So far, we have cleaned about 500 meters going towards the pyramid. The tunnels are built in the material called conglomerate. Conglomerate is when you have the flood, the water recedes, what you get is pebbles and rocks and sand, and it accumulates over thousands of years, and you got the conglomerate, it's getting more and more compact, and somebody built those tunnels.
So I paused it there for a second, and bless you all, everyone who's donated so far. I believe we are getting about $15 or $20 closer, so 5%, 10% of the overall goal reached so far. For those, for instance, struggling musicians like that can't afford, I understand, and it's tough times for all, and your support, just being here, just watching, just partaking in this knowledge, this discussion, sharing these videos out is support enough for those that can, and for those in position to financially give $5 or $10, like Ryan, who first PayPal donation of the stream. Shout out, that $5 helps, so it's $5 closer. Thank you, and bless your souls, and everyone who has donated in the past, everyone who continues to donate and can donate in the future. Everything helps, and we're making this together, and it's all of you that inspire this work to continue happening, for us to be here, for me to do this and continue doing all of it and doing more and more of it. And before this stream is done, we'll go through some of the past lives and all the different interviews we've done lately, like with the series with Michelle Gibson, the series with Paul Cook, with Campbell, Autodidactic, with Benjamin Balderson, with JP Jeremiah, with Mike over at Faraday Research, with literally 100 other partner channels, too many to name in total, and that we shall continue right now with Sam going over the tunnels, and that they dug out the pebbles, that consistent pebble stones that have been used to fill these tunnels at around the 10,000 years, I believe he said, so right after the fall of Atlantis and the Younger Dryas catastrophism event. And shout out Machine Head 69 down in Montana, very similar area to here in Alberta, southern Alberta, and the different pyramids and megaliths and giant domes and giant megaliths like the Siberian ones. It's insane how huge they really are around here, and that you're getting some very similar discoveries and features in the topography as I am around here, such as the Badland Guardians, the pyramids in Drumheller, Alberta, and so much more that I am going to disclose and do on the boots on the ground hikes, drone footage, videos of this spring and summer. First being the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians meetup exploration that we're going to be doing. And yeah, Sam, just amazing work at the Bosnian pyramids. Campbell is yet to release his brand new interview with Sam, and Campbell is arranging for me, himself and Sam to do an interview together in the next month or so. So on that note, I'm going to let Sam take it back away for another 15 or so minutes here, describing the excavations of the tunnels and the water and the pure water tunnels and systems that they discovered in this in the tunnel chambers and systems of the pyramids of Bosnia.
In the conglomerate. Well, we found a piece of wood in the conglomerate. Why was that important? Because it can tell us when the first floods hit the region. We sent this piece of wood to the labs in Germany, Christian Albert University in Kiel, and in Poland, Gliwice Radiocarbon Lab. They were telling us the age of the wood is 32,000 years. Why is that important? Well, if the conglomerate is 32,000 years old, everything under the conglomerate is even older. Well, we are finding stuff under the conglomerate. 2006, we got the first traces of huge megalithic block. 2011, completely cleaned, 8 tons, 18,000 pounds. And it is sitting on the plate, on the support. If you have support, it means somebody picked up this place, put the plate, put the megalithic block on top of it, and in between, we are finding a binding material based on calcium carbonate. Why? They didn't want this block to move left or right. Why? Because 22 meters below, we have crossing of 2 underground rivers. So what? Well, when you have one underground river, you have energy coming up. If you have 2 of them, you have spiral energy coming up. So this is very potent energy place. And they placed this megalith exactly above that energy. Even the surface looks like relief, like somebody was playing the plasters, making the hills and the valleys and the rivers. We took the sample from the megalithic block, sent it to the leading scientific institution in Croatia, and after 2 sophisticated analyses, Röntgen and phase analysis, they concluded the sample from megalith K2 is an artificial ceramic material. Well, in archaeology, we know about ceramic vases, ceramic dishes, small stuff. But in Bosnia, everything is big and bigger. So we have 18,000 pounds ceramic sculpture covered by conglomerate, potentially over 30,000 years. What was happening then? Anthropological genetics is telling us that the oldest people in Europe are the Basques, 55,000 years. Northern Spain, southern France, and the second oldest, the center of the Balkan region. Bosnia, Herzegovina, Dalmatia, Adriatic Islands, 35 to 40,000 years. Well, we got these people with the georadar instruments checking this megalithic block. 2 conclusions. The first one, the block is made from 2 layers, 30 centimeters base and 10 centimeters, we got a cover. But in between, exactly in the middle, they located the oval structure inside the block. So what they did, they poured the base, they put this oval structure, and then they sealed it. So what we have now, 22 meters below, we got the energy that's hitting this oval object it starts working. It is surrounded by ceramic. The ceramic vibrates, producing magnetic fields. We have several megalithic blocks, so we have a lot of the magnetic fields. Our megalith K1, 2006, completely covered by conglomerate. 2011, completely clean. 4 tons. On its surface, symbols carved, more symbols, total of 25 symbols. So somebody was literate long time ago. There are tens of kilometers of the tunnels. In order to make them, they had to get out hundreds of thousands of tons of material. What material? Pebbles and rocks and sand. What did they do with the hundreds of tons, if not millions of tons of material? Well, they used it to coat the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, the biggest pyramid. All they needed was the binding material, this yellowish clay. So they used every cubic meter of material, becoming the first eco-friendly civilization. A huge network of the tunnels, but all of them are filled up with the material and then sealed off with the drywalls, with the stones from the riverbeds, the first one, the second one, the third one. You can see the tunnel here, side tunnel, fill up with the material, and then close with the drywall. Well, in that fill-up material, we found some organic material. We sent it to the 2 labs, the Engström lab, University of Uppsala, Sweden. The organic sample, 3,091 years. Silesian University of Technology, Gliwice, Poland, 4,610 years. So we can see that the mystery of the tunnels, the first one are the builders, and the second one, those who came afterwards, and they were filling up those tunnels, not warning us to find out what's behind. Now, if you have hundreds of thousands of tons of materials, they had some big reason to do that. It's not a local secret, it's a global secret. The details from the drywall, another one. Summer of 2010, we discovered the first underground chamber, 250 meters from the entrance. It was filled up with the material, which we removed out thanks to the volunteers. And then we discovered that the length of this chamber is 12.5 meters, 4 meters wide, 50 square meters the surface, 4 meters is high, and 8 side tunnels coming to this chamber. If you have 8 tunnels, people coming from 8 different directions had to be a very important meeting place. So we were thinking about the purpose. What we did, we were checking the concentration of negative ions. As we know, the negative ions clean the atmosphere from the microbes and viruses and bacteria. The average concentration in this room, at the entrance of the tunnel, in Sarajevo or Budapest, is pretty much the same, 1,000 kiloions per cubic centimeter. But as we were getting deeper to the tunnel, the concentration was getting bigger and bigger, and in the chamber was 43 times bigger. 43 times. Today we make ionizator, and we sell them to the hospitals, so they have very clean hospital rooms. But somebody had some type of the underground hospital thousands of years back. Last summer, we discovered the first underground lake of the beautiful blue color. If it is a blue color, it means that during the long time, the water was melting the minerals. And then last November, we discovered the second chamber, 3.5 meter high with the 7 side tunnels, but they were all filled up with the material. And finally, in December of 2010, we discovered the third chamber. The chamber was 30 square meters with the 6 tunnels, all of them filled up with the material. Where to go? Well, we've been doing it for 5 years. We took the compass, we are going south, southeast, towards the Pyramid of the Sun. We removed the drywall from one of the side tunnels. We were starting removing the material, and then we saw the hole. If there is a hole, it means, well, there is no fill-up material in the back. For the first time in almost 6 years, we found 3 sections of underground tunnels. We were very exciting because for thousands of years, the human foot was not in there. So if you think about the biggest reward for the researcher, that's not the money, that's not the position, that's not the title, but the moment like this. We went north, we went south, we could see how those tunnels were made. Also, we could see the water. From that point on, the slope changed. Namely, from the 3rd chamber to the outside, the slope was 1.5 degrees, ideal for the fine water drainage. But from that point on, it changes direction. So, since there is water, the water was getting deeper and deeper, from 5 to 10 to 50 centimeters and even more. Oops. We brought one of the engineers from Bosnia. He had an instrument designed by Russians to figure out if there is any negative radiations. As we know, right now we are exposed to the cosmic radiations. We have Hartmann grids, 2 meters east-west, 2.5 meters north-south. If you stay in an intersection, it's very damaging for our health. We have Curies, we have Schneider's grids, we have underground radioactivity, it's natural radioactivity. You have underground waters and negative energy. Our body cells fight those enemies all our lives. And they don't let us live as much as we could. Well, we came with the instruments, not pendulum, not dowsing equipment, but with the electronic instruments. And Hartmann's grid was not in existence here. No Schneiders, no Curies, no any type of radioactivity. The results equal 0. If that's the case, what does it mean? It means that our body cells can do their job, what they are designed to do. They can start communicate. They can see where the deficiencies. They can balance the energy. So they tested me, of course. Before and after I've been in the tunnels. Before, what they found out was generally health was okay, but in the case of the pair organs, for example, the chest, one organ works better, in my case, left side. The other one is not used, to the full capacity because obviously we don't breathe right. So I went inside, I came back. What happened? No enemies, no radiations. The cells were communicating. They detected that the left side has more energy. They were taking that energy, sending it to the right side. So they were balancing our body organs. That's first. And second conclusion, we live in the world full of toxins. The food, the air, the water, detergent, toothpaste. And those toxins are getting very deep. They're coming on a cellular level. We cannot even scan them or detect them. Well, while in the tunnels, the cells find those toxins and they are pushing them on the surface. So when they measured me after I came back, he found a lot of toxins. Of course, the results are not sensational after only one visit, but if you keep going there, it will improve your health. A few photos from the new sections. The drivers do not block the side tunnels anymore, but it seems that they were built as the support for the ceiling. If they are built as a support of the ceiling, it means that the drivers and conglomerates, they are all artificially made here. Now, we entered, we found the water. The water has been there for thousands of years. If you leave the cup with the water here for 10 days, with the microbes and bacteria, it will be no good. If you leave the water for thousands of years, what would you expect? Well, we took the samples, sent it to the Regional Institute for the Water. They did microbiological and chemical analysis and concluded that the water is drinkable after thousands of years. Why? Because of the negative ions. The designers made sure that because of the higher concentration of negative ions, the atmosphere will be clean. They built those channels for the water, and the water was getting deeper and deeper, as I said. So at one place, it is 165 centimeters for 30 meters. And what we try to do, we try to pump the water out so we can continue our walking. Well, the pump was working from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the water level, was getting smaller and smaller. We came back in the morning, the water level came back where it was. We were doing it for 3 days, the same thing. Conclusion, we have underground water spring. If you have water, you have life. So underground, under the pyramids, they had tunnels, intersection chambers, water, especially clean water, probably healing water. They had all the elements to live and survive. In other tunnel complex, we don't have time for it. Actually, the part of the same one. In the last 6 years, hundreds of thousands of tourists and visitors came to Bosnia, the country known for the war and the violence and the war criminals, all the negative vibrations. We said, we're going to change that. It'll become a country of archaeology and volunteers and new discoveries and the positive energy. We even named one of the pyramids the Pyramid of Love. No pyramids like that in the world. Archaeologists and mainstream science, they don't deal with the, such term, but they forgot that the words are very powerful. And the most powerful word is the word love. If you sign that word, the huge structure, it is going to color the valley with the love. And these are type of messages we want to send to the world. And I'm going to finish with the artifacts. On the Sun Pyramid, interesting plate. When we color the carvings, we might be getting either directions where to go in underground labyrinth or even some star systems. Pyramid of Dragon, probably amulet with the 2 types of stone. KTK tunnel, fragments of a stone circle. In the underground, the labyrinth Ravne, we probably found a mold, and we have the very unusual combination of 3 metals here. Tumulus in Vratnica, stone tool, or maybe first boomerang. Again, Tumulus in Vratnica. On one of the terraces, we found this beautiful stone foot with 5 toes. Anatomy of the foot, the shoe size, 36. And maybe the proof that the pyramids are built by women. The German archaeologist who worked independently from us, 3 kilometers from the Sun Pyramid, found this fine ceramic pyramid. As we can see, 4 triangular faces, plateau on the top, even the ornaments are the pyramids. Well, they found it in the cultural layer between 6,000 and 7,000 years. It seems that the Neolithic man was looking around him. And of course, he saw the pyramids with no plant, with no wood, with no layers of soil. And he was building his artistic objects. Or maybe even at that time, Bosnia was very attractive for the tourists, so it was the first souvenir from Bosnia. 2008, we had the first international scientific conference about the Bosnian pyramids. We got a couple of 3 guys who were at the conference. I want to say hello to them. 55 scientists from 15 countries concluded that the Bosnian pyramids are archaeological phenomena. Professor Dr. Nabil Selim, 3 times PhD in archaeology, discovered 4 pyramids in Egypt, said that the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is the biggest in the world. Our leading archaeologist this year, Dr. Sara Acconci, University of Milano. She came from 3,000 euros in Milan to 600 euros in Bosnia. But this is a professional challenge. Dr. Ezra Zubrov, Buffalo State University, but also University of Toronto and Cambridge University, after his visit, said that we need to find out who built the Bosnian pyramids, when they were built, and what is the connection between the tunnels and the pyramids. Last year, we organized the first organized international summer camp for volunteers. And we had, from June to September, 500 young people and those who feel young in their hearts, because the youngest volunteer was 8 years old, the oldest 82. They came from 30 countries, and they were having a joy with us, discovering new stuff. This year, I already have 750 applicants from 42 countries and 6 continents, and money for 250 applicants. But again, Bosnia will be the most positive spot on European soil. They are bringing their enthusiasm, we give them our love, with the wish that one day what we have in the bottom left corner, the pyramid covered by soil vegetation, we again have exposed the biggest, the oldest, and the most beautiful of all, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. I thought I had a little bit more time, but apparently not. That was an excellent, excellent presentation by Sam Osmanovic, Bosnian Pyramids, and Campbell has a brand new interview with Sam coming out next week, and has arranged for me, Sam, and Campbell to have a conversation episode interview in Autodidactic Alchemist. Coming up next month, and that's what this is all about, is all the work we're doing here, and some fundraising so I can continue to do this. Bless all your souls who have donated. For those who cannot afford to, even just being here, watching, sharing, and make sure to share these streams out on your social media, like Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, on Twitch, on YouTube. We are live on all of those, and also on OdySee. So it actually helps the algorithms by sharing intra-platform. With you take the YouTube and you share it on your Twitter or on your Facebook. It helps a lot. So it is appreciated, and we will continue covering the megaliths, the dolems, the pyramids, and everything that is around the parts, the leftover remnants from the previous mega civilizations that terraformed the world, that also paid huge attention astronomically to the sky charts, to the planets, and to the stars above, and the cycles, and the long count ages, the 5th age of the sun or the 4th age of the sun that we just transitioned from, apparently from the yellow sun to now a white dwarf sun, and that 2023 is the year that the 11-year cycle. We'll see if the sun actually flips its magnetic poles again, or if it does another white pulse like Nassim Haramein has pointed out several times before. And with that, we're going to go into some more dolems, the different mounds, these giant megalithic, huge, multi-ton, 10-ton, 100-ton, 1,000-ton megalithic oopart structures that shouldn't exist but are everywhere, all over this realm. And they're even in Alberta, where I live, where we will be exploring, and down in Montana there, where Machine Head 69 is. Shout out Grandmaster UV, shout out to Jeremiah, Brian Evans, Manel, Amir, the Fourth Wiseman, Taurus Field. You feel the Taurus. I get it. Take a little trip with me. Who else do we have? Leafy, Red Scotland, Crosshatch, Marcel, Closure. Shout out to Europe, to everybody waking up. Those in Florida as well, I see. Shout out Nell. Who else do we have? I'm not sure. But I do know I love you all. And we shall continue here with looking at the megalithic dolmens around the realm. And that I believe that some of these holes in the dolmens were in fact for astrological alignments, such as the equinoxes and solstices, and that these monoliths, megaliths, and star mapping were actually a advanced mapping system using the stars navigation of all the secret societies and travelers and seafaring societies over the ages, and that they were a lot more advanced than let on, and that they met at all of these ancient sites, different leaders, traders, and kings, messengers, etc. At certain times of the year, they would travel to these sites to conduct their meetings and their affairs and their trades. And it's quite an advanced, lost, secret technology and system that the Russians have deciphered a lot. And so the Vikings, for instance, the Vikings, as well as the Celts, as well as the Knights Templar, as well as the Moors, the Moorish, the Sumerians, probably all the ancients, they did the star charts and these meetups, these different tablets and the monoliths and the different stones, right, that they find here. And that I believe these, in fact, are depicting astrological times, meetings, and different agreements of traveling tribes. And that, in fact, these depict positions of the planets and the moon, the sun, and timing in the sky that were arranging the different societies and dictating their travel and their more advanced societies and sea exchanges. And that's what all of this sun mapping, moon mapping, solstices and equinoxes was all about. And that the Vikings, the Celts, the Knights Templar, as well as all the ancient societies, probably the Tartarians, the barbarians, all of them used this ancient megalithic star mapping megalith site astrological calendar and maps for traveling and trade across the realm. And that's what the purpose and the meaning of these engravings really are, and what they have to do with. But that is my theory. It's built off of several others, and it makes sense of the henges, these giant stone charts. Oh, we got a little AI in there, right? You know, because it's not pareidolia. It's made by intelligence, just like this was made by intelligence, but it's not in the physical realm. All of these are also made by intelligence, but they are in the physical realm, and these megalithic structures do not have any sort of comparison today in what we do. And the Badlands are in fact from a past ancient cataclysmic civilization long ago that has been wiped out. So much has been lost. I'm rambling on. I'm trying to find Easter Island pics here. Sorry for the low resolution of them as well. And the hills and the mounds, right? Are there giants buried beneath them like the legend states? All of the tribes, the natives that wisdom keepers when asked who built a lot of these structures, these ancient ruins, it's documented they all said the gods, the demigods, the giants of the past. And there's all the stories and legends of giants being buried beneath them. Who knows? These glacial erratics, they claim. It's erratic to think that a glacier perfectly balanced a megalithic stone like that. That's what I have to say. It's erratic to believe that these aren't intelligently built structures. And yeah, it's mind-boggling what they currently believe. This is a 3D mapping of what's underneath the Amazon jungle, I believe, in Brazil. These star chart henges everywhere in the world, and that there's similar ones in the Amazon. This is in the UK or Scotland, I believe, maybe Europe, but there's the exact same identical ones in both North America and under the jungles of the Amazon. It's literally everywhere. And the pyramids, the pyramid mountains that seem to exist everywhere, the megaliths that are everywhere, and these star chart symbols that are everywhere. They were all about mapping the stars and following the procession of the heavenly bodies. And it's the biggest energies out there involved in our realm, being the electromagnetic gravitational forces of Saturn, Jupiter, the Sun, the Moon, on our planet, Mars, and Venus. That is physics, is real science, and is the ancient sciences of astrology and alchemy. And there's so much more to it than what we're allowed to know today or in the past. But the elites, they always keep their cycles, their actions based on these same astrological events, the eclipses, the occults, the astrological alignments, the blood moons specifically as well. All right, we are 2 hours in. We are looking at dolmens, megalithic structures, about to look at some pyramids, looking at the henges, the star calendars. There's 45 beautiful souls watching between the two YouTube channels. Crypto Alchemist, which is now above 8,000 subscribers. Thank you, everybody who has subscribed. We are almost at 10,000. We are 80% there, over 80% there. I hear once you reach 10,000 on YouTube, the algorithms help you more, so we can get this information out to more people and do more science and more archaeology, real science, real agriculture, electroculture experiments coming, so much more in the real science, the Science of Sound series. As well, still continuing. The Year of the Coil series is still continuing. The Autodidactic Alchemist series continuing, where we will be interviewing Sam Osvanovich of the Bosnian Pyramids, as well as so many more. My series with Michelle Gibson, my series with Paul Cook, my series with Jeremiah JP, my series with Andreas Zertis. There's so much that I am doing every single day. It is full-time work. It is a lot of work. It is not just these streams, it is the preparation for these streams. It is the afterwards of downloading, of editing, of re-uploading, of emailing, of booking, of getting the source materials, of getting the materials together for the experiments. It is so much time and effort, energy. It is insane, but I do it all for you, because all of you awesome beings and beautiful souls are what's making this happen and building a better future, a better realm, a better world for all. We're coming out with the free energy. We're coming out with the anti-gravity as we continue to explore and understand our past. We will be able to actually connect and build a real future of abundance for all, just like Ubuntu with Michael Tellinger. And I imagine that I will inevitably ask Sam Osmanovic of the Bosnian Pyramids, who is good friends with Michael Tellinger, to arrange an interview with him as well, and all of the unbelievable work that Tellinger has done. I really got to also want to connect Tellinger and Stellium 7. Shout out Mike. Another episode with Mike Stellium 7 is coming. Also, an episode with Art of Dino is coming. We'll be doing another episode with fan favorites Luke of Ancient Historia and Shem of Tartarian Truth. Not more alternative history research, deep dives, understanding Tartaria, understanding star forts, understanding the past ages and realms, the geopolymer, the pyramids. It's everywhere. And so are these monoliths and megaliths and dolmens and burial sites. And it's insane. And I titled Easter Islands. So let's see if I can actually find an Easter Islands Mooneye to show and demonstrate. I thought I had it pulled up, but for some reason it's not on this one. Oh, there we go. And the Rongo language. Here is some of the pictographic language of Easter Island. It is called Rongo, still to be deciphered to this day. I'm going to be getting Charlie C and his chat GPT-4 working on this, as well as many other different pictographic languages. There's one of the Moai there. And look at that, the Milky Way in the background, no light pollution on the island. Also known as Christmas Island. Easter Island, Christmas Island. Why are they called that? Is it because traders met up at these spots, the sailors, during the solstices and equinoxes, right before and after, Christmas? Oh, and then in South America, in the Andes, such similar megaliths, pyramids topography. And this is the triangle, aka pyramidal island of Easter Island, where all the Moai are. Sorry it's so blurry, but you can see these are each of statues surrounding the island. The supposed volcanoes, one on each corner, and the main one that make up this triangle pyramid island. And there's actually pyramids as well carved into a couple of the dormant volcanoes on this island. It's very fascinating, Easter Island. Right, they changed the names. They don't want people to know what is going on at all. And it's nuts. It's everywhere. It's lost technology. And the clips, right? The melting of the metals, the nails essentially in the megaliths. I believe this bottom one or this top left one of them is from Easter Island. Also, either in Peru, they're in Egypt, they're in a lot of different sites, Japan. Here we got another one of these Moai, and that they're not just the faces, they're the full bodies and legs, and on the back of them is the Rongo language, and that these are just some of the broken ones. A lot of these ones have the hats. These guys are missing them there. Something happened. Oh, bless your soul, Lynn Jones, 250, another 10 euro super chat. Thank you so much for your continued support, you guys and girls and awesome beings, all of you being here and that donate and make this happen, because without you, it would not be possible. Hopefully one day, but I never want to sell out. I just want to bring what interests me, what interests you, and the free energy and the real history out to all of you. And like, there's this red, is that basalt sandstone? What is this red maroon stuff that the hats are made out of? Completely different megalithic stones. They're on the vast majority of the different Moai. I'll be showing more pictures of them. Look at this megalithic structure. This is part of the star fort of the Imperial Palace that is in Japan. Massive megalithic walls. Bless you so much again, Lynn Jones, for the 10 euro super chat. It is appreciated, and so are you. And it is also greatly appreciated to feel appreciated with you guys and gals and everyone in between supporting this work. Thank you. Struggling at multitasking, writing thank you in the chat because thank you and bless all of you. And let us continue with this tour of the world. This right here is in Cusco, Peru, one of the, in the Andes, the different polymer bricks, definitely geopolymer as well, but earthquake-proof megalithic structures. This is the carving out of the top of one of the mountains in Peru. Like, it's just insane everywhere in the Andes that this is. Also in Cusco, Peru, the polygonal wall that has the same knobs, just like in Japan, just like in Egypt. On the Great Pyramids themselves, the outer walls have the same geopolymer nobular blocks, and that these ones, it's earthquake proof. It's from the original civilization. The Inca said the gods built it before them, and that they built like the different animals, the puma, into the wall, the different colors. Like, just amazing earthquake proof work. You can't even fit paper through it. My goal eventually, within 2 to 3 years, as the channel grows, as we're able to get more income sources in here, eventually do worldwide meetup tours and explorations of these places, especially starting with the first one coming up next month, and will be when YouTube finally delivers that payment that's of all of your wonderful YouTube donations and ad revenue, that we will be going to the Badland Guardians in southern Alberta, that megalithic site, boots on the ground. But as we get going and working with all the other channels, we will do meetups around the world eventually, including one day at Easter Island, I'm sure. But definitely Peru before that, no doubt about it. And one of, like, Lake Titicaca here, this site, Pumapunku, just unbelievable next level megaliths and runes, geopolymer work, as well as power tools, both being seen to be used in these sites. Very similar to the ruins of Aswan, as well as Giza in Egypt. And then there's the similar ones in Easter Island in the megalithic walls that are there too. I believe this is also Cusco, but could be somewhere else. This is India, carvings in the rivers. There's specific things. Oh yeah, of course. This is what we're taught to believe. Just some guys with some hair buns, no clothes, and copper chisels. Yeah, freaking right. And some ropes. I'm sorry, they did not make any of this. It's absolute BS. Thank you so much, Hippie Shake, always for your support and your help in the live chats. And yes, this is a fundraising stream because I have been hurting. My back went out a little bit, but it seems to feel better. But my tooth has been hurting. I need to pay my storage fees. I got to come up with $200 for that, another $200 for expenses. So essentially, trying to raise $400 here, so I don't have to go work the next 2 weeks before it is. Well, it's already overdue. My bills are overdue, but I've got 2 weeks before, I get evicted. So I've got to come up with that. And anywho, whether I'm working, doing hard labor, or if I'm able to crowdfund it through all of you beautiful souls, hopefully so, just like last month. And we're back to the Chinese pyramids. The pyramids everywhere, whether it's Asia, and there's thousands of them in Asia. That's the craziest part, that China covers them up, Korea covers them up, they're throughout Indonesia, there's some in Japan, they're everywhere, they're even in Siberia. And bless your soul, Manel. Thank you for all of your prayers, Marcel, Hippie, everyone. Thank you. And just sub geopolymer, nice. Hey, Bernick, showing Yeah, maybe on OnlyCams one day, right? I said I'll actually experiment for $1 million. Pay me $1 million. I will go on OnlyFans, jack off into a jar, and actually create a homunculus experiment. But other than that, not happening. And yeah, I'm not gonna harm myself. I don't think, except for $1 million and science. Right? If I get paid $1 million, let's try and make a homunculus. But I don't intend on doing the nasty in a jar. I'm all right. Back to geopolymer pyramids, megaliths around the world, and not talking about the creation of a homunculus or whoring myself on the internet. Frick, yeah. Well, the thing is, the storage, it's actually my silk screening equipment, all of my merchandise, clothing, that inventory I have to go through, set up again. It was that the lockdowns completely put me out of business for a few years, where I had to put my silk screening business and equipment and inventory into storage, where it now costs me money each month until I'm able to save up and get it out of storage and start printing again, which will happen sometime in the next 6 months, hopefully. But I need to stop spending so much time doing streams and get a part-time job to be able to save up to do that. It's all just a vicious cycle. Unless you guys spread these videos far and wide, and somehow the YouTube algorithms and advertising pays me enough to do it full time like I have been and not be broke ass, that would be awesome too. Anyways, we're going to be dealing with it this summer, tackling it one day at a time. Before that, we have many other adventures to do. We just have to cover the costs in between then and now. Look at that. Look at how buried it is, and that on these giant monolith, megalith carvings of the Moai, on the back is the Rongo language. Still to be deciphered, pictographic. And then this one, I believe, is also in Peru. And yeah, sharing is caring. Look at this handsome devil. No idea who that feller is. Quite the mustache, but he's happy as heck. He's exploring the megaliths in Peru or Bolivia. And so are we right now. Digitally, one day we'll all meet up there in person. Here is Malta, one of the megalithic ruins in Malta, astrologically aligned. And sure enough, this will be our first international meetup with Paul Cook, with Campbell, with Ken Ominous, beatboxing. We'll do a Science of Sound. We'll do a tour. We'll do it all when we go to Malta next year. Dutch Sense also said he'd be a part of that, him and the Duchess. So it's going to happen. We're going to get Michelle there too. We're going to make it a reality. And maybe by year 3, we'll be able to get to Easter Island to do it. But it's that I'm in Canada in the winter, and I do want to get one of them domes, but they're softer. It's the heating them to do the printing in the winter when it's minus 40 outside. I do, but who knows? You cover it with the right sod or hemp insulation. Who knows? Geopolymer is going to be the key, and we're going to be figuring that out as we go forward too. More experiments with geopolymer, with Dutch Sense, with Paul Cook, with Gerald WPG Enlightened for Truth, and all the awesome work Gerald's doing as well. We're gonna advance building construction like the ancients in no time as we figure this stuff out. It's coming back one step at a time. So here you can see there's a Moai head, buried body, and the megalithic polymer, but also polymer shaped wall, and that is on Easter Island. It's the exact same builders as the Egyptian pyramids, as Cusco, Peru, as Teotihuacan, but Pumapunka more so, I think I was meaning to say, all over, all the megalithic sites. Here is a megalithic ship in Sweden, maybe? It's the Vikings, I believe. This is South America, could be definitely in the Andes somewhere. Their water systems still working to this day, earthquake proof. And here we are again, Easter Island, more of these guys. They're literally everywhere on the island. They're nuts, they're buried. Megalithic structures all over the realm. What are the symbols meaning? They're alchemical symbols too, right? I believe this is also on Easter Island, another megalithic wall there. Oh, look at the size of those blocks. It's just nuts. Oh, like, okay, the head is twice the size of a person. The body is 5 times or 6 times the size of the head. It's absolutely mind-blowing, these megalithic sites all around the realm. Like, oh, this guy in the reef, how did he get down there? Like, how do you get down there? The ancient stone sites, like, look at the size of the people compared to the full bodies. Just crazy. The hat is bigger. The hat is the same size as the person. Oh, that one's cut off. Yeah, so here's one of the step pyramids into the side of the volcano of, oh, I guess this is the quarry. Sorry, no, this is the quarry of Easter Island. But, oh yeah, it's straight up quarry. My bad. The pyramids are on the corner tips. Sorry for getting that mistaken. My bad. But yeah, dug out there, and on the backside, that Rongo language. I know I've got a couple pictures of it somewhere here. Oh, what took out these guys? Blasted the heck out of them. And then Turkey, Mount Nimrit, a pyramid above them right there. Boom, look at that. Another buried pyramid on top of a mountain. I just don't buy the official narrative and stories. It's the same everywhere. Here we go. Some of the Rongo that was carved into the back of this guy. This one's not as much, actually. All right, different depiction than what the other ones I had seen was talking about. No, not good. This in Siberia. So these are similar megaliths to what's in Montana and southern Alberta on this scale. They try to claim they're natural. They are not. They are from a past ancient realm and people and time. Interesting. Don't know if that was painting or picture or actual depiction. And like so much effort, resources put in. So yeah, so here's some of the symbols of the Rongo language carved in, but that apparently there's a lot more in-depth carving ones of some of them. Just insane, the level of work and size and energy that would go into all of these megaliths everywhere around the world. Oh, bless your soul at Hippie Shake. You didn't have to, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Shout out to Hippie and her husband David. Thank you so much. To all of you making this work possible and being a part of this and breaking the narrative together in this community, and the discovery, the work, the continued work and developments that we're all doing, and bringing together every single person here, just being here, just sharing these videos, liking them, learning, and talking about them. You know, we're all doing our parts and spreading this awakening, the shattering of the narrative, and the true history of humanity, whatever it might be, and that the truth is often stranger than fiction because they don't want us knowing the truth. They make us believe that life is mundane and there's nothing magical to this realm, when in fact it's so much deeper and bigger and mysterious and magnificent and amazing than we've ever been told. And that there's literally nonstop evidence of global civilizations or worldwide, realm-wide technologies and mass civilizations everywhere we go, from the most isolated places like Easter Island, aka Christmas Island. They changed the name on it. To every continent, literally. Who knows what's behind the ice wall of Antarctica? Maybe we'll all go there one day, maybe 1 decade in. We'll be big enough to go with Mr. Beast. I don't know, but first one coming up is going to be the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians, which I will finish this stream off with. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in right now. Thank you everyone for being here. There is 45 beautiful souls right now, but I know there will be so many more watching this afterwards. Also, let us share the Rumble stream one more time, because we are live on Rumble, and I love you all in my Rumble community, which I'm typing right now. And for everybody, please subscribe to Rumble. And there it is. In the live chat, we are live on Rumble right now. We're also live on BurnEye, Mine's Third Eye, ScienceGuy, as well as Crypto Alchemist YouTube channels, on my Twitter, on my Facebook pages, as well as Twitch. We are streaming, multi-streaming, mega streaming, begging for cash, pay my expenses so we can continue this amazing journey and discovery together, and that I can continue working on booking such amazing future guests as Nick Cook, Bob Greenier, Jay Dreamers, Lorenzo the New Now, Frank Zero, Angel Wings, of course, I have to do right away. Matt from Elevate, Cultivate Back, Global Vision. Of course, Paul with What the Flock will be coming up again. Another episode with One on One podcast will be coming up next month. I got to get Master Evo on for some more of his bifilar coils when we're talking about over unity, anti-gravitic sort of effects. My next interview with Leak Project, that is Rex Bear. Leak Project is on Friday, April 21st, 1 week from today. And on April 20th, aka 420, I have Thursday the 20th with Paranoid America Thomas, our next AI image creation deep dive stream. It's always a fun one, doing occult artwork, live AI artwork, good times. Also, Michelle Gibson's series will be continuing. The Autodidactic Alchemist series will be continuing, of course. And the Zertis Real Science, probably our next stream will be tomorrow. With that, look at the Easter Island girls, I think. Maybe that was a guy, I don't know. Hopefully it was girls. Anyway, it doesn't matter who they were practicing their native rights and culture. So here we go again, the triangular island of Easter Island, and the dormant volcanoes that are also now cut into the shape of step pyramids. And it's quite fascinating with the Moya all around the outside, the perimeter of Easter Island, and all the different carvings on the back of them. They're literally everywhere. Oh, and there's star carvings they're showing here. Here's the alignments that it's actually an Orion alignment somehow. I have read on that a bit, but I haven't looked too much into it. These things are just giant. I currently owe $400 on my 2 months overdue rental unit. It's 400 Canadian, that is. So, but 200 gets me through the month. 400 gets me all the way up. But it's like, yeah. Anywho, trying to raise essentially 400 for all the costs. And thank you everybody who has donated and continues to donate, and who has donated in the past. Bless you all, and I love you all. Thank you for making this continued work possible. and we are going to continue this stream with more pictures of the Easter Islanders and megalithic sites around the world with some pyramids. I believe this is in either Siberia or in the Andes, Peru. Megalithic blockwork on such large scales. Oh no, this is in Montana. This is part of the Montana megalithic sites, I believe. Yeah, this is Montana megaliths. Now we're in Eritrea. Sorry, not Eritrea, Ethiopia, I believe, where these guys are. Siberian megaliths. Huge, huge, right? The Blue Bloods probably made these. I don't doubt it. And then I believe this is on Malta as well, maybe Greece, could be Syria. This is in Cambodia or Vietnam, the giant jars, some of the ones that survived, maybe Indonesia actually. Malta again here, I believe somewhere in Ireland, maybe Scotland there, some ruins, some Celtic stuff, the dolmens. Oh, look at that. Lunar alignment as well, of course. Alignments with all the megalithic structures. They're all star chart. Rex is awesome. We love Rex. Rex was my very first podcast, and bless his soul, Rex got me started. I owe it all to Rex for getting me into the podcasting, the YouTubing, and doing the interviews. And Campbell was my third one ever, and yeah, it's been history ever since. 400 videos now that's up on Crypto Alchemist with 8,000 subscribers. Bless each and every one of you for making this possible. Sorry if I haven't made you moderator. I'm just going through the chat right now. Everybody deserves to be a blue wrench on both my channels so you can share and so you don't have to worry about getting deleted. Comment in the live chats and I will give you that blue wrench, each and every one of you, because that's just the way it goes. I love you all. Let's continue on our journey of megaliths, shall we? Egypt or Inca? Something ancient, crazy. Egypt. Montana, I believe Montana, Egypt. Sorry, they're so blurry. Montana, Egypt, definitely. Easter Island or maybe Nanpadol, one or the other. Montana, Egypt, I believe. Look at this carving guy somewhere. Peru and the Andes, Siberia or Montana. Ooh, some Sumerian tablet with the scarab beetle, or is it Greek? Crazy, right? It's a runic language. Egypt, some of the Montana megaliths, Greece, South America, Egypt, Montana, Turkey, I believe Peru or Bolivia, Egypt again, Blue Wrench, it's the attack of the Blue Wrenches, right? Everybody's a Blue Wrench, everybody's a Blue Wrench. It is 3 in the morning, it is 3 in the morning, and I continue the stream. Because I love all my European friends, and I love all my East Coast friends, and I love all my Australians. I love all the Africans, I love all the Middle Easterns, I love all the Asians too, wherever you are from the world. Okay, so there's Turkey, that's Cappadocia we're looking at right now. Literally apartment building, mountains, like look at that. It's 8 stories, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 10-story tall mountain hills. Geopolymer or melted, I don't know. You guys decide. I don't want to get in the debate. I think there's room for both possibilities depending on some of the structures, when they were, what's happened, erosion to them since. Look at that massive megalith right there. Just huge. More Egypt. I believe this is Turkey, but could also be Asia, or it could be in Italy, it could be Tunisia. This is South Africa. These are the stone circles and the different terraces, just absolutely nuts. The overgrown megalithic rock work. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! It goes, I'm not sure. This could be New Zealand, could be Japan, this wall. Not entirely sure. Pyramid Castle somewhere. Oh, Egypt temples. Look at that. Like, just an absolute ruin. Like, just decimated from, like, that is a desert mud flood. That is a mud flood that then was a desert for 1,000 or 500 or 10,000 years. Like, look at that. Just the first pictures. I think this is one of the first color pictures of in Egypt there. Another one of the Montana megaliths. Star charts and carvings and some of the geopolymer walls. This is definitely in Peru, in the Andes. Again, Peru. Japan Star Fort, the Imperial Palace. Just look at the megalithic scale of it. It's mind-blowing every time. Mind-blowing every time. Like, look at this old Japanese man looking up at just breath taken away. He's struck away at how did they build it? The complexity of the scale. I don't know. Can I speak for him? I'm guessing. Oops. All right. I had another good pyramid video lined up for everybody. It's some updated now. See, we're going back to Sam Esmanovich, actually. But first, let's go quickly the Bosnian pyramids. Little recap that the Ferrum Foundation has done huge on the Bosnian pyramids with the geoglyphology, and that Arthur Ferrum has done everything in decoding geoglyphology and the Bosnian pyramids and all of it. So that's one thing I'm going to bring up to Sam, is how the archaeology or the architecture of the Bosnian pyramids is built in to geoglyphology, another aspect of the Bosnian pyramids. But what I really was going to share, though, is a new updated video of Sam Esmanovich interview, as the last one was 10 years old. This one, I believe, is just from last year, and he got a new interview coming out with Campbell next week, and I get to do an interview with him next month with Campbell, which is going to be epic. So here's some of his 12 top facts with Dr. Sam Esmanovich.
Forget the best time stories coming from Encyclopedia Britannica that pyramids are tombs for the pharaohs or places to sacrifice the enemies. We need scientific explanation. And that's exactly what we've been doing in the last 15 years in Bosnia with the Bosnian pyramids. We have developed a set of scientific criteria to define the pyramids. The first element is geometry. If you want to call something a pyramid, it has to have the geometrical shape of the pyramid. In spring of 2005, I first went to the little Bosnian town of Visoko, which is here, at the base of the photograph. I went to see the local museum, but then I saw this. For 25 years before that, I've been researching pyramids. Like Bob said, my PhD is about the Mayan pyramids. And I've learned that majority of the pyramids in the world, China, Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, are actually covered by vegetation. So I was looking in front of me, one side, to the left, second side, to the right, third side, in the back, fourth side. It's 4 sides. In front of me, triangular face. 4 triangular faces. We can see obvious corners. And those sides, they meet at apex. Geometrically speaking, this was a pyramid.
I believe it's because he's flying in a plane. You hear the reverb.
To the top, 220 meters, 722 feet. The Great Pyramid of Egypt, 147. 1/3 higher, 3 times more the volume, the largest pyramid on the planet. We started excavation back in 2005 and 2006. I established non-profit, non-government foundation for the archaeological research. One of the very interesting places for us was, of course, the corner, the place where two sides meet. So we removed about 3 feet of material and we discovered a beautiful corner. It was a structure. So far, our work has produced at least 5 pyramidal structures, which we named the Bosnian Pyramids of the Sun, Moon, Dragon, Earth, and Love, and huge network of underground tunnels. The second element to define the pyramid, artificial construction material. In Peru, they used adobe bricks. In Guatemala, shaped volcanic stone. In Mexico, sandstone and granite. In Egypt, limestone and granite. In China, sandstone and granite. And here in Bosnia, as you can see on the photos around, we also have artificial construction material just 3 feet below the soil. This is our archaeological trench number 4C. You see how 3 meters below the soil we are discovering blocks.
Geopolymer.
This one is 13 feet long, 5 feet wide, and 1.5 feet thick. It is 7 tons. It has rectangular shape. It does have 6 sides, and it has breaks at 90 degrees. 6 breaks at 90 degrees. Mother Nature does not make rectangular blocks with the 6 flat sides and 6 breaks at 90 degrees, but intelligent hands. Next to this block is another one and another one. And below the second row, the third, the fourth row. 4 rows of blocks. This is a structure. We took samples from the blocks, analyzed them at 7 institutes for materials. Conclusion, this was an artificial concrete. Now, if you have concrete, you can determine the quality. It is based on 2 elements. The first one is hardness of the concrete. Harder the concrete, better the quality. Our concretes in the 20th century had hardness from 10 megapascals to 60 megapascals. This particular sample, 73 megapascals. We have analyzed 50 samples, and the best quality were reaching 155 megapascals. In the 21st century, we do not have technology that can reach 155. The best we can do, when the biggest skyscraper in the world was built, Burj Khalifa in Dubai, was 150. This one, 154. The second element, the water absorption. If water can get inside the concrete during the winter times, it freezes. The ice has a tendency to expand and concrete breaks. So our norms today, up to 3%. This one, only 1%. Superior. Now, as you can see, there are many independent researchers in the world today, but they don't have access to the archaeological site. They need to ask permission to see this or to see that, like we heard today from Brian. They cannot show you that. There are people with guns. So far, we have uncovered thousands of tons of the best quality concrete on the planet, which covers the largest pyramid on the planet. So what we have today in bottom left corner, this green pyramid covered by soil, if you only change the color from green to the color of concrete, this is exactly what we are getting. Element number 3, orientation of the sides of the pyramids. The best orientation so far was the one in Egypt, Great Pyramid of Egypt. Now, the error from the perfect cosmic north, 0 degrees and 3 minutes. Khafre, 0 degrees, 3 minutes. Mykerinos or Menkaure, 0 degrees, 18 minutes. Now, we have Red Pyramid, 0 degrees, 5 minutes. We have Ben Pyramid, 0 degrees, 12 minutes. But according to the Bosnian State Institute for Geodesy, after applying scientific instruments, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and only 12 seconds. The most precise on the planet. Element number 4, inner chambers and passageways. According to geophysical scanning, inside the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we have 7 levels of passageways, shown in different colors. For example, white color, it's about 33 feet deep. Then we have blue colors, about 130 feet deep, and so on. And those 7 levels, they form a spiral, going all the way to the top. Element number 5, underground tunnels. Back in 1971, Harvard University Press issued a statement that preposterous claims by independent researchers that there are tunnels under Egyptian pyramids have no base. 3 decades later, we know that out of 17 most important Egyptian pyramids, all of them have underground tunnels. Giza Plateau, at least 3 levels. Saqqara, not 1.2 miles, but tens of kilometers. In China, every pyramid has tunnels leading to under it, to the chambers. Palenque, Mexico, Teotihuacan, Peru. But in Bosnia, this prehistoric underground tunnel network is the most extensive on the planet. In Chinese tunnels, Mexican tunnels, Peruvian tunnels, you don't have access. To the Bosnian pyramid tunnels, anyone can come. And not only that, anyone can come and join us in clearing them. Element number 6, water. Egypt, River Nile, major rivers in Mexico, Peru, China. In Bosnia, we have actually 2 major rivers, River Fonica. If we go back, ancient gold mines. Gold.
I would just like to point out that when he says it's like the largest tunnels and like the largest pyramid, it's that he's comparing to all the official numbers, where a lot of the other sites, official sites, like they hide the actual depth, length, and size of their own tunnels or pyramids and everything that's hidden and buried. But that said, this is new info that of Sam, just a couple years old at the latest, and he's giving a lot of crucial new discoveries and updates, info on the digs and all the archaeological work that they've been doing at the site over the last 2 decades.
Because of gold plates, but because of monoatomic gold. And River Bosna, the largest Bosnian rivers.
Oh, what? Did he just say monoatomic gold? Like, you got my attention, Sam.
And many around the water flows. I'll explain you why is that important. Element number 7, sacred geometry elements. You know how in Egypt there are 3 large pyramids, and they're saying they match those 3 stars of Orion belt. Some people became very popular because of that. Well, I'm not a big fan of that theory. We know that 3 stars in Cygnus star constellation have much better fit. But somebody would not build pyramids just to make a replica of the layout what is on the sky. There are many, unlimited number of triangles, but only one triangle where you have three same size and where you have 3 times inner angles at 60 degrees. And that is equilateral triangle. When we connect the top of the Bosnian pyramid of the sun with the top of the Bosnian pyramid of the moon, the distance 2,170 meters. From the moon to the third major pyramid, Dragon Pyramid, 2,170. From Dragon back to the sun, 2,170
Thank you
meters.
so much for the support.
Very obvious.
Field.
The most important triangle is applied
Or
here.
sister.
It is element of sacred
love you all.
geometry. Why is sacred geometry important? They don't tell you that. Everybody mentioned that. You have elements of sacred geometry. You have movement of the energy. The green triangle is showing sun, moon, and dragon. But the red triangle, top of the love pyramid, temple of Mother Earth, tunnels and the river, triangle within a triangle, again, element of sacred geometry. And not only that, let's use the same center of these triangles. And we are getting the flower of life. That's the cosmic imprint of the life in the universe. It is present here. And that's not all. If we use the top of the sun pyramid and the love pyramid, top of the love pyramid, we are getting another flower of life or seed of life. The layout of these structures was very precise. You can see it here. The red, the triangle between sun, moon, and dragon, and the center or top of the sun pyramid is the base for the seed of life. In the case of Egyptian pyramids, we have another element of sacred geometry, which is called golden section or golden ratio, number phi. As a matter of fact, 3 major Giza pyramids are laying on the line of the golden ratio, and Sphinx being exactly in the center of the golden ratio cross. So it is applied there in several places. Same thing in the case of Bosnian pyramids. If you use tops of the sun pyramid and the moon pyramid and 2 more pyramid hills, we are getting the golden ratio. Somebody mentioned star system of Pleiades today. Very important. In many oral traditions, from American Indians, Mexican cultures, all the way to India. And usually we know them under the name of 7 sisters of Pleiades. Although 7 sisters or 7 stars really are laying on a golden section line. Interestingly enough, 5 Bosnian pyramids are matching the layout of the 7 sisters of Pleiades. The sun, the moon, the dragon, the love, and so on. And like that was not enough, we continue to play with geometry. On a straight line, we have top of the Temple of Mother Earth, the Love Pyramid, the Sun Pyramids, unnamed pyramidal structure here, and 2 entrances to the tunnels, Ramne and Ramne 3 tunnels. The next element for the ancient builders, astronomical features. Now, to the left, we can see the shadow of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun in the midsummer. And here in the continuation, we can see the western triangular face of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. It's midsummer afternoon hours. At the sunset, the shadow completely covers the Moon Pyramid and top of the shadow touching the top of the Moon Pyramid. Genius. At the summer solstice, the most important day for the ancient people, to the left, western triangular face of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. To the right is the shadow of the sun pyramid, and you see how at the sunset, the sun pyramid formed another pyramid here with the top exactly as the top of the moon pyramid. In astronomy, it's very important that you observe all the astronomical features from the same spot. And we've been observing them from the top of the Bosnian pyramid of the sun, which is proving us that it was used as the astronomical observatory. Besides summer and winter solstice, two next most important days, spring and fall equinox. Well, top left, here is the shadow of the love pyramid, and here the shadow of the sun pyramid, and here above is the moon pyramid. Here it is moon pyramid, you see how the sun is moving on horizon, and at the sunset for the fall equinox, the shadow of the love pyramid covers completely the moon pyramid, and the shadow of the sun pyramid is forming another one with the top of the pyramid being the same like the top of the moon pyramid. The next element for the pyramids, where you're going to place your pyramid. You're going to place it above energy potent places. Why? Because four-sided pyramid for our planet is the most powerful geometrical shape when it comes to the energy. It acts as the energy amplifier. Below the Bosnian pyramid of the sun, shown in the blue triangle, we determined that there was an iron ore, iron plate, something else made from iron, maybe spaceship. Why iron? Because iron generates electromagnetic field. What the pyramid does, it amplifies it. How do we know? Because we have measured, not asking anyone for permission, because we are running the field project. At the base and at the top, 50 times stronger energy than at the base. Secondly, I mentioned that below the Bosnian pyramid of the sun, we have underground water stream. The first one is about 21 meters, 70 feet below. Water moves, releases negative ions. The pyramid amplifies the concentration of negative ions. The third form of the energy, 55 meters or 180 feet below the pyramid, another water flow. Between the two, electricity is generated. The next one, we are finding during our archaeological excavation a lot of quartz crystal on the pyramid and inside the tunnels. When electromagnetic field hits quartz crystal during the process called piezoelectrical effect, the energy transforms from electromagnetism to the ultrasound. And we measure ultrasound on the pyramid and in the tunnels. And the last one, using a device called experimental life meter, we measure the level of life energy. These are relative numbers from 0 to 100. For example, in our contaminated cities, the level of life energy 25%, in the villages 50%, in the pyramids 100%. Pyramid amplifies different forms of energy. But our advantage is that we measure it. Element number 10, volcanic lines. We are the first one and the only one who's been researching this element. Namely, we have concluded, after analyzing 85 megalithic and pyramid sites around the world, that the pyramids and megalithic sites like Stonehenge, Avebury Hill, and the others are always sitting above intersections of several volcanic lines. What is volcanic line? You have two volcanoes, you connect them with the line, it is volcanic line. But if you extend the line and at the end you have pyramid, pyramid is sitting on the volcanic line. Why is that important? Volcano, lava, iron, minerals, energy. For example, Angkor Wat, famous site in Cambodia, is sitting on the top of intersection of 15 volcanic lines. Cholula, the largest pyramid in Mexico in the state of Puebla, sitting on 18 volcanic lines. Machu Picchu, everybody's saying the most energetical point on the planet, sitting on the top of 16 volcanic lines, and we go down to the list, Bosnian pyramids, 26 volcanic lines. Element number 11, ley lines, very famous in the United Kingdom, where they realized that today churches and cathedrals are sitting above those energy lines, ley lines, that are of the cosmic origin. Churches today, before temples, and even before pagan temples. Well, to the left is a picture of part of former Yugoslavia. Top, Croatia, to the right, Serbia, bottom, Montenegro, in the middle, heart-shaped Bosnia. Those red lines are lane lines. Lane lines, lane lines. Here in the middle, most of them are intersecting. Exactly here, this is the town of Visoko, to the right, Sarajevo, capital city, but they're intersecting here, and this is exactly the place where the Bosnian pyramids are located. And finally, our unfortunately late friend, Dr. Harry Oldfield from United Kingdom, had developed a special camera. In 1990s, it was called PIP camera. Nowadays, it's the updated version, New Energy Vision, NEV camera, with which he was able to film bioenergy fields which are not visible to the naked human eye. For example, this here is one pointy natural hill in Bosnia. Above it, you see those lines, green and blue and red and green. These are those bioenergy fields. They're all horizontal. They don't move. This here is a village in Western Serbia. Green, red, green, blue, red. Bioenergy fields, they don't move, horizontal. It's beautiful. Bell Rocks in Sedona, this is a red rock. They're saying energy center of the United States for a reason. But look at those lines. Rose, brown, green, rose, brown, green, blue. They are all horizontal. This is the road from Aswan to Abu Simbel, horizontal lines. And this is the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. And above, you can see only vertical lines. Everything is upside down in Bosnia. What's happening here? The year is 2015. Back in 2007, when Dr. Harry Oldfield personally came to Visoko, it was the first time when he scanned the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. It had something to do with the energy. Well, let's see it 3D. At the base, those buildings, this is the town of Visoko, the pyramid. And look at the red color in the pyramid, the energy.
Just paused it there to state this is absolutely next level research and real science that Sam is doing here, and showing and taking the ancient lost knowledge of the ley lines, the telluric currents of Earth, the energy of Earth, huge forces, and applying the science and electrical engineering of it to these ancient megastructures, and making sense of the terraforming that went into these huge structures, the actual why they put the effort into building them. Shout out to WPG Enlighten for Truth 2, aka Gerald, my Year of the Coil all-star and pyramid researcher extraordinaire as well, geopolymer builder. And yes, thank you so much, Hippie Shake. This is a fundraising stream, and thank you so much, Hippie, for the $25. We are at $50 raised Canadian so far, so we are 1/4 of the way there of the bare minimums, and hopefully we are able to even double that in the coming days. and cover all my expenses so I can continue doing all these awesome streams, like the Real Science episode that we will hopefully be doing tomorrow night with Certus, with Gerald if you're available, and Jeremiah, and Liminal and her awesome crystals that she's made, and that there's so much more to this. And I'm going to shut up here and let Sam continue talking about all the discoveries they've made with the Bosnian pyramids. We've just reached 3 hours, and we have 51 souls watching right now. It says 53 now, 53 souls at 3 hours into this pyramid extraordinaire episode. And Sam Osmanovic of the Bosnian Pyramids has an upcoming interview published with Campbell at Autodidactic. Shout out Campbell and Autodidactic, but Tartaria, Australia, and their live event in Lisbon, Australia tomorrow. And thank you, bless your soul, John Burt, with the $2 donation. Oh, you were hot, now you're naked. All right, glad I have that effect. Maybe this is OnlyCams or OnlyFans. Am I going to be whoring it out by the end to get that 400? We shall see, but we're slowly but surely getting there. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Oh, and Verna Fraser for the $11 Canadian Super Stat sticker. Bless your soul. Thank you so much for your support as well. Everybody here, this is only possible thanks to you, and that because of all of you and your continued support, I'm going to have the opportunity of talking to Sam coming up next month with Campbell, which is going to be epic. And let's get back to Sam's science of the pyramids here before we dive into some more megaliths.
We will see how the energy is getting accumulated. Red. Now everything is red. Energy is getting released to the top of the pyramid, hitting those horizontal lines. They become vertical, so energy can flow without the obstacles. We've been filming it for 13 years now. Those lines place vertical. Since this is a UFO megacon, let me show you something else. Now you see this energy signature here, which is completely different than anything else. It's oval in shape, it's getting close to the pyramid, now it's getting inside the pyramid, exactly the moment when pyramid is getting so much of the red, so much of the energy. It's staying there for some time, and now, see it here? Here it is. It started leaving the gas station because it got enough fuel. The panoramic picture to the right is the town of Isoko, to the left the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Love. Now, I was the first one who used this technology to film the Giza pyramids. This is the second largest pyramid, Khafre, and you see also we have vertical lines, meaning this pyramid is also energetically active. So after this set of the scientific elements, we are ready for the new definition of the pyramids. Pyramids are simply energy machines. Or to be more precise, pyramids are energy amplifiers. Two leading Russian geophysicists, Professor Havroshkin and Professor Tsiplakov from the Schmidt Institute from Moscow, came and spent 2 years in Visoko, Bosnia. They did investigation of the Bosnian pyramids, concluding in their report that Bosnian pyramids match Egyptian in shape, form, and seismic values. That the Bosnian pyramid of the Sun, 280 meters below, 900 feet below the pyramid, there was a network of tunnels. Their conclusion, they were built structures. This is technology very similar to LiDAR technology that can, probably you heard 2 years back in the Guatemalan forests, they discovered 60,000 new structures thanks to the LiDAR technology. LiDAR, you are flying the plane, it's technology very similar to the laser rays. Basically, it can go through the vegetation and 1 meter below the soil. So basically, you remove on your pictures all the vegetation, construction, houses, and so on. Well, in our case, once we remove the vegetation, this is the triangle, the northern side of the Sun Pyramid in Bosnia, which we considered its original height, 220 meters, 722 feet. However, once you remove the vegetation, you see how this corner goes all the way to the bottom of the valley, eastern triangular face. In other words, this pyramid is at least 360 meters or 1,200 feet in height, by far the largest pyramidal structure in the world. Dr. Zahi Hawass, for 2 decades, the leading figure in Egyptology, the head of their Supreme Council on Antiquities. Later on, he became member of government. Once he was removed, they accused him for $2 billion crime. But then, again, we have the military over there, so now he's free man. But anyway, I invited him 3 times to come to Bosnia. He refused. He never came to Bosnia. But he said no pyramids in Bosnia because they are finding some 40-ton concrete blocks. It's impossible for humans to move them. 2 leading European archaeologists, Dr. Mike Hayward, director of the Council for British Archaeology, and Professor Parsinger of German Archaeological Institute, never came to Bosnia, but they issued a statement that this pyramid scheme is a cruel hoax on an unsuspecting public. Poor public did not expect me to come up with such claim. Independent researchers, Dr. Robert Schock, no pyramids in Visoko, Bosnia. And he said, in 2006, Osmanagic started the project because of his future engagement in politics. Well, it's been 14 years now, and I'm still not engaged in politics. He said, and his desire to make money. Nothing wrong with that desire. The thing is, for the last 15 years, I've been the biggest donor to the project through my business in Houston. And finally, that the project was a fiasco. Well, that fiasco has become the most active archaeological site in the world. The Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon, the second largest pyramid in Bosnia. We started excavation below 1 meter, 3 feet of soil. We are finding those beautiful sandstone plates shaped on all 6 sides, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they are making those beautiful terraces. The first row, the second row below, the third row. We started excavation. They attacked us, geologists from Bosnia, Croatia, France, UK, Boston, New Orleans. It's all natural, they were claiming. Natural. Mother Nature can shape those blocks on all 6 sides, 6 times, breaks at 90 degrees, transported them from the quarry and perfectly laid them over here, and even built steps from the base of the Moon Pyramid. We are finding the first terrace with the large plates, the second one medium-sized, the third one small. Large, medium, small, all the way to the top. In between, clay, which was used as the construction material. But why different thickness? Because of the Fibonacci formula, element of sacred geometry, movement of the energy. Geologists see clay, they said, oh, these are natural deposits. They don't realize that clay was used in the case of all 250 pyramids in China. When they stripped one of the pyramids out of the forest and soil, 90% of the material was clay. Even underground tunnels, 80% was clay. How old are those Bosnian pyramids? They've been covered by soil and vegetation. If we can figure out the age of soil, we can get to the minimum age of the structure below. Well, the science that investigates the origin of soil is called pedology. We have Institute for Pedology. They took samples from the Sun and the Moon Pyramid, the age of the soil, 12 to 15,000 years, meaning structure below is even older. And then we discovered organic material on the Sun pyramid below the first concrete layers and above the second, like in the sandwich. We discovered fossilized leaves. How did they get there? During the construction process. The builders were laying the first row of blocks, the second, the third. The wind was blowing, bringing those leaves, and they placed the final layer of blocks. But those leaves are organic material, and we can date them through the radiocarbon dating process, which we did in Kiev. It produced date of 29,200 years plus minus 400 years before present. And this is only the radiocarbon date. Thanks to Dr. Paula Violette here, we know that you need to add approximately 14 to 15% to get calibrated date or calendar age. So, the official age of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, 33,600 years. The official age of the first advanced civilization, Sumerians, 6,000 to 7,000. So we go back for 3,000 years, and everything they taught us is wrong. What is the purpose of pyramids? Archaeologists cannot help us. Nobody teaches them in schools about the true purpose of pyramids. They teach them about the pottery and primitive tools, but not about the purpose of pyramids. Historians, anthropologists, geologists, no help. We needed the real scientists, people with the instruments to measure, physicists, electrical engineers, sound engineers, telecommunication engineers. Team from Zagreb, Croatia came with the instruments, Gauss meter, EMF meter, oscilloscope, spectrometer, and they measured on the top of the Sun pyramid. They measured 28 kilohertz frequency of electromagnetic field. Diameter 13 feet. They got out, no measurements. They went back in, it was there. It meant that this EM field does not go left or right, but it goes up as the energy beam. The team from Belgrade, Serbia, they came with their instruments. Here's the list. And they confirmed the same frequency of 28 kilohertz. And then we had teams from Finland, Heikki Savolainen, sound engineers, with his equipment. Professor De Bertolus from Italy with his equipment. They all confirmed the same frequency and this existence of the energy beam. When in science you have 4 independent teams who come at 4 different times with their own equipment and they all get the same results, it is called an independent scientific verification of the phenomenon. Which phenomenon? This one right here. Energy beam going through the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Mother Nature does not make hills with 4 sides, 4 triangular faces, perfect orientation to the cardinal points, with artificial concrete, with passageways, with tunnels, and with the energy beam like this. You have to have an energy machine. So, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is not only the largest pyramid on the planet, but the oldest energy machine that has been working for more than 30,000 years, like the first perpetual motion machine on the planet. And then we measure this energy beam during very intriguing cosmic phenomena. It happened a year and a half ago, and it's known as the total moon eclipse, July 27, 2018. We wanted to see what's going to happen to energy beam when we have on the same line Sun and the moon and the Earth and even Mars. So we did measurements in the afternoon. Energy beam, as usual values. and in the evening during the total moon eclipse, which lasted 1 hour 43 minutes. Well, it appeared that the electrical field was 2 times stronger during the moon eclipse. And then we measured the strength of the signal on the top of the pyramid, on the ground, 10 feet higher, another 10 feet higher. The results on the ground, 1.9 volts, 10 feet higher, 3.9, another 10 feet higher, 2 times stronger. So, what we would expect from the strength of the signal is if it moves away from the source, it should be becoming weaker and weaker. But since everything is upside down in Bosnia, in our case, the signal was getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Let's call our technology Hertzian technology. Let's call this phenomenon non-Hertzian technology. In 21st century, we do not have technology which is based on non-Hertzian waves. But the gentleman who was born less than 200 miles from Bosnian pyramids was experimenting with this type of technology in 1899 in his lab in Colorado Springs. And his name was Nikola Tesla. He invented transmitter, which is today known as the Tesla's coil. And he was able to send energy signal wirelessly from one end of his lab to another one, 55 feet away. He was able to give light to light bulbs, even if they were burned. And just before they are going to burn down his lab, because he was becoming a threat to the conventional science, he did the last experiment. He sent the signal to the ionosphere around our planet, which reflected, coming back much stronger, non-Hertzian phenomena, to Colorado Springs, and he brought lights to 10,000 homes. For the first time, one scientist from our civilizational cycle has proven that unlimited quantities of possible, that clean energy was possible, that non-Hertzian phenomenon was possible, that wireless transportation of the energy was possible, and finally, that free energy was possible. Have American corporations accepted this invention? Of course not. How will JP Morgan, who was financing Tesla's work, sell the free energy and make money? Instead, he cut the funds for Tesla, and with his colleagues, billionaires, he started investing in much more expensive and inferior Edison's technology. Thermal, hydro, nowadays nuclear power plants, spending a lot of money to build them. A lot of money for the transformers, a lot of money for the cables, but they lose 20 to 30% of the energy, so that's to us, end users, for a lot of money. Tesla built famous Wardenclyffe Tower in the state of New York. He did just very few experiments. Again, lack of money. But he was writing after those experiments, I found a way to send unlimited quantities of energy, thousands of horsepower, between two planets, regardless of their distance. And the frequency he was using was 28 kilohertz, the same frequency that we measure on the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Tesla, through unsuccessful and successful attempts, find the proper frequency, the best frequency to move the energy, to move the information throughout the space. And the Bosnian pyramid builders knew that 3,000 years back. The Kukulkan pyramid in Chichen Itza in Mexico, 2009, the tourist from El Salvador was filming his family. In the back, he filmed energy beam. After it became viral, Mexican government shut down this pyramid to be climbed. Ever. I know that because I was there before and after 2009. The pyramid of the moon, Teotihuacan, energy beam. So there are more pyramids that have been active. Italian anthropologist Professor De Bertolis brought his equipment to measure the ultrasound on the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun inside that energy beam. Now, what we can hear is called sound, usually from 10 hertz to 20 kilohertz. However, as we are getting older, like Paul and myself, we are hearing 19 kilohertz, 18, 16, and when our wives are talking to us, we don't hear them at all. Well, everything above 20 kilohertz is called ultrasound. He measured 28 kilohertz frequency ultrasound. We cannot hear that. So what he did, he converted 28 to something that we can hear, 8 kilohertz. So for the first time, now you will be able to hear how the pyramid speaks. Some proto-Bosnians are sending messages somewhere. Why is this frequency important? Ralph Ring, American explorer, was experimenting with the frequencies of the ultrasound, 21, 22, 23. When he came to 28, he had ping pong balls above the sound speaker, and the ball at 28 kilohertz started going to the air. He went to bed, leaving the machine on, came back next morning, the ball was still in the air. So he discovered the levitation frequency. 2016, we did experiment with the drone. On the drone, we were putting different instruments to measure electrical field, magnetic field, electromagnetic field, ultrasound, infrasound, the temperature, and the level of life energy. Electrical field, very important. What we discovered, moving the drone up, left, right, back and forth, 50 meters, 160 feet. So we covered a huge area. We discovered that this energy beam, which is electrical in nature, goes up 13 feet diameter, but then it expands. At a height of 21 meters, or about 70 feet, it is the strongest and the largest, and then it's getting narrow. Expands, getting narrow, expands, getting narrow. For physicists and engineers, no doubt, these were so-called scalar waves. Some people call them torsion fields. We call them Tesla's scalar waves. Tesla was the first one who was investigating them. In the last 50 years, Russian theoretical physicists have been investigating, trying to apply them in the military technology. Why? According to them, scalar waves are much quicker than the speed of light. How is it possible? They teach us that according to Einstein's hypothesis from 100 years back, the biggest speed in the universe is the speed of light, almost 300,000 kilometers per second. If you move quicker, you are going to dematerialize. Well, for our planet, this speed is sufficient. From here to Bosnia, about 10,000 kilometers. If I turn on this reflector, it's going to be seen there the same second. 10,000 kilometers, 300,000 kilometers. But if we send the speed of light to our sun, it will take 7.5 minutes. If we send it to the northern star, 700 years. If we send it to the center of our galaxy, Milky Way, 40,000 years. So now imagine that poor proto-Bosnian sitting inside that pyramid, sending the message using the speed of light. It would take 5 billion years for the
I would like to create some geopolymer that we can build buildings out of, that we can build battery buildings out of, that we can use for electroculture purposes in building and landscaping and structures, as well as make sure to check out Gerald's work, WPG Enlightened for Truth 2. Gerald's going to be applying these piezoelectric properties and dielectrics to the geopolymer as well. Yes, we got to get graphene. There's so much to do, so many experiments. Also, part of the reason why we are doing these fundraising, as the supplies also needing to get up to $65 so far on PayPal today. Thank you so much, everybody that has been able to chip in, and we shall keep this going for a bit longer as we continue to raise awareness and raise funds. And I love you all, and here's some more sale.
The message to reach the creator. And by the time he answers back, another 5 billion, in 10 billion years, this Bosnian is going to have very long white bird. So the speed of light is actually not very practical. If we are creator and we have created so many galaxies, forms of lives, you want to know what's going on with your children instantly. According to Russians, the speed of scalar waves, 100 times. It seems that the information moves instantly from one end of the galaxy to another one. Bosnian underground, not political, which is very developed, but archaeological. Here we discovered entrance to what we call Tunnel Ravne. It's 1.2 miles from the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. We discovered it, or I discovered it back in August of 2005, because I knew if we have pyramids, we have to have underground tunnels. This is how they look like, Ravne tunnels. It's a huge network of passageways, intersections, chambers, water tunnels, lakes. So far, we have cleared 2,550 meters, and you can go anywhere. No secrets in our case. In 2006, we discovered another tunnel, this time very close to the towns, to the downtown. 2015, we started purchasing the lands, the properties. We discovered what we named Ravne 2 tunnels. In 2018, again, this time on our land, we discovered what we call the healing tunnels. In August of 2018, about 1,000 feet from the Ravne tunnels, we discovered another entrance, which we named Ravne 3 tunnels. This is from the Middle Age, some tools from ancient Roman times. It was important for us. We discovered artifacts. It means it's been used for a very long time. So this is a scene from our volunteer season. They're digging, discovering those artifacts. Like it was not enough, 2 months ago, we discovered another entrance, which we named Ravne 4 tunnels. Very, very narrow passages. We got inside in about 200 feet of existing tunnels, and the rest of them were shut down with the filler material. What is the common denominator for those tunnels? We are always finding those, as we call them, stone drywalls. Stone drywalls. It seems that those tunnels were built with the pyramids 30,000 years back. But about 5,000 years back, somebody filled those tunnels with the filler material, and then they made hundreds of those drywalls. They did not want people in the future to use them. This is how the tunnels look like today. What we do, when we clean the side tunnels, we place the wooden support for the safety reasons and LED lights. Here we can see several drywalls and several side tunnels. In those tunnels, we've been discovering big blocks like this one here. This is our most famous one. It's called K2. It's sitting on support. If it is sitting on support, that's the archaeological proof that somebody picked up the place, put the plate on the plate. this big block. They even connected them with the binding material, which is based on the calcium carbonate. We took samples, sent them for the analysis to the Institute for Atomic Physics. They applied two very sophisticated methods, Röntgen diffraction analysis and phase analysis, concluding that this was an artificial ceramic material. Why is that important? Because somebody was able to produce 8 ton, 18,000 pounds, 8-ton block more than 30,000 years back. We used GeoRadar to see what's inside this block. They told us exactly in the middle, oval object. It was not hollow, it was not water, it was not ceramic, it was not metal, but mineral quartz crystal. So what we have now, 21 meters or 70 feet below, underground water flow, water moves, releases the energy hitting the quartz crystal, it starts working, it is surrounded by ceramic, ceramic vibrates, producing electromagnetic field that can be measured using our scientific instruments. We measure two frequencies. The first one, 7.83 hertz, it's right here. The second one, 28 kilohertz. 28 kilohertz is the one that we measure on the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Energy flows through the tunnels, going to the pyramids, through a network of tunnels over there, and then through the top, very strong. Then we check this block with this technology. We realize that a lot of dark blue areas, this is high frequency radiation, high frequency affects our spiritual aspect. So this place is ideal to relax, meditate, doing astral projections. People come to this place, they open their hands, close their eyes, and they can feel tingling in their fingers. They can feel energy flowing through their hands. They can feel. Well, we cannot use our physical senses. We can see, we can touch, we can hear. 5 physical. But this is something else. This is one of our 30 spiritual senses. 2010, we discovered the first chamber in those tunnels. So we were removing this filler material, all manually, wheelbarrows, volunteers, our employees. And after 700 feet, we discovered the first chamber. The chamber was big, 500 square feet, 13 feet high. And we noticed that when people go through the tunnels, they breathe very well. Deeper they go, they actually breathe better and better. Not very logical. But we've learned that nothing in Bosnia is logical. People who have asthma, when they come to the tunnels, they started breathing so well. They got outside, they don't need air pumps, inhalators for 3 to 6 months. This girl from Slovakia, Veronica, she had a problem with a very low lung capacity. She was using only 47%. 3 years of therapies, nothing was helping her. She came to the tunnels. She spent 1 week going in the morning 1 hour, in the afternoon 1 hour. For 7 days. She went back for checkup. Now she was using 84%. So that year in September, she came to volunteer with us. So she was pushing the wheelbarrow. Before that, she could not breathe. These people from Prague, Czech Republic, they were checking several parameters. Pressure, sugar in the blood. Well, when it comes to sugar, the level from 3.1 to 6.1, normal level. 6.1 to 10, risky group. Above 10, diabetes. Well, this German here, Jirka, he had 7.8, risky group. 1 hour in the tunnel, he came back, he dropped to 5.1, which is normal level. The other guy, Karel, 10.5, almost diabetes. He came back, 5.7, normal level. How long does it last? Well, let's see. They came with the very high values. The first entrance to the tunnel, the second one, it dropped to the normal level for a couple of weeks. But then they went back home, and it was up to them. They got a nice reset in Bosnia. So if they go back to old habits, bad food, stressful environment, of course the sugar will come back. It is a chance for us. It's a reset. A Serbian engineer brought his equipment to measure extremely low frequencies. And this is the frequency that he measured on Bosnian pyramids and the tunnels. It's 7.83 hertz. Now, in science, this frequency is called the Schumann resonance. Until 1990, this was the only resonance for our planet. After that, we've been developing so much bad technology, computers, laptops, cell phones, microwaves, TVs, American Project HARP, and so on. This energy has to go somewhere. This bad EM going to the ionosphere, putting it on our mother planet, and she starting vibrating higher, 10 hertz, 12 hertz, 15 hertz. We don't live in our natural energy field anymore. You go to non-scientific sites like Wikipedia, they will still say, no, it's impossible, it's always the same, 7.83. But in Finland, they've been measuring, in Russia, they've been measuring, in Bosnia, we've been measuring, it goes much higher than before. It creates very stressful environment around us because our body cells, they are born at 7.83 and they can recognize the difference. All Bosnian pyramids and tunnels, 7.83. You go there, you're going back to your balance. The water, the third purpose of pyramid energy. The most important liquid in our life is the water. We are what we drink. We are what we eat. We are what we think. We are finding water tunnels. And look how the water is crystal clear and clean. It's been there for thousands of years. It is not a surface water. How do we know that? During the summertime, when it's dry, the water level never drops. During the spring and fall, a lot of rains, it never goes up. It's been there for thousands of years, exposed to the pyramid energy. We did conventional analysis, chemical, microbiological, no viruses, no bacteria, because of negative ions. Then we sent samples to the unfortunately late Dr. Masaru Emoto from Japan, who became very popular from 1999 when he started freezing samples of water, taking a photo through electronic microscope. Now, this is molecular structure of the tap water from the New York City. No structure at all. Why? Well, the water that we drink at our homes or bottled water. No viruses, bacteria. Why? Because they put chlorine. They treat it with chlorine, which is a poison. We can find fluorides, poison. Traces of heavy metals, poison. What we drink is energetically dead water, which vibrates very low. This is the water that goes through the dam in Japan. You can see nice green color. On molecular level, looks ugly. This is the water from bottom left, largest freshwater lake in Japan, Lake Biwa, from satellite, looking beautiful, blue, but it's contaminated. On molecular level, looks real bad. This is the water, the city water, from the town of Visoko, where the pyramids are. But this is the city treated water. Look at it. Looks bad. We sent samples from our pyramid water through the post office. It was 6 years back when we could mail it through the post. Today you cannot do that no more. Liquid you cannot send. Well, it went through the X-rays and Röntgen machines at the airport. They sent us results. Still, it remained a beautiful hexagonal in shape. Why hexagonal? The most powerful geometrical shape of all sacred geometry shapes. And beautiful crystal-like structure, like a Christmas tree. This is energetically alive water. It vibrates high. So, when it comes to the pyramids and the pyramid energy, we really need to forget those fairy tales about pyramids being tombs. Pyramids are structures built to last forever. This is a technology. It's not of human origin. The oldest pyramids in the world are not rudimentary, inferior. but opposite. They are the biggest, superior, and the most advanced in China, Egypt, Bosnia, and Mexico. It's technology that's been brought to humanity. Humans were maybe there, just watching, sometimes maybe used to help during the process, or they simply witness everything.
All right, we are back, and we are 4 hours and, sorry, 3 hours and 40 minutes in. It is inspiring. Sam is a founder and pioneer in so many aspects, a modern Indiana Jones, all the research he's done at the Bosnian pyramids, and I can't wait for the opportunity to talk to him with Campbell, and even to see Campbell's first interview with Sam, and to show Sam all of the work that the Ferram Foundation, Arthur Ferram, has also done on the Bosnian pyramid site, and to connect Sam with this verifying research and real science of geoglyphology in pyramids and pyramidology, the pyramid culture and builders of pre-cataclysm Younger Dryas, megafauna, mega human, possible giant builder civilization of the Atlanteans, possibly the Egyptians, ancient Egyptians, all those depictions of giants and the younger workers, who knows? But that whatever it was constructed with purpose, with this mapping, this megalithic mapping, everywhere around the globe and into the old world, the old cities, but the more recent times, just the most recent reset of old city Moscow on the geoglyphs too. It's fascinating every which way you look at it. And so this is once again a reminder, all of this work is possible only thanks to crowdfunded, your generosity and support. And it's once again that time of month that I must beg and plead for your donations so I can cover my costs and not have to go work hard labor the next 2 weeks to pay for my storage rent and be able to do all the more episodes for you. Like with Tartarian Truth and Ancient Historia, Luke and Shem, or WPG Enlightened for Truth to Gerald and JP Jeremiah, Exotic Propulsion, Join the Technicians, or Campbell, or of course our absolute favorite legend, Dutch Sense, that has brought over half of the new subscribers and intelligent beings that are in this community, and getting us an interview number 3 with Dutch. Michael is an absolute legend, and Michael also working on the geopolymer, and that we will have to have Dutch and Paul Cook on for a full interview together, as well as Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist, and Jeremiah with Dutch Sense, and probably even Charlie C. Shout out Charlie C. And Mike over at Faraday Research, still doing amazing free energy developments. New video out today on his Adams motor. And we will be having Ominous back on for episode 7 of the Science of Sound coming up this month. And I have to continue my testing, of course, with the Rife coils that were donated to me by Matthew Rife. That's as part of the funding and whatnot is to have the time to do the experiments in our Real Science and Year of the Coil series, and I gotta run some more frequencies through those. When I turned them on the first time, it caused me pain, so I haven't really had the energy to play with those energies since, but I will be getting to it at some point. And for all of you going through the lives, to check out all the past episodes, a lot of what we've done with Zertis, his weekly shows, being part of the different alchemy teachings episodes. And for the members, YouTube members, a lot of some of the episodes that I do that are more comedy or not so science, not so alternative history, just engaging other communities. After the streams, I make them members only. And that, yeah, for the members, they're available. Or, you know, for free, you can go over to the original channels that I co-streamed the episodes from and watch the full episodes for free always. So, like, don't think that there aren't the options. It encourages the sharing, like going on Get Chalked Up, great channel, Drew with Chalk Body Outline, debunking a lot of fakes too out there, right? Because that's what it's about. It's about finding the truth, and the truth of the geoglyphology that we will be looking into. Dr. Pham's work and going to the Medicine Hat, Badlands, Guardians this year in May, this next month here, and that it's going to be one epic time. And for those that don't know what the heck I am talking about, we're going to switch over to a different theme here so I can, boom, there it is. In Medicine Hat, Badlands, Alberta. This is an oil derrick that looks like the earbud. It's a road going up, but we're going to go investigate the geoglyphs and the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians next month. And I will be putting together the details here in the next coming weeks, as long as, of course, that we secure the funding, and regardless, it's happening. And I will be getting the YouTube check at the beginning of May, and we will be going and doing the YouTube meetup, investigating this awesome site and verifying that these giant terraformed Badland Guardians are real, they're legit, and so are the geoglyphs, the geoglyphology earthworks that are the science that shows the purpose and the legitimacy of these sites and connects them all together around the realm. And that this is the entire valley here, and that there's potentially 10 different faces. Some even look like the Moai of Easter Island, or the Rongos, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Olmecs, some Asians, some Vikings, all sorts of different faces, cultures, masks that could be in these different sites. I'll be taking the drone up, the DJI Mini 2 that I have, and seeing if that we can get some above footage of these different faces, these effigies in the hills, this massive terraforming, and confirm it. And all of you are welcome to join. Anyone that wants to come and be a part of it. We're going to be camping here for 3 days and exploring the heck out of it, seeing if we can find some of these balls. We're going to try to get Bernie's big balls on site. All right, some megalithic balls. That's what we're looking for. And shout out to Leak Project Rex, who goes into the Grand Canyon and this massive pyramid complex. And we're going to be going in depth together with Rex. 1 week from today, on the 21st, me and Leak Project, our next interview. On 4/20, the night before, the Thursday, my next episode with Paranoid American. And we will be doing occult sacred geometry into AI imaging, maybe taking even some of Walter Russell's octaves and putting it in, as well as the alchemical symbols, and seeing what the AI art and intelligence comes up with it. Maybe even get Charlie C in on that episode too. We shall see. And all right, what else is there to go over but more, as I beg for donations so I can keep doing this, we can keep learning. Let's look at more megalithic pictures, shall we? Look at that one. That is a stone home. Who wants to live in a stone home? I know I do. Like, what the heck? Like, bad arse. It's amazing. It's 4:20. It is 4:22 a.m. in Calgary, Alberta right now. That is right. 4 hours, almost 4 hours in. It's 4:20 a.m. I'm begging for donations, and we're going through megalithic pictures. Let's continue the adventure together. Look at this epic megalithic wall. Boom. huge. Oh wow, we just have a giant stone with a door, like room, like another stone home, another stone home. I want to live in a pyramid too. That's a person there, and boom, that's some of the walls. I believe that's in the Japanese. There, the Siberian wall again. This I believe is most likely in the Andes, but just as likely could be Cappadocia or anywhere in northern Africa or the Mediterranean, Europe. It's everywhere, this stuff. This is Middle East, I believe, Israel, Syria, somewhere in there, maybe even Jordan. But it's all over these ancient giant sites. This as well, Cappadocia, or maybe no, this could be in Asia, I believe, actually. This one could be, oh, Gary Baxter, PayPal hates you. Did you get it? I see here, I wish I tried, and I found out earlier today Cash App is not available in Canada. So I'm not an idiot. Literally, when I searched the Samsung apps and all the app stores for the Cash App app and couldn't find it, it's because it's blocked in Canada. So yeah, that's why I kept getting sent to scam sites and stuff, because it doesn't exist in Canada. Thus, this fundraising stream, PayPal is what gets to me fastest and quickest, and able to be turned over to my landlord as direct cash if possible. It is appreciated. And then, of course, the YouTube super chats and all of that, it is coming. They held me up again this month with the US tax portion I still have to fill out, which I'm doing. And then it should get for May and fund this expedition right here to these guys, and that's going to be epic. So anything that goes through YouTube is going to be going towards this trip and this meetup and this discovery, and everything that goes through the PayPal right now goes to paying my storage bill so I don't lose my equipment, and I can continue doing these epic shows for you almost pretty much on a daily basis, generating 2,000 views a day on Crypto Alchemist channel, now past 8,000 subscribers, and 1,500 views a day on BurnEye, Mine's Third Eye, ScienceGuy, 2,500 subscribers. Please do share these channels out and these videos, as it's so crucial. And that I do make the shorts as well, just, because 2 4-hour streams, not everybody has time to watch 4 hours, 5 hours. So I make those minute clips just to get some of the good parts for people. And then I also do the hour segments or the 20-minute segments of specific things, like Gerald's presentations and others' presentations, and premiere them as upload videos afterwards. And so there is some repetition, but a lot of you say you get a lot out of it, and the views keep going up, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for all that you do and helping supporting this work, this community, and all of this research. Like, look at these dolmens, these megaliths everywhere around the world, every freaking continent that I've seen, and these geopolymer, but what's the word? The different shaped bricks, blocks in these walls, just huge. This one in China or Korea, again with the knobs, and there's the same stuff in India too. And it's ridiculous. And then, of course, the astrological megalithic calendars, the monoliths, and the star calendar charts. The ancient carvings, these symbols, these leftover languages, the pictographic languages of the lost civilizations. Look at them everywhere, the dolmens, just, and they try claiming in North America that they're called glacial erratics. Like, yes, how did a glacier just magically balance these things? It's so erratic to believe that. It blows my mind. It's stupid. But yeah, so nature doesn't assemble these perfect structures. People do, whether they're giant or our size, whether they had to have technology and they had to have the means to actually make these, and they're connected to the stars, to the heavens. Look at this thing, like, and there's writings in that too on that tablet. Like right here, like there's language that they're just next level stuff. It's everywhere. And then the castles, right? The stories we get on this. No, I'm sorry. They didn't make those. They were building with wood, living in tents. How'd they do the engineering? You know, like they claim they can barely read or count, yet they somehow engineered these magical feats of. It's a shout out to Wales. What up, family? Hip shake. Brian Evans and all of the Wales family. Land of the castles and megaliths. They're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Right, a castle too. But a castle is a rock house, right? So best of both worlds. And I guess if you cover it with dirt, then you also get the hobbit hole too. Amber desperately wants us to live in a hobbit house one day. So that's the geopolymer structure we build into a hill that is insulated by the hill itself, you know, the green home and the battery geopolymer mixture, hopefully, that we will be able to engineer. That is the goal. In a hobbit hole. But with a dope river like that, the fountain springs coming through, and you got to have your moat, right? Star Fort, Star Castle, Dragon Castle. You got to have a moat or a river, the water, that underwater, probably glass dome and escape route and the tunnels. And look at them lights too. The Aurora Borealis. Something to that. A lot more to that than what they let on. And it's still snowing in Calgary, Alberta. Yeah, it's still snowing. Outside, it's not that wonderful of a thing, but hey, that is life. Ooh, what else are we playing with? Some AI backgrounds. Do. We've got the kitty cat. There's a cat watching you. Back to sacred geometry. And back to the pictures. I'm going crazy. It's 4:30 a.m. and I've been streaming for 4 hours now. And I love you all. 48 of you in here. We're at 50 right now for off hours. Good morning, good day, wherever you are, whenever you're tuning in or checking out these ancient parts and phenomenal architecture. Look at that hill. That is in the UK or Scotland or something, I believe. That is terraced. That is a pyramid, no doubt. A step pyramid of some sort. It's got to be. There's just no arguing about it, right? Like, Illuminati confirmed. 33 in one of the chats. Illuminati confirmed. Good day, Mike Germancia, 83. Yeah. What is 33? Oh no, went to 32. No more Illuminati confirmed. Illuminati confirmed. I swear, about once a week I get some new spam Illuminati supposedly Instagram account messaging me. Do you want to join the Illuminati? I'm like, no, I'm good. They're like, we'll send you $1 million. I'm like, yeah, sure. Send me the $1 million. But no, you're not getting my banking info, you frickin' Norwegian or Ethiopian prince. Illuminati confirmed again. We're back at 33 and we're staring at a pyramid. It's Illuminati confirmed. There it is again from the side. It is a step pyramid with a tower on top, and it is a circular pyramid. Oh, there's definitely tunnels in that. There's tunnels in all the pyramids. And we know it. They know it. Sam has discovered and shown it. And is this the Schumann frequency antenna, right? As our good friend Dutch Sense has been showing and illustrating. And on my next interview with Dutch, I'm going to be showing a couple old books, the drawings of the Schumann antenna, Schumann resonance antenna, in books that are a few hundred years old, and that it's shown as what looks like an actual technology antenna a few hundred years ago. And he showed it also in a couple of the cathedrals and exactly what it is. And thank you so much for your support, Hippie Shake, tirelessly working and even donating $25 towards my cause tonight. Bless your soul, sister, and bless all of you having a happy Friday, I hope, and a blessed weekend. And we shall continue on looking at some more megalithic structures. Oh, this piece, copper gold piece, it was found in, I believe, part of Germany in the Saxon area, and that it was dated several thousand years old, and it shows like several processions, astrological calendar piece as well. Again, this guy, another pyramid mound covering something. These the ones in South Africa, Michael Tellinger stuff, or another site replicating it somewhere else in the world. Not entirely sure. These bad boys, like, they were astrological calendars. Astrology again. Boom. And is that what this is recording? And look at that. Another dolmen. These monoliths all over the place aligning. Megaliths, Monaliths, still going, still begging for cash, still begging for donations. We're getting there though. Bless all your souls that have contributed. To keep it going. We've got one more. 435 right now. AM in Calgary, Alberta. And we are up to 63.55 Canadian. Thank you all. We are 1/3, I believe. No, just under 1/3 of the way of the minimum goal of the fundraising that we are going for. So we will keep this going a little bit more. If you value this work and are in a position affordable to donate, it is appreciated. 4 hours, 1 minute in, we're checking out a glacial erratic my ass. Like, no, nature did not balance that perfectly. Like, are you freaking kidding me? It's just so stupid that they claim that. Like, oh man. All right. Like, what is that? Interesting. Like, no doors. And oh, there we go. This one's got megalithic doors, structures, alignments all over the place. Carved rocks everywhere. Calendars, astrological calendars everywhere. It's what it's all about. Why were they obsessed with the heavens above and that giant time clock? Is it because there's a catastrophe cycle? Hopefully not. Hopefully we ascend and don't descend and destroy ourselves. Like supposedly happened to the Atlanteans. I'm not sure. The Lemurians, who knows? We'll talk about it more with Michelle Gibson, Paul Cook, Campbell, and Sam Ismonidich this month. Look up Old Sarum. We shall in a future episode. I am getting a little wee bit tired. Shall we continue the stream? Shall I keep begging for cash? Are you guys finding value in this video right now? Shall we continue a bit longer? I do have a Nassim Haramein next level 3-hour video, clogged up in the play. We could play a little bit of that. Should we? Shall we? Shall we delve into Nassim, the sacred geometry, and his work in coming up with the ancient history connecting modern technology and all of his epic stuff. Thank you, Nico. Yes, you all are legends, each one of you, and become more of a legend by sharing this out on your social media and getting people's minds off of the cogs of the shitty reality, the reset, and reset their minds into the great awakening, what we've achieved in the past and what we're achieving together now going into the future, and how bright it is together. And it is a bright future. Jeremiah, JP's, Gerald's works, Mike's works, so many, like, yeah, there's just countless. And my own batteries, the Hutchinsons, more episodes will be coming at some point in time too. Their crystal batteries, Charlie C, his amazing green energy work, all the free energy batteries he's doing and done, and replicating the coil technology we're going into, Gerald's alternators, Mike's Adams motors, the Don Smith generator, the hydrogen fuel electrolysis technology we're going into, right? Isn't it true, Gerald? The future is so, so bright. The white light of the new white pulsar star, the fifth age of the sun and humanity, that we are ascending back to the golden age. Do not let them fool you. Do not let them hijack it. We are going forward, not backwards. Again, the Stone Age can be so much more when it's electrified with plasma. Let's get into a golden plasmatic age again. And it has to do with pyramids, the pyramid power. And, well, we're doing a full series on that too. Electrolysis, electroculture, the agriculture. We're going to be doing a whole series on agriculture, electroculture. We're going to have Matt back. Gerald's doing more updates. Gerald, are we doing a real science update tonight on the electroculture, the pyramids, and your free energy alternator developments? I think we're going to have Mike on as well, and Jeremiah. Let me know in the chat if you're in, Cheryl, and I will pop it up, and we shall confirm it. We are with you. All right, so let's ask one with the seed of life, right? We got the seed of life, weed of life right there. This design, there still are some in stock, and for everybody that's donated over 50, that messaged me through PayPal, and going into June, we will start finally shipping out for the shipping, going through inventory and figuring out the shirts for all of those continued awesome, amazing supporters. Why did I accidentally mute myself? I don't know. Maybe I'm sick of hearing my own voice. So let's go back, wrong button, to what I was rambling about before, and Nassim Haramein, and playing through, of course, Twitter. Thank you, Elon Musk, you legend. Cheating the system. No ads. All right. Haramein at the Congress. I still got a build them. Built some not great luck. Haven't built some better luck. And Jeremiah's building version of them. I'm going to be building a version of them. I just need some funds for my life so I can put time into it. Yeah, so as that intro plays, instead I will mute it. And yeah, so I will be building some Hutchinson crystal batteries. I just haven't had the time. And I got to get some of the supplies still, but several in the community have. This is the Pandora's Box series, I believe. Cognos, excellent next level conversation and discussion by Nassim, one of his most legendary ones. And I've met this man personally, shook hands with him, been to several in-person of his lectures, absolutely love him. Also, several year member of his residence academy online, done his delegate courses, and participated in many of his live stream conferences too, as well as in person.
Gracias. Gracias. It's great to be in Spain. I wish I knew a little more Spanish. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited to present this work to you. There'll be a lot of things that were there that you might have seen before, but we'll get in more details about it. And then there'll be new stuff. I'm going to present some new stuff. Can you all hear me in the translation? Good. I really love this country. I went and traveled a little bit through it. It's wonderful. I went to Basque and surfed a little bit. So you guys have great surfing. I'd love to go climbing one day here. I'm excited to bring some of this work to you because, you know, we're at this moment in our evolution where we have to make some changes. We have to make some changes in our society. We have to make some changes in our world so that our society can thrive, so that the generations to come have an earth to live on. And in order to be able to make these changes, we have to do some radical changes as well in our philosophy, in our understanding of the universe, in our understanding of our relationship to the universe. The current thoughts are very much based on the concept that things are separated, that things are individualized, that a point over here and a point over there don't necessarily relate to each other. So I can do this over here and not worry about this over there because it's not going to affect it. And as we grow, as we expand our society, as we grow on this earth, we're starting to realize, no, we're starting to realize, oh, everything seems to be interconnected. If I change this too much, then this will start to go out of balance, and then this wobble will produce this other wobble and all this. And so now we have to understand how things relate to each other, how they connect with each other, so that we can regain balance. Yes? And so part of what I'm going to present today to you is the result of a small paper that's making a lot of noise. I have to dodge a lot of tomatoes and rotten eggs, you know. It's a small paper that I published last year in, well, actually it's in the process of being published. It is gonna be published in the next few months in one of the largest scientific physics journal. And it was presented at a conference in Liège, University of Liège, in the Department of Mathematics, and it's called the Schwarzschild Proton. And I was really excited to be able to present that paper because, you know, usually when I want to present papers to the scientific community, I apply to put it in, you know, the conferences, and then, you know, I hope that I will be able to present it. But in this case, for the first time, you know, the conference asked me to present a paper. That is, it was an invited paper. And so, because it was an invited paper, I thought, oh, I can say what I want. So I went for it. And I made this very simple paper that any student that has done a little bit of mechanics, a little bit of math, can follow. And so today, we're going to actually do a little bit of those math. Don't panic. It's not going to hurt. It might hurt a little bit, but then it's okay. And I'm going to run you through the equation that describe this new view of the quantum world, this new view of the material world we live in. And, you know, when I presented it at this conference, although it was an invited paper, I thought, oh, you know, it's very radical. Maybe I get in trouble anyway. And so when I arrived at the conference, I was a little nervous. And, you know, in the middle of the conference, the director of the conference came to me and said, I would like to talk to you. And I thought, oh, there we go. He might ask me to leave, you know, not present my paper or something. And he bring me and he says, you know, we looked on the schedule and you're leaving before the award ceremony. And, you know, I had done that on purpose because usually I don't get awards. Usually I just get a kick in the butt, you know. So he said, oh, well, you know, we would like you to stay for the award ceremony. I'm like, why? He said, well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but your paper in the peer review passed for the best paper award. And I was in shock. Am I on the same planet? Did I hear this right? And I was like, oh yes, I'll change my plane ticket. And so, you know, I think it won this award, although it's upsetting many other physicists, because it's so simple and it's elegant. It describes the atom in a very radical but elegant way. And we're going to look at it today. So let's begin. Let's see. Okay. Barcelona. Wonderful. So, you know, I'm going to run you through. How many here have seen my DVD? Ah, I see. So I'm going to run you through the basics a little bit. You know, even if you've heard it before, stick with the process because it's always good to hear it again, and I'm going to give you a little more details. This started when I was fairly young. I was about 9 years old. Actually, it started earlier than that. I had all sorts of esoteric experiences when I was very young, you know, between the age of 5 and 7. I had many esoteric experiences, and I was an unusual kid. I didn't fit in very well the schooling system. I was not doing so good because I was living in this. I had this whole other world that I was interacting with, and so when I was sitting at school, you know, for hours and hours, I was spending a lot of time in this other world, and I wasn't paying attention much, and that didn't go so well, you know, in school. And but you know, when the teacher went to the blackboard when I was 9 years old and he said, today we're going to learn about dimensions, then that caught my attention because I had all these other dimensions going on. So I thought, oh my God, adults know about these? And I thought, oh, he's going to talk about all these other worlds and all this. I'm like, I don't know any adults that know about this. And I thought, wow. And then I was so so disappointed because it wasn't that at all. What he did is he made a little black dot, a little white dot on the blackboard, and he said, this is the first dimension, dimension 0, and it doesn't exist. And from that moment on,
so this right here is crucial to my own development of the unified theory of everything geometric unified field theory, essentially, and that I've come up with dimensional and everything, and that he gets most of it right, but I disagree that dimension 1D is not a dot but a disk, but that's a story for another day. First, just listen to how elegantly he puts it, and he's right in many, many ways of it. It's multiple dimension, really, so I'm going to stop mumbling and let him go on. It's beautiful.
I knew I was going to fail that class. I knew I wasn't going to do so good. Why? Because I was sitting in the back of the class, and all the way from the back of the class, I could see the dot. So if it didn't exist, how could I see it? How could I experience it? I'm there, I see it, it must exist. And then he did something remarkable. He took a bunch of dots and put them in a line and said, that's dimension 1. And it still doesn't enclose volume, so it still doesn't exist. And then he took 4 of those lines, put them together into a plane and said, the plane is 2-dimensional. It is the dimension that your comic strip books live in, and it still doesn't exist because it doesn't enclose volume. And I could see all the other kids in the class were very crushed that their superhero didn't exist. And then he took 6 of these non-existing planes, put them together into a cube, and said the cube encloses volume. The cube is the 3rd dimension, and that one exists. And then I was really confused. Because if you have a dot that doesn't exist, that makes a line that doesn't exist, that makes a non-existing plane. I don't care if you slap 300 million non-existing planes together, you still don't get existence. In this case, all you have is non-existence to the 4th. Non-existence 4 times over. So, I was coming back from a physics conference once with a very, very, a famous mathematician. And he was having a really hard time because he was sitting beside me in the plane coming from Georgia all the way back to California. And so that's a long flight, and he had me on one side and 37,000 feet on the other, and so he was stuck. And I asked him, we were discussing space and time, and he was saying that, space and time is flat on long cosmological distances, and I was saying, you mean like a 2-dimensional plane flat? And he says, yeah, like flat. And I'm like, okay, well, what I would like to know is how thin is flat? How thin is the 2-dimensional plane? And he looked at me and he's like, oh, scruffed. And he said, well, it's infinitely thin. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And so when I was coming back from school after that lesson, I, was in the bus, and I had this long bus ride, and it was an hour and a half because I kept on getting kicked out of the schools closer to my home. And, I was furthering my education that way. And that day I had all this time to think, so I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking, wait, how do I solve this? I need to know what a dimension we live in. What is this thing we're living in? I couldn't go one more day without knowing. I had to figure it out. Now, I didn't know that many philosophers and mathematicians and many people had worked on this riddle, had worked on this problem. I was just 9 years old. I thought, hey, I want to solve this before I get out of the bus. I think the universe had pity on me. Otherwise, I would still be in the bus turning in circles, And I turned out that, Buckminster Fuller, a famous geometrist and engineer, had worked on this problem. Many philosophers in ancient time had worked on it. But for me, sitting in that bus, there must have been a fundamental solution to it. And I thought about it, and I closed my eyes when I was thinking, and in my mind's eye, I rose above the bus. And as I rose above the bus, I saw the bus becoming a dot. And as I rose further, I saw the city I was in becoming a dot. And as I rose further, I saw the earth becoming a dot. And I rose further and I saw the solar system becoming a dot. And I rose further and I saw the galaxy becoming a dot. And I thought, oh, it's dots all the way up. And then I flew back into the galaxy. I flew back into the solar system. I flew back in to the city I was in the bus I was in. And I opened my eyes and I looked at my hand and I thought, I wonder what that's made of. I closed my hand, and in my eye, I saw that it was made out of millions of dots we call cells. And then I flew onto the surface of one of those cells, and I looked really closely, and all of a sudden it opened up, and there was billions of little stars, little atoms, right? And then I flew into one of these atoms, and sure enough, what was in the middle of it? A little dot. And then I flew into that one, there was another dot. And I thought, oh my God, it's dots all the way down. And that's when I realized that the only way to solve this riddle is to come to conclude that the only thing that exists is the dot. The exact contrary.
So I just want to give credence where credence is due. The mind's third eye in my title, the mind's eye, I have to give credit to Nassim Haramein and his speaking of this lecture, which I've probably listened to. This is probably my 15th or 20th time watching it now over the years. It's just so epic, and that he's describing how to astral project, how to go in through your mind's eye and see and astral project through the universe and travel and meditate and do it all, remote view, and it's you have it as a child, and lots of people often forget it, but the spiritually in tune and the consciously in tune that go within are able to access and know exactly what he is describing and experience it themselves. And it's the way of how you meditate, how you astral project, how you travel in the etherical realm, going through your mind's third eye, your mind's eye, that conscious source connection.
Of the current axioms for our dimensions. Why is this important? Because, all of the math, all the physics we're writing, most of the physics we're writing to describe our world are based on these axioms of dimensions. And if they were not quite complete, if they were a little bit wrong or a little bit skewed, then the answer we would get would be a little bit skewed. And then if we took those physics and we extrapolated philosophy from it, then those philosophy would be a little bit skewed. So it was really important to me. And I got really excited. I opened my eyes. I was in the bus and I looked at people and I could see they were made out of dots that were made out of smaller dots and smaller, billions of them. And I was like, wow. And everybody seemed to glow a little bit. I was having this moment, you know. I'm sure you've had moments like that. And you know how it is when you get those moments. The first thing you want to do is tell someone. And you know usually how that goes, right? You get that look like, huh? Did you take your medication this morning? And so when the bus got to my place, I ran out and I went home and I waited for my mom to come back from work. And when my mom arrived, I'm like, Mom, I figured out something at school today. And she was like, oh. And it's like, that was the first time she ever saw me excited about school. She's like, oh my God. I'm like, Mom, I learned about dimensions today and I think they're wrong. Oh, the look of despair in my Italian mother, you know. There's a force there that has not been calculated in physics yet. She looked at me and she goes, oh no. And I'm like, Mom, you're made out of dots that are made out of smaller dots that are made out of smaller dots to infinity. You got infinity in every dot that you're made of, Mom. And she was like, really? Yeah, Mom. She goes like, I just worked for 8 hours right now and I really don't feel infinite. And if you answer that at school, you're probably going to fail. So, she had made a very important point. If you have finite system and you have infinite division, how the two relate? If you have infinity and finite system, how do the two relate? If everything is infinite, how come everything is not falling into itself? How can you have distinction? How can you have boundaries, condition, right? So I had to think about that. So I thought, oh, I better stop talking about this because, you know, I gotta find a solution. And so
4, 3, 2, 1, 1.
I thought about it for a very long time. By the age of 11, I learned to meditate. There was a young master of meditation from India that taught me how to meditate. It was important for me because I was quite discouraged by that time with the human species. I was ready to exit. And I learned that there was a whole internal relationship, that maybe there was a whole internal world to discover, that my senses might not just be outside myself, but that I might have senses that are going inside myself. And I thought maybe there's a solution there. I didn't know at the time, but this difficulty between infinite and finite system is a fundamental chasm in our society. It has separated our physics, for instance. We have physics for the big stuff. Einstein field equation. It deals with galaxies, universes, you know, stars, planets. And it predicts that the space-time curve in a continuum fashion towards singularity, towards infinity. And then when we look at the atom, we have another set of physics. And those physics are quantum theory that predicts quantum numbers, finite linear structures. And the two don't agree. But you know, this chasm between infinity and finite system is even bigger, much bigger. You can see it, for instance, between the spiritual people and the scientific people. Spiritual people have a tendency to think in infinite amount of possibilities. Infinite continuum, infinity is everywhere. And scientific people tend to think in finite, closed system, analytical solutions, right? And so commonly the two don't agree. The chasm is even deeper. You can find it between male and female, men and women. Women have a tendency to think in infinite amount of possibility, continuum. Oh yes, honey, I can handle this 25 tasks, no problem. I'll just, you know, multitask the whole thing. And males typically are trying to analyze a closed system and then, you know, fundamental, you know, pieces at the time, and actually, honey, I'm busy with one thing. Don't disturb me. Right? And so one has infinity continuums in mind, the other one has quantum functions in, and it can happen that the two don't agree. Thus the rate of divorce, you know. And so how do we reconcile the two? How do we put the two together? So I'm going to show you in very simple geometry that the two agree with each other. That actually the two are complementary, that you can't have infinities without finite boundaries, and you can't have finite boundaries without infinities. We'll start with a circle, and we'll say that this circle defines a space, a finite space. And remember here, that circle could be a sphere, right? It could be a sphere that defines a space. And inside it, I'm going to put an equilateral triangle. Now, that triangle in a sphere could be a tetrahedron, right? So a tetrahedron is the fundamental geometry, Platonic geometry, three faces with a triangle base. And we could say that the universe has spin, right? Everything we see seems to have spin and is polarized. So if it's polarized, then there should be a reverse triangle. Now, you know, interestingly, for the people that are interested in that section of the lecture, right away we have a symbol that's found in many, many different ancient cultures all around the world. Now, notice when I polarized the triangle, what happened? Right away, I defined a new set of boundary that's exactly the same geometry I started with, but at the next scale, at the next iteration. I can polarize that, and now I've done it again in the next scale over. It's very important that you understand that each of these boundaries define a very specific coordinates in space-time. That is, that the center of each of these boundaries is actually on its own very specific coordinates. Although it's part of the whole system, each one is a complete individual because it observes from its own very specific perspective in which no other boundary can observe from. You all following this? So, I polarize that. And now I get even smaller boundaries. And I could continue to do this and get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller boundaries. In fact, if I give this geometry, if I give this program to my computer and I ask it to keep doing boundaries and then zoom in and then keep doing boundaries and zoom in and do boundaries and zoom in, it would continue to make boundaries to infinity and beyond. However, I would never, ever, 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 ever exceed that first boundary that I started with. I would never come out of it. I would continue to divide within the context of what appears to be a finite space. Now, remember, each boundary defines a very specific set of coordinates from which it observes the universe from, right? So each boundary represents a very specific set of information. Each boundary thus represents a very specific set of energy. And so, if I can divide to infinity within the context of a finite space, that means I could have infinite amount of information inside the boundary of a finite space. Infinite amount of information. Why is this important? It's important in many different ways. It's important in philosophy, it's important in spirituality, it's important in physics. Why is it important in physics? Because if the mainstream scientific community understood this, we would stop building accelerators. Right? Not so long ago, the scientific community got their first microscope and they saw the cells at the biological level and they said, oh my God, cells are so small. They must be the smallest thing the universe does. And then we had atoms. We realized that cells are made out of billions of atoms, and we went, oh my God, atoms are so teeny. They must be the smallest thing the universe does. And then we discovered that in the middle of atoms, there's a teeny weeny little beady little dot. Protons and neutrons, and we said, oh my God, those are so teeny. They must be the smallest thing the universe does. And then we start to scatter, with building accelerators, colliding atoms and getting smaller chunks and smaller chunks, a zoo of smaller chunks, and every time we thought, oh, this has got to be the God particle, it must be the smallest thing. And every time we had to build larger and larger and larger and larger accelerators so that we can collide atoms at faster and faster and faster rate. Now we've built the largest accelerator ever built, and we've reached practical limits. The Hadron Collider. 17-mile long, Every time they turn it on, things go wrong because it's You know, one time the corals ripped off the anchor, you know, and went flying 17 miles and embedded themselves in the detectors. And then the whole thing flooded with liquid helium. And they had to evacuate all of CERN. And, you know, I mean, the thing is huge. I'm amazed when they turned this thing on. I thought that like all of Europe was going to dim, you know, like. Honey, shut down the washing machine. They turned it on again. So we've reached practical limit. But if this was understood, then we would understand that we can keep colliding atoms into smaller and smaller pieces. We're not going to get to the end of it. That there's infinite amount of division possible, so that what is important is may not be if there's a fundamental particle, but if there is a fundamental pattern of division. Maybe there's some fundamental geometry that divides the space. Maybe that is what we should be looking for. Because if we understood the pattern of division, now we would understand the fundamental key of creation, the fundamental key on how the universe creates the complexity of our world. And that could be useful. So, I was thinking about this. But you gotta think about it as well in terms of philosophy. I mean, first of all, if there's infinite amount of division in each boundary, that means that each atom that you're made of could have infinite amount of information in it. So that means that within yourself is infinity. That has large consequences in your understanding of yourself. Did you think of yourself as an infinite being? I mean, not in a spiritual way, in your material world. And that kind of leads to this understanding that maybe, just maybe, you have this infinite potential. But when you think about it, if you can be divided to infinity, what are you dividing? Maybe you're dividing the space. So let's do a little mental experiment. I'm going to ask you a question. If you wanted to find something that connects all things, what would that be? If I give you the whole universe and I say to you, find me something that connects all things. You know, because a lot of spiritual people nowadays, they say, oh, don't worry, we're all one. Oh, it doesn't matter, we're all one, right? Well, how? How are we all one? It's not apparent. You seem to be over there and I seem to be over here. How are we all one? So if we wanted to say, okay, if we're all one, there must be something that connects everything, what would it be? If we had to think about it, what would we find? The only answer you could come up with, the only thing you could point to me and say, that is what connects all things, is space. Why? Because space is everywhere. It's between galaxies, between quasars, between stars, between, planets. It's between atoms, it's between cells, it's between atoms. In fact, if you take the densest atom, the densest molecule, like diamond, and you grew one of the atoms in the diamond molecule so that it becomes an orange size, then the other orange, the other atom would be 2 football fields away. That is how much space there is between things. Atoms don't touch. Do you realize you have never touched anything? Nothing. Nothing touches. If things started to touch, if the nuclei of atoms started to touch, you would have fusion. It would be a problem. In fact, when you so-called touch something, there's a lot of space. All there is interaction between electromagnetic fields bouncing off each other. Nothing is actually touching anywhere, at any point, at any time. And then when you look inside the atom, what you find? The atom is 99.9999999% space. All of the material world you see around you, everything you're looking at, your body, everything is 99.9999999% space. It's mostly space. With a little teeny little wiggle we call magnetic component, magnetic moment, a little wiggle, 0.0000001%. This is what we pay a lot of attention to, the wiggle. When I realized that early, I thought, oh, maybe we're paying too much attention to the 0.00001%. Maybe we should pay attention to the 99.9999999%. Maybe the material world is just a function of the space itself. Maybe space just divides itself, and where it divides, it wiggles a little bit, and we see it as reality. Maybe it's not matter that defines space, but maybe it's space that defines matter. So, can you experience right now your spatial self? All that space that you are you aware of it? Or are you only aware of the 0.0001%? So, it started to make sense to me that maybe space is the function, is the source of all the material world. It's everywhere. It would be able to connect all things. It would be connecting everything. Everything radiates into the space. So the space would know what everything is doing. It could be the organizing agent. Because in current physics, there is no space anywhere in our understanding for self-organizing systems. Meaning, general relativity or special relativity or quantum theory does not predict biology. It doesn't predict us with all of our complexity. It doesn't even come close because it actually says that it's all random. But if it was random, would it be possible? The complexity of one human being, if I took all the DNA in you right now and I put it end to end, I can wrap it around the world 5 million times. That's compactified inside of you right now, making sure that everything is working properly in a very, very complex way that cannot be reproduced easily. You're shedding 1 million approximately cells a second. Like you're moving cells and you're dividing cell to make up for the cells you're shedding. And when you're dividing cells, the cells know what to do. They divide in the correct order so that your liver cells continue to make liver cells and your heart cells continue to make heart cells and your brain cells, you know, everything continuously knows what to do. It knows how to differentiate. Because if it got confused about that, even for a few seconds, or a few minutes, it could be a problem. If your toe cells start to make nose cells, and your nose cells make toe cells, it would be very uncomfortable. In your shoes, I mean, you know. So this system is self-organizing, and there's nothing in biology, there is nothing in physics, there is nothing in chemistry, there's nothing in our science that explains how. And in general, scientists try to avoid this issue. Why? Because when you start talking like this, the tendency is that religious beliefs come in. You know, somebody says, oh, it's God. It's God that's doing it, organizing everything. But what is God? Well, when you think of the vacuum could do the job. Space could do the job because it knows what everything is doing. So let me give you a small mathematical example. If you give, do you guys all have Rubik's Cube? Yeah, you have those, right? So if you take a Rubik's Cube and you give it to a blind person, which is not a very nice thing to do, but you ask him to order it, and the person is able to move a move every second. You can calculate in probabilities how many moves the blind person has to do to go through the probability of ordering the Rubik's Cube. And if this blind person is like Superman, you know, and he can continue to move the cube, one move every second, you can calculate, and the answer would be past 14 or 13.7 billion years since the Big Bang. Actually, it exceeds the Big Bang by billions of years. Because the blind person doesn't know if they're getting closer or if they're going further from the solution. But if you tell that blind person one simple piece of feedback, yes or no, every time they move, yes, you're getting closer, no, you're getting farther, then the blind person will order the cube within 2.5 minutes. Billions of years are 2.5 minutes. And biology is much more complex than a Rubik's Cube. Much more complex. So there must be an organizing agent. Is there a possibility that this organizing agent is actually a function of the space itself? Not some god sitting on a throne with a pair of binoculars. If you're a Christian, it would be, he would have a baseball bat, you know, in case you sin. Now, is that the case? Maybe the vacuum can do the job. Maybe the vacuum is not empty, but maybe the vacuum is full. This is something I concluded to very early. Is there any evidence that it's full, though? You know, I did a lot of this research living in a camper van because I was independently studying that allowed me to have my own thoughts. And so I had to self-finance. I was a professional skier for many, many years, professional climber. And I had to finance my own research. My budget was $2,500 a year. And most of it went to gas, so I didn't eat much. And, you know, eventually I got my first sponsors. And my first sponsors said, well, we'll help you. We'll pay rent and give you a little food. But you have to go to physics conference, the one we picked. So I went for it. I wasn't so happy because I already had some difficulty with the physics community. But I went to this conference in Georgia Tech in Atlanta, and you know, I brought this book. It's called Gravitation. It's kind of the Bible of relativistic equation. It's written by Wheeler, Thorne, and Mesner. It's the foundation of general relativity. And you can see it's quite a thick book, so you know everything you need to know about gravity when you try to pick it up. And in the middle of the book is this illustration at page 719. So I was in this conference, and I kept on asking fundamental questions, which was annoying a lot of the people in the conference. It was a small private conference with the director of the physics department there, other physicists, other mathematicians. And I was attempting to go back to the foundations of physics, and in advanced physics conferences, that's not really allowed. You know, everybody there has accepted the fundamental of physics, and you're not supposed to be rehashing it. You're supposed to be going into for 240 dimension of Calabi-Yall and superstrings and, very complex math, and you're not supposed to go back to the basics. So I kept on asking basic questions, and that was annoying everybody. I can have that tendency. But, at one point I said, you guys, I need to stop everybody because I have this question. And they said, okay, what's your question? And then I said, well, I opened the book on this page, and I said, if I understand our universe as we describe it today with our equations, the example we give is a balloon. The universe is expanding, and we have little pennies glued to it. The pennies represent galaxies moving away from each other as the balloon expands. Well, I am a little confused because I said to them, I've been looking in all these physics books. I've been studying physics for a while now. I look everywhere. I can't find the equation. Can you guys show me where the equation is? Because, I might have missed it. I'm sure I missed it. Then I'll shut up if you can show me where the equation is. And they said, what equation? I said, I want to understand who's this guy? And, you know, I got a different reaction than this. The room got very quiet. There was one of the students, PhD students, in the end of the table. He was drinking coffee and went. I could see the director of the physics department started to have a little sweat on his forehead because I think he thought I was going to say God, you know. And he was like, oh no, don't say the word God in the physics department in front of my students. Oh. And I said, listen, let's draw the rest of the guy. If we draw the rest of the guy, notice that when the balloon expands, then the lungs must contract. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. One of the first laws of physics you learn when you're a kid, right? Conservation law. Recently, I had an argument. Well, it's not really an argument because I didn't even bother answering it. Blog on the net. Saying, oh, he's confused about that. Let me give you another analogy. They said, the universe is like raisin bread. I was like, really? Raisin bread? And it's and the raisins are the galaxy, and as the bread expands, the galaxy move away from each other. I'm like, oh. And then he said, you see, no need for conservation law. I'm like, really? It is the nature of the bread to expand. Wow. This guy needs cooking lessons. I hope he's not doing the cooking at home. Because if you just put flour and raisin and water together, you know, it's just going to sit there. You need an agent to make it grow. You need, yeast to make it grow. Yeast is a chemical reaction, is thermodynamic as well. It produces energy. You need energy for that thing to expand. Plus, you got to put it in, you got to put it in an oven, and never mind that you need a cook to make the bread. So, what am I talking about here? What I'm saying is that in the balloon is pressure pushing the balloon open. There's compression of air in order for the balloon to expand. There is an energy potential inside the balloon that's making the effect occur. And that part is not being understood. And the reason, because of this misunderstanding, most of our physics, most of our understanding is all about expansion, exploding stuff, right? It's the male approach to the universe. Oh yeah, we get something that's highly explosive, we put it in a cylinder, there's a piston, we explode it, and we push a piston and it turns the wheel, and it's like, yeah, let's blow some shit up, bro. We can blow stuff up. Expansion, radiation, it's all about that part of the equation. Nothing, very little is paying attention to the compressive part that must be there in order for the expansion to happen. Like our idea of the most advanced technology for space travel, I mean, the most advanced thinkers on our planet work on these things, the engineers, is, you know, for space travel, we make this big phallic symbol. Oh yeah, man. And then we put a lot of fuel in there, a lot of explosive thing, you know, male approach to space travel. Oh man, we're gonna blow some shit up. It's gonna go up, bro. It will go up. A little too much testosterone. And then we put a little capsule on top of this cylinder, right? We find volunteers. We put them in the capsule. And then we light the bottom, right? Stand back. And then a few miles up, a little ejaculation. Poof. Only a few minutes later. The male approach to the universe. But in order for that fuel to be so reactive, in order for that fuel to be so powerful, it must have had compression of energy into it. It was in the earth, compressed. It was being energized. Where did the initial power come from? Our approach to the universe is that it all exploded into existence. But nowhere in our physics do we say where the energy came from to produce the explosion. Where did that come from? Instead of the radiative side, the general active side. I don't know if that translates very well. The centripetal side instead of the centrifugal side. The part that goes to the middle, the feminine aspect of creation, the part that creates, the part that nurtures for the radiation to be able to occur. Where is that part? So, if this is true, then space cannot be empty space if space is the general active side, if space is the part that generates all of the explosion, if space is the source of matter, then space has to be full. Is there evidence that space is full instead of empty? Yes, there is. In that same book is this quote. When we look at the quantum level, present-day quantum field theory gets rid by renormalization process of an energy density in the vacuum that would formerly be infinite, if not removed by renormalization. Let me say that again. Of an energy density in the vacuum. You know, usually when you think of the vacuum, you think of it as empty. That would formerly be infinite if not removed by renormalization. Removed, the key word. Why is this? It's because when you look at the atom, it looks like a little oscillator. And then when you try to figure out in the oscillation, what is, you know, the smallest oscillation of the system, the smallest level of energy, you find that you can keep dividing and keep dividing and keep dividing, so you get infinite amount of energy. The vacuum structure inside the atom is oscillating with infinite amount of energy. So you would ask, why does it look like the vacuum? Why does it look like empty space if it's infinite amount of energy? Well, maybe it's because infinite amount of frequencies would all cancel out. And that would appear to you as nothingness. But where it doesn't fully cancel out, where there's a little bit of organization, then you would see it as the material world. You guys follow this? So all of a sudden, the material world is a function of the oscillation of the space itself. It's just a beady little part of what's actually there. It's like thinking of the vacuum as full, and wherever it's leaking a little bit, we see it as matter, the material world.
Oh, well, that is the end of part 1 of the Cognos presentation. It's 6 hours in total. I'm not going to do the full 6 hours right now, but we will continue this epic, now 5 hour and 14 long live stream fundraising stream right now. I am going to play a little bit more Nassim Haramein. This is one of his older presentations, that one being a decade old. We just watched this one, I believe, being about 2 decades now, but it also includes more of, is it popping up? Of the alternative history, his pyramid research, as well as into the elongated skull folk, and so much more. Nassim covers so much, and also the geometry. This is a 4-hour presentation. I'm not sure we'll get through all of it, but
so I'm gonna kind of walk you through.
We will see how long we go. I love you all. Thank you, everybody who has donated so far today, as well as in the past, and that helps this work continue. Bless all of you. 46 beautiful souls still watching today. Hope you're all having a wonderful Friday. And we are going to play some more awesome metaphysics and actual physics. Nassim Haramein nowadays winning international physics awards and just next level science. But this presentation, connecting sacred geometry, dimensional physics, astrophysics, particle physics, and ancient history all in one. And we are over halfway, just over halfway, $110 so far Canadian raised in this stream. On the PayPal, needing a minimum of $200 to cover my basic overdue for my storage units as well. Hopefully $400 by the time it's all said and done, so I can completely square up with the guy. But who knows how it goes? And everything that goes to YouTube goes should be getting paid at the beginning of May and funding this trip to the amazing Badland Guardians in Medicine Hat. So thank you, everybody that has been donating. Paula Hawk, thank you so much. I was upstairs making some food when you did that $20 donation. Thank you. Bless you all. And we shall continue now with some more Nassim Haramein. And if you haven't seen before, I do have pictures with Nassim. I met him in person. Absolutely next level guy. I'm going to try to do get him on a stream now that I do podcasting, as I've talked to him on Zoom before a few times. And like I said, met him in person at a few of his lectures in the past. So without further ado, more of Nassim, and bless all of you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Spending it weekend with Bernie.
Little bit of
the way I discovered this information and the way I came across it, my logic through it, and the path I took. And if I walk you through the same path I took, you'll see that it actually is a very simple path. It's a very simple way of thinking. It's very fundamental and very simple axioms that just needs very little adjustments in our current physics and science and so on to generate just a little bit of a different picture that opens doors to a whole new way of being.
I'll give you an example. Spiritual people tend to think in terms of infinity, that like this infinite potential, you know, that all things have infinity within them and all this. And the scientific community tends to think in bounded, closed systems of finite, you know, rational concepts. And so the two don't agree, typically. The chasm even goes deeper. I think the deepest of that chasm is the difference between female and male.
Because it's flipping back between
women typically think in terms of continuum, in terms of curvature to infinity, like infinite possibility. Everything is okay, honey, right? And man thinks, in general, have a tendency to think in bounded state, you know, finite, highly logical systems.
Here lies the problem. The idea that things can be isolated, that you can, you know, put something in a box and assume that you can analyze that thing, ignoring everything else that's going on in the universe, as if you've isolated that box from the rest of existence. And more, as we advance in our technology and in our physics, we realize that that is just not the case, that that is not actually anything that exists in nature, and this artificial way of analysis does not lead to accurate description of the physics of our universe. So how do we deal with it? In one way, what we have to do is start to get what I call a holistic view of the universe. The whole thing. We got to start with a concept in which we understand the whole structure a little more before we start looking at the part. That is, we got to make we got to have a clearer picture on how the structure of embedded system exists in our universe before we try to identify what the part may look like. Otherwise, it's similar to like taking a Boeing 747 and breaking it down to the smallest piece, and then giving that piece, which might be very tiny, right, to an engineer and saying to the engineer, okay, what did that piece come out of? Could be problematic.
It really started when I was approximately 9 years old. I could have been 10 or 9, but I remember very distinctly this first lesson at school. And interestingly, I found that many other people had the same kind of hick when they got into this first lesson. It was the first lesson in geometry. And the teacher went to the blackboard and said, today we're going to learn about geometry, and the first lesson in geometry is dimensions. And I got really excited because I had all these incredible world that I was living in my head, and I had all these interaction with all these other dimensions in my head, and I thought, oh my God, this teacher is going to talk about this for the first time ever. I'm going to have an adult that talks about this. And I got really excited about it. And I got so disappointed.
I think I'm gonna skip through this part as we listen to that portion in the last in the first hour of Nassim. So I think this connects into where about we left
Of technical words in physics to describe infinities. There's one that's infinities that are normal infinities, and that's usually an infinitely small quantity. Two infinities, right? One is an infinitely small quantity, so it can easily be discarded, right? It doesn't really matter. 0.0000 somewhere down there, doesn't matter. Okay? That's one kind of. Then there's another very highly technical term you find in physics documentation called nasty infinities. Nasty infinities are infinitely large infinities that creeps up in your mathematics, in your equations, in your conceptual physics. And those are thought to be nasty because when they creep up, it's not like you can just make like it's not there. It's an infinitely large quantity. You can't just sweep it under the carpet and like avoid the whole thing. Well, they did a real good job at avoiding this one. But in general, it was not accepted as a valid theory if your theory breaks down into infinities at its results. And so instead of discarding the concept, they did something that they call renormalization.
That is, you try to find a constant that you can apply to it so you get a finite number. So in this case, and they did that to quantum theory in another way as well, they use this constant. It's called a Planck's distance. You can think of the Planck's distance as the minimal amount, the smallest wavelength that the universe can do, calculated from our physics using, electromagnetic theory and gravitational theory and so on. This is what we calculated is the teeniest thing that the universe can do. It's 1.616 multiplied by 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. So it's very, very small. Extremely small. Billions of times smaller than an atom. So, do I believe this is the smallest thing the universe does? Absolutely not. However, I believe that this is the fundamental boundary condition that defines our relationship to the universe. That is, from our boundary condition, from our scales, this is the smallest thing we experience.
Notice, though, that the 1.616 is very close to the 1.618 of the phi ratio. And they took that distance, like that very teeny point, which is now billions of times smaller than the nuclei of an atom. And they said, well, that is fundamental to creation. And if we put the number of these little dots in a centimeter cube of space, of vacuum, we will have a finite density for the vacuum fluctuations, for the vacuum density, the energy in a vacuum, in a centimeter cube of vacuum. So here it is. They took a centimeter cube of vacuum. They took a Planck's distance, bitty teeny point, and they stacked them into that cube. And then calculated how much density of these quantities would there be in there to get a finite number. The result is 10 to the 94 grams per centimeter cube. 10 to the 94 grams of centimeter cube. That's 10 to, with 93 zeros, following it. It's an extremely large number. When I'm dealing with a number that large and it came from a renormalization, my tendency is to think that we're talking about infinities. Okay? Because if you want to get an idea of what density that means, imagine you have a centimeter cube of space that has all of the stars in the universe condensed into it. Like all of the stars we see with the Hubble. Okay, all the galaxies, everything we see, we just put it all in a big trash compactor and we just squash it all up into a centimeter cube of space. All right? Imagine how bright that would be in one way, but never mind that, then you still wouldn't have the vacuum density. You still would be short from the density of energy that is calculated to be in the vacuum at the quantum level. That is a lot of energy, folks. And so how did this infinite amount of energy divide and create subatomic particle and atoms? To me, that was the question. To me, maybe the vacuum energy had structure. Maybe the vacuum energy wasn't just a random fluctuation like this, but had a boundary fractal structure, had a geometric structure to it. I started to see that maybe, just maybe, everything we see in the universe is just division of that energy density of the vacuum in various scales. If this is true, then if we look at a large scale in the universe, we should start to see very specific divisions. We should start to see structure. If the vacuum is dividing under very specific structure, then we should be able to see it. We should be able to calculate it from what we observe. So we decided to write a scaling law. What we did is we took the radius of objects, okay? And so here on the in the x-axis is the radius. And here is the frequency of these objects, the fundamental frequency of these objects in hertz.
Okay, I'm pausing it here. This one's kind of annoying. It's chopped up a couple of his different presentations, so it's kind of jumping all over the map and isn't as coherent. So instead, I'm going to switch from Nassim Haramein over to one last episode of Parts to end it off with Megaliths, Monaliths, Megalith Mania. We're going to do some Klaus Donna and his presentation to Megalith Mania a couple years ago. I guess 7 years ago now. How time flies. And Megalithic Mania, South Africa 2011. So Michael Tellinger hosted this event and it was epic. Hopefully we get to go to the next one or one in the future. Klaus Donna, amazing researcher. Here's his presentation from 12 years ago. Please donate if you can support me. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue now with our second last speaker for the day, and somebody that I've become very fond of over the last few months, having many Skype chats all the way from Vienna, the wonderful Klaus Donna, and we certainly have struck an interesting relationship, sharing interesting bits of information.
I do apologize for switching it up like that, but I promise I'm going to do a full 6 hour, the full 6 segments of the original Nassim Haramein 1 hour lecture that I started with. I'll do another stream another time that's all 6 hours of the Cognos lecture. And for now here, though, here's this epic Megalithic Mania. Hugh and Tellinger hosted Klaus Donna Parts. Just next level work.
Information about different artifacts and tools and things that we find in our respective little jobs that we do, roles that we fulfill. So Klaus is going to continue now with his part 2 of Unsolved Mysteries and take you on a continued journey of discovery with some of the phenomenal artifacts that he's been collecting for a long time now that really defy any kind of logic and force us to reconsider our human origins and our human history. So let's give a round of warm applause for Mr. Klaus Donner.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have to say I'm very sad that I have to leave tomorrow evening, because the few days in your country were just wonderful. I met so many good friends, and you live in a great country. Yesterday, I was talking about giants, little people, human with elongated skulls, human and dinosaurs. Today, I show you many so-called O parts, like the out-of-place artifacts. Of course, I cannot give you any answers. A few months ago, an American writer wrote a book about me, and she made the subtitle, Digging for Answers, Getting More Questions, and this is the reality. On some of the artifacts, we did scientific researches. These results I can easily explain you and tell you, but for many of the artifacts, there is no answer until now. A few years ago, when we tried to do the exhibition Unsolved Mysteries in Vienna, I studied around the world, all the museums for strange artifacts, and finally we had a list of 356 pieces. A friend of mine, a museum director, wrote a lending request to his colleagues. And out of these 356 requests, we received only one agreement, because museums, if they lend you some artifacts, they have to give you an explanation, and most of those pieces were also quite impossible to give an answer. So today I start with the age of human. On this photo you see the footstep, the positive and negative side of a footstep, human footstep. It looks like a shoe step, but the scientists, of course, said immediately this is a natural formation. But the strange thing on this object is that you can see on the right side here, here and here, you can see a crashed trilobite. This is an animal which concern the official scientists. Trilobites finally disappeared in the mass extinction at the end of the Permian about 250 million years ago. And it's definitely that this trilobite is crashed by a weight. So that's quite impossible that human cannot be 250 million years ago lived already. Here you have a better view, so you can see the positive and the negative side and the crashed trilobite. This is a human footstep found in the Biloxi River in Texas. There are a lot of these footsteps parallel with dinosaurs' footsteps. And of course, the official announcement was immediately, this was done by the creationists, because there is the Creation Evidence Museum allocated very close to the Biloxi River. So they took out one of these footsteps and they sliced it into, they cut it into slices, and you could see on the inside, you could see that wormholes in the stone also had the same form like the footsteps. So it was impossible a fraud or a fake. But as these footsteps were parallel with human footsteps, with dinosaurs' footsteps, that wouldn't have been possible. Age dating also there, around over 100 million years. This is a petrified human hand print, also in a petrified, and also the age dating should be over 50.
So just pausing it to point out these are OOPArts, out of place artifacts, and that this is, he's showing evidence, several fossil evidences of human footprints fossilized alongside dinosaur footprints and dinosaur bones, fossils along humans, and in hundreds of millions of years. It's just epic stuff, so I love it. I know you love it. I'm going to let it continue. And for those that can support my work and support these podcasts to continue and me connecting with these people like Sam Osmanovich that we're going to be interviewing, and Campbell just finished an interview with. Hopefully Mike Tellinger, I reached out to him. He did give me an email and said he will get back to me. I did email him, but still waiting back from him. And Klaus Donna, just excellent researcher along the lines of Michael Cremo sort of stuff, just next level. And let's continue listening to this next level disclosure and real human history.
50, 60 million years. So is it reality that we human only are until now over 1 million year old, or did human live already long time ago? This iron cup was found in United States in a coal mine, and it was enclosed in a big stone brick. And when they broke this piece of coal, inside was this metal, this iron cup. And you can see that the pressure of the petrification of the coal put some part of the coal directly into the iron and deformed it. The age dating of the coal in the area where it was found, geological age, is 65 million years. This is a petrified human finger, and they cut it also into pieces before they did some X-rays, and you could see that the inside, where the bone is much stronger than the area where the meat was, and you can see even the fingernail. These pieces are presented in Glen Rose at the Creation Evidence Museum. Here you see a monastery in Colombia. The Santo Ecce Homo Monastery was built 1620. The area in Villa de Leyva, that's the place called Villa de Leyva, is full with fossils. The whole area you can find big fossils, small fossils, and the padres, the fathers, used some of the fossils for the construction and for the floor of the monastery. On this picture, you see a great researcher from Colombia, Professor Jaime Gutierrez. On this picture, you see a petrified pineapple. Here, you see an avocado. Here it's a bigger photo. This is a mice, petrified mice. And this is Father Huerta. He is triple professor, professor for archaeological plants, professor for plants, and anthropologist. He found in the area of Villa de Leyva many petrified, cultivated fruits and vegetables. In his hand, he is holding a cocoa and a petrified banana. That means there must have lived human, because animals, or if there are so many fossils, dinosaurs wouldn't have been able to cultivate fruits and vegetables. Here you see a close-up of the cocoa and the banana. This is a pinus, And they built up a small museum close to Via de Leyva showing all these petrified cultivated fruits and vegetables. Here is Padre Huertas with human, sorry, I cannot read it on the picture. I forgot the name of this bone. You can see that this one is much bigger. It's about 20 centimeters. So these human living there must have been also bigger than we are in our days. Also petrified, this bone. On this picture, on the left side, you can see a human hand, and on the right side, a human foot. We did a lot of researches on this piece. Also in the United States was done a lot of researches, and the result was that this is a human hand and a human foot, fossiled in a stone plate, and geological dating of this stone from the area of Via de Leyva is about 120 to 140 million years. This is a close-up of the petrified hand. Close to this area of Via de Leyva, they found petrified bones with end carvings of strange animals. On this close-up photo, you can see that on the right feet, there is a kind of a ring, arm ring. So that's very strange because those pieces are definitely bone. It was researched, it was checked in Bogota at the university, petrified bone, but it takes a long, long time that bone really petrifies. But the strange thing is that even this animal has a decoration on the feet. And here you see also 3 bones decorated with ink carvings. And all these 3 animals do not live in our days in South America. They don't know what kind of animals these were. And all 3 pieces are petrified. You can see the wonderful end carvings in the big skull plate of an unknown animal. This is the front view, and definitely these 3 animals, they do not live in our days, and they are unknown in South America, especially in Colombia, where the pieces were found. Yesterday, I showed photos from the collection of Dr. Cabrera, the so-called Ica stone collection, but they found also some end-carved stones in Colombia. And on that photo, you can see a bat with a tail. And at the end of the tail, there is a kind of leaf, which we found also on many of the stones of Dr. Cabrera in Peru, Ica. A bat with a tail is also unknown in the scientific world in South America. This piece I wanted to show you because it's a wonderful done piece. It shows 4 faces on the front side, left side, right side, and on the back side. And on top, you can see a snake. And this is also very interesting because all over the world on unexplainable or strange artifacts, we always can find a snake. This is El Invernito. It's concerning the archaeologists, 1,000 years old Muisca observatory. The Muiscas were the indigenous in the old time in Colombia. All these pieces were cut down by the conquistadors, so it was definitely an archaeological and astronomical site. And I personally think this place, the stone monuments are much, much older. It's the same with your stone circles here in South Africa. How is it possible to say that those pieces or these monuments are 1,500 years old? Because it's impossible to make an age dating on stones. So it's a big question mark. There is also inside this area a very big cave. And on top of the cave is a huge stone plate, very, very heavy. And the material of these stones and also of big phalluses up to 8 meters is about 65 kilometers far from the place where they are now. And they had to transport them over several mountains without streets, without anything. So it's a big question, how could they do these transportations? In Colombia, there is a place where they found many stone caves, stone monuments, huge ones. And this is one of these pieces. It's about 1 meter in size. And it doesn't look really like any known South American pre-Columbian culture. At the area, I saw personally several huge statues with long teeth, 2 long teeth on the left side and right side. And one day I received from Chinese archaeologists from southern Mongolia some photos with very strange round pyramids. And also they found in this area the same size stone monuments with exactly the same faces and also exactly the 2 teeth. So that means, was it just a coincidence that they had the same idea, or was there in the long, long past a connection between southern Mongolia and even Colombia? But we found many, many pieces you will see further on, which gives us the idea, we cannot prove it of course, that once there existed a global civilization on our Earth. This is a close-up. They found also in this area these kind of pyramids. On one side on this piece you can see a monkey, and on the other side, as I said before, a snake. So the snake for our ancestors must have had a very important role. This is in this area, and the face, as you can see, does not look like a South American Indian. And especially this one, it's a very strange one. The whole piece, the mask is about this size, and it's a very heavy stone, but it's a perfect work. The question is, which civilization existed in Colombia a long time ago? And it's strange because, as I showed you before, in this area they found petrified cultivated fruits, vegetables, and even human petrified bones. This is one of the most interesting pieces I ever saw, and I could present those pieces also found in Colombia, close to Bogota, in the area where the Muiscas lived. And the Colombian archaeologists did research on the pieces, and they pointed all these pieces out as new done artifacts. And for me, the most interesting and funny story is when we got these pieces to Vienna, I had the allowance from Professor Gutierrez, and he was with me. We went to the Natural Historical Museum in Vienna, to the Mineralogical Institution, and they did a perfect result on the material. And the material of this one and the following artifacts is lyddite. Lyddite is a very hard stone. It has the hardness nearly like granite, but the problem is that this stone structure is like leaves. So we did the material check first, and then I asked Dr. Distelberger, who is known in the world of museums worldwide as the expert on stone and precious stone work. And he checked those pieces, especially this one, we call it genetical disc. And after checking all the pieces, he told me, I cannot tell you how they did these pieces. I cannot tell you when they made these pieces. And of course, I cannot tell you who made those pieces. But the only thing I can tell you, we are not able today to make the same pieces from the same material. So Professor Gutierrez was very happy, me too, because if those pieces would have been accepted by the Colombian archaeologists, they wouldn't have landed me for the exhibition. So I was happy that for the official archaeologists in Colombia, those pieces are new done. I got it for the exhibition. But how can you make a new piece if the most expert is saying that we are not able to do the same pieces from the same material? The interesting thing on this so-called genetical disc, which is a perfect work, is this place. Because here you can see human eggs with and without spermia. So that means the people who did this artifact, they must have had at least a microscope, because human eggs and human spermia you were not able to see with your own eyes. And there are also many strange things on this side of the plate. And on the other side, this you can see a Swedish photographer did with a microscope camera inside a woman a photo. And the photo looks like this human egg with spermia inside and without spermia. On the back side of the plate, you see man, woman, and child on the right side here. And this is very strange. And Professor Gutierrez's idea is, or his thinking, I personally do not agree with, but his meaning is that this is the presentation, the evolution from frog to human. And we found even very old library material from China that some of the researchers in long time ago, they also were writing about the evolution from, not evolution, sorry, the Darwinism, the changement from animal to human. I do not agree, but the only strange thing for me is, if people are able to do such a wonderful work, showing also on this side of the plate the fetus in different stage of growing, why did they not show a real human face? Why did they show white skull with round eyes? We found also many pieces in southern Mongolia, age dating by the geologists there, is between 6,000 and 8,000 years, jade figurines, and they also are presented with very big round eyes. We do not have any answer for these questions. This is a tile. Professor Gutierrez thinks it was a kind of weapon because it fits exactly your hand and you can hit something with a button. This is a bat with a tail, and you saw before the hand-carved stone also showing a bat with a tail. This is also made out of the same material, lyddite. And Dr. Distelberger said, lyddite would break immediately, even with the finest technology, if you try to carve it or form it. So it's quite impossible. And he said, we would not be able to do the same piece from the same material. And wondering is, look how precise and how perfect these pieces were done. And it's so great that anybody can hold it in his hand if it's a child, if it's a woman or a big man, it would fit definitely every size of hand. So Professor Gutierrez is Colombia's most famous industrial designer and architect, and he said he is taking many ideas of those old artifacts. And once when he made a presentation and he showed these pictures in United States at the university, one student asked him, Professor Gutierrez, as I know you are the most famous industrial designer and architect, couldn't it be that you did these artifacts? And he was laughing and he said, young man, if I would be able to do these artifacts, this perfect design out of stone, I wouldn't be only the most famous industrial designer in Colombia, but I would be the most famous worldwide. This is another piece from the same collection. And also here you can see it fits exactly your hand. That's another one. This is the front side and back side. It shows a woman with a child, and on the right side, a hunter, the man. You can see this piece in original, it is this size. And you could put this piece, you see the form, you can put it exactly on your thumb, and you put your finger on it, and it is exactly like your own finger. So that means you could find any point. It's like you put your finger on something. Professor Gutierrez thinks that these tiles were used for modeling of gold pieces. I think more these pieces were used for medical things. All those pieces are very small, and they have even curves, which definitely would be impossible to do with the same material, because as I said, its form is like, Lydite form is like leaves, and it would break even with the finest smoothest machine, it would immediately break. And even the small pieces are precisely and perfect in design. I mean, doing something with a material which even we are not able to do in our days, and then the design so precise, what civilization was that? That's a very, very big question. And all these pieces, of course, are not connected to any known pre-Columbian culture. Here you have photos, and you can see each piece is perfectly fitting any hand. This is very interesting, same material. It's a knife, and it looks like it was done by an advanced civilization for an unadvanced civilization, because the using is already carved in the handle. You see on top mother's head, you see the child, and when it's born, the mother's line is around the neck, and the baby could die. So you see the arrow going down. So that means if problem at the birth of a baby, you should use this knife to cut the string with the mother. And this, we call it the birth spoon, because on the front side, you can see the vagina and the baby's head is coming out, but the baby might have problem to come out from the mother. So on the back side, you can only put here this finger inside, and you are only able to hold this piece with 2 fingers. That means that you would not be able to use help with power. And when we had this piece in Vienna, I asked some ladies doctors if they can check this piece, and they did it. And finally, the answer was, it might be even safer than the instruments we are using in our days, because sometimes in our days, if there's a problem with the bone of a baby, they use special material, and sometimes the baby's head could be damaged or injured. So again, a very, very advanced technology and civilization. And again, these pieces, they are perfect in design, as you can see on this picture. And also some pieces here, and you can see it looks like a chair. I made a joke and I said, it looks like the dentist chair. And you can see the person sitting on it has a very different face like we do have in our days. And again, my question always is, why didn't they show a really face if they are able to do such wonderful work out of this material? So of course there are people who immediately would say that was done by aliens, but I always say, as long as I don't have the approval, I would never even say so. That's another stone. It looks like Ark Noah. I always made a joke and said it looks like Ark Noah because on the back side you have all kind of animal, and on top of this stone there is an animal which does not exist in our days, and the same animal I saw on several stoneworks in South America, in Ecuador and in Colombia. This is another stone found also in Colombia. You can see on top a smiling face with a bird. You can see some symbols. On the left side is an animal face. On the other side, you have also a kind of symbols. And on the bottom, sorry, I forgot to include the photos. On the bottom was a kind of crocodile, but with a very different tail, like a crocodile in our days. Here you have on the left side, my thinking is it's showing the duality and two pyramids, one on top and down. And for us, the interesting thing was the writing on this side. And the same writing and similar writing we found on stones in Ecuador, in Colombia, in Illinois, United States, in Clausel in France, in Malta, Mediterranean, in Turkmenistan, and even in Australia. So for me, it's very hard to say what it is, but I think there existed a real global civilization long time ago. And if you take the words of the Bible, until the building of the Tower of Babel, they used one language. And it's a very pity because in every country, these stones with these unknown writings are not recognized. In France, a huge collection, a farmer found it already in 1924, and until our days, his collection is not accepted by the official archaeologists. And on the other side of this stone, you can see again 4 looking like frogs. And also the frog played a very important role in the past, in South America, in China, in Asia. So we are still trying to find information about the importance of the frog in the past. It's also very strange. The body itself is an animal, and on top you have the face with long ear and horns. And when I checked those pieces, Professor Gutierrez told me that these pieces have a very strong energy. And I handled the pieces, I made the measurements and everything. And in that night, when I returned to the hotel, it was about 10 o'clock in the evening, it was quite cold in Bogota around this time, and the room was not so warm. So I was a little bit freezing, but around midnight, I walked up. My heart was beating like hell, and I was sweating. And I decided these pieces, whenever I get them for an exhibition, I wouldn't handle them for a long time. This is one of the stones found in Colombia. Professor Gutierrez made a check, and he said that left side, right side, and in the mouth, they had in the past precious stones, but the grave robbers, they took them surely out. The return side, again, this unknown writing. That's another stone. This is completely different. It's again made out of lyddite, and you can see that the left side and the right side is different. Here you have the moon and the sun on it, and again the unknown writing. And that's again an important and interesting stone, because on the front side you have a man and a bird, and again this writing. And on the here you see it in a close-up. Oh, sorry. And on the return side you have again this animal which does not exist in our days. This is one of the most beautiful pieces. It's also made out of lyddite, and I think on this stone are presented two different writings. The left side, as you can see, is completely different with the left side, and the one with the red inlays, these are corals. So it would be interesting, of course, if someone would be able one day to decipher this writing. Here you can see a deer and symbols, and on top again you see this strange animal. So this animal must have been very important for this civilization in the past. Here again a man, and again this strange animal. Now we are going to United States, Illinois. 1984, Colonel Russell Burroughs, an American former army member, he was searching for metal pieces from the war in the countryside, and suddenly he fell into a hole, and he found an underground tunnel. He wrote a book about it, and you can see here on this picture his explanation in his book. He explained that he found burial chambers with sarcophagus inside made out of stone, and when he opened one, he explained that the inside sarcophagus was made out of pure gold. He also said that he found thousands of stones within carving with approximately the same writing than we saw before. And when he brought some of the stones to some of the museums for checking, they just told him that these artifacts are frauds, new done. So after a while, he started to selling pieces, and I know that until our days, he sold around 5,000 pieces, and he brought out also gold, and they melted the gold. He was working with two colleagues, and two of the colleagues passed away with a heart attack, and Russell Burroughs himself had three heart operations. But as he was a former army man, he was of course much better in condition than his two colleagues. And Dr. Distelberger, the expert, told me without knowing about history when I asked him what happens if you melt old gold. He said this is very dangerous because melting old gold makes a toxin which can attack your heart. And another good friend in Switzerland, he was the editor-in-chief of a big newspaper. He did a strong research in Switzerland, and he found out that there is a bank account with $5 million running on 3 names, and one of it is Russell Burroughs. So he blown up the entrance of this underground tunnel system, and I can understand why, because if this cave would be announced and accepted, first of all found and then opened and accepted as an archaeological find, he would have a big trouble with United States government. One day he accepted a request from Wayne May. He is the editor of a magazine called Ancient American, to show him the tunnel system. And he brought him to the area. He asked him to pay him $10,000, then he will show him the underground cave. And at the place itself, he decided not showing him the place. But at this moment, Wayne May knew approximately where this underground tunnel system is. He called ground penetrate radar expert, and here you can see what they found. This is the drawing by Russell Burroughs, and this is what they found out, but they had heavy metal hits on the places where Russell Burroughs mentioned that he found gold sarcophagus. And here he was describing that it was broken down, but this underground tunnel system goes further on until underground a mountain where the radar couldn't get any result anymore. So since that, Wayne May did already 3 tests drilling, but they always found water. So I called him a few months ago, and he said that this year they have another place, and they did another radar, ground penetrate radar, and he is quite sure that they can open the cave. That would be an unbelievable find, because I have some of those stones, because as they are not original, if something is not original and I'm able to buy it, I buy it. Here you can see a land map, and you can see exactly in this area is the Burroughs Cave. There are also portraits encarved in some of those stones. And this one, again, if someone looks at this, he would say that looks like an astronaut. I say, I don't know what it is, because there are many, many other stones. This looks like Egyptian. This looks like European lady. And always this unknown writing. There was one man who deciphered, who could translate this language. It was Professor Schildmann, the president of the German Linguistic Society. He spoke and wrote and translated more than 40 languages. And he said that this writing has a light similarity to the Indus Valley and to the Easter Island writing. And he called it pre-Sanskrit, because he said it's definitely the oldest writing. He passed away a few years, and now is one Italian professor able to translate this language. And I can show you that he really can translate it on a few pictures after. This is one of the marble plates Russell Burroughs brought out from this cave. And here you can see 2 symbols. Here and here. And I found the same symbols on papers from James Churchward, a British man who did researches he worked in India for the army, and he got friend with some priests of a temple, and they showed him plates, golden plates, and the translation was talking about the sinking of the continent Mu, or Lemuria. And Churchward got friend with William Niven. William Niven found 1873 in the Valley of Mexico under 3 layers 3 different civilizations, and the most advanced was the deepest one, and over this layer was volcano ash, and the last volcano in this area was approximately 10 to 12,000 years. So the story about Mu Atlantis, I believe in it. It's not only a legend. This looks perfectly Egyptian. This could be Egyptian, but also with this unknown writing. This is another finding. This piece they found in a mound in United States. It's an Egyptian Ushabti. This is a small stone plate.
Just pausing it there momentarily. Excellent work presentation by Klaus Donna, one of the forefront leaders of UPARTS and alternative real human history, and in here corroborating both the Alex Burrows cave in Illinois, as well as several of the gold tablets. And what I'm talking about a lot of the time, yes, I'll post it in the links here, with these Proto-Sumerian, Proto-Sanskrit original languages of the world, this Proto-Atlantean language, essentially. And here is the Klaus Donna link in the live chat for everyone right now. And I am going to continue playing this. I believe there's about 15 minutes left. Thank you everyone for being here today. Epic 6 hours and 20 minutes into this stream. Dream stream. Thank you all who have supported so far. We're still at about halfway over reaching that goal of 200 minimum Canadian dollars on the PayPal for me to be able to cover my storage fees, and about the same also on through the YouTube donations today. Bless all your souls. That will be going straight towards the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians on the boots on the ground meetup and exploration here next month in May. And thank you everyone. This has been an epic 6 hour stream. I guess it'll be lucky number 7 by the time it's all said and done and finished here. And we shall keep it going. Yeah, we need LiDAR, right? We need to get some LiDAR equipment. But this year I at least got the DJI Mini 2 drone to take some footage from. And I will be switching over to my new cell phone finally here that you guys were able to buy for me during Boxing Day. It's got almost 6 months now. I need to get a case, and I will also use some of the money here if we reach enough to go get the new phone case, so I can finally start filming with that 20x Samsung 20 or 100x zoom or whatever it is, epic, upgrading the streaming and the video and all of it, going to these sites. And that's part of the reason I haven't switched over yet, is I don't want to smash the camera on the phone before we get to the, oh, bless you, thank you so much, Juggernauts, Vader, Munchkin Land, for the support, $20, greatly appreciate it. Thank you, bless your soul, goods, my friend. And it's making this happen, and it's continuing the knowledge, the learning, the sharing, the truth coming out, the narrative being destroyed, and us just coming together in this community and each doing what we can to continue the betterment of all and the truth coming out. So here's some more of Klaus Donna showing the Egyptian and Sumerian artifacts in North America, South America, and everywhere around the world that it is. And thank you everyone who's donated today. Bless you all. 6.5 hours almost here. Let's keep it going.
Showing Nuit, Egyptian god, also found in an American mound. And here you have the next following pieces. They were found in Calabria, in Italy, and an Italian professor could translate it. And the translation of this plate, which you see on this photo, was telling about the graves of the sea kings, and it was a description where is a mastodont, before elephant, and also a stone circle. And a friend of mine, Adriano Forgione, upon the description, he found these places. He found the mastodont statue, stone statue. He found the stone circle, and with ground penetrate radar, they also found underground tunnel system, but they are not allowed to open them. So I have to be a little faster because otherwise I run out of time. Sorry. I just show you these pictures. And here we are in Ecuador, in South America. This we call the stone world map. On this side, you can see the Mediterranean, Italy, Greek, here is Egypt, Saudi Arabia, this is India. And as you heard yesterday from Mr. Graham Hancock, he was showing on the map India, and he was talking that they found underground monuments, and he wrote it also in his book, Sunken Cities After the Last Tsunami. And on this so-called world map, you can see that on this incarving, India is bigger than in our days, and also here, Thailand is also much bigger in our days. Also here, where Japan Islands and Taiwan is, Professor Kimura, who does the researches on the stone monument, which was presented wonderful yesterday by Mr. Graham Hancock, he explained to me that he found out upon his researches that there was a long continent existing from the northern Japanese islands, now Russia, the Sakhalin Islands, until far down Taiwan. So this would be exactly like shown here on this map. And around the location of Israel or Middle East here, there is an inlay of an eye. And this is a natural quartz line going around the stone. The stone is 350 kilos heavy, and it's quartz granite. This is a close-up of the eye inlay. And on the other side, the quartz line passes the Atlantic, and here you have a continent which does not exist in our days. And on the Piri Reis map, which was also presented yesterday by Mr. Graham Hancock, you can see around the same place, around marking on the Piri Reis map. And that marking, I hope Mr. Hancock can agree with me, is around the location where this round mark is on the Piri Reis map. So for me, this incarving would show Atlantis. Then it passes South America and ends up in the area where today is the location, the Bay of Guayaquil. Then you can see here an inlay and a round inlay again. And this is the place where this stone map and other 350 pieces were found 1984 by an Ecuadorian engineer. He was in charge for a British mining company. They did gold mining, and he found these 350 pieces in an underground tunnel. You will see some of the pieces further on, but the most interesting thing is that at the same place, they found 2 wells with the best water on earth, because I brought once 10 bottles, 1.5 liter plastic bottles with me in a carton box. And when I checked in Guayaquil airport, I was asked to go to a separate room, and there were standing 15 policemen and military around my luggage. And an officer of the Interpol asked me if this is my luggage. And you can believe at the first moment, I thought, I didn't pack the carton box. I thought somebody put me something inside, and that means 25 years goodbye. So I said, yes, this is my luggage. He said, what is inside the carton box? I said, 10 1.5 liter bottles with Ecuadorian water. He said, take it out. So I took one by one bottle out. And when I saw that there's nothing inside, the first time I really felt, thank you. Then he asked me, put it back again. I put it, no. Then he was looking and he made a telephone call. And about 5 minutes later, a doctor came with an empty injection. And he took water out of one of the bottles. And I thought, wow, they put something inside the water. Now something is wrong. So he went away. After 30 minutes, he came. He talked with the Interpol officer. Then he asked me to put the bottles back again, and he put the carton box again 3-4 times through the scanner, and then he said, I can leave. So I left, and when we arrived in Vienna, I forgot the situation in Guayaquil, and I tried to leave the airport at the place without declaring anything, because I didn't have anything. So left side, right side, 2 policemen asked me to come with them. So I went with them, and they asked me again, what is inside? And I said, water from Ecuador. I had the problem already with Interpol. So one officer asked me, what did you do in Ecuador? I said, I made research for an exhibition. He said, what kind of exhibition? I said, I did 2001, an exhibition, Unsolved Mysteries. He said, wow, you did the exhibition? I said, yes. Why? He said, I went there 2 times with my wife. Great. Did you find something? I said, yes, I have the bones of a 7.6 meter giant in my luggage. So he was laughing, but I really had the bones in my luggage. And then he showed me, he said, look, if you put 10 1.5 liter bottles in a carton box and you put this box into the scanner and you make a photo, you have to see the shadows of the plastic bottles. So he put the carton box inside. He did the photo. He said, look, I looked. The screen was black. He said, you didn't make a photo? He said, I did. That's why we picked you up. We don't know what is, because there is nothing showing up. And later on, we found out that this water has gold and silver colloidal in nanomicroscopic form, which is incredible. And it has natural energy, which mixed up the scanner. So let's go ahead. The same place, they found the so-called pyramid with the shining eye. The pyramid has 13 steps and an inlay of an eye. The natural color is gray, light gray. And if you put this pyramid under ultraviolet light, it shines like a really strong eye, but not like a human eye. This symbol you saw this morning already, it's on the $1 note, it's connected with Illuminati, it's connected with Freemasons. But I personally think, first of all, who was able to do such land map into a stone showing 2 continents not existing in our days? And second, I think this pyramid is much older than the Freemasons and everyone. This is a picture. It's not so good because it's quite difficult to do a perfect picture with the shining of the eye, but it really looks very strange. And on the bottom of the pyramid, you have the inlay of the Orion, and the same writing you saw before on the other stones from Burroughs Cave and Calabria. The translation of Professor Schildmann was, the Son of the Creator comes. Here you see on this stone the 2 eyes, and the right hand is holding the pyramid and the left hand on top of the pyramid. This is the stone, a man sitting on a stone. He is holding the pyramid. From his eyes are going rays to 2 boat persons, and on his head he has something which looks like a helmet and an antenna going up to this symbol. And here is the helmet. And you can see that in the middle of the helmet, something was broken away. Next time, when I get this piece to Europe, we do a material check. Another collection also found at the same place is a big jade cup with 12 little jade cups. The numbers on the 12 little cups are looking like the Mayan numbers, but they are different, a little bit different. And the strange thing is that on the big cup is an inlay of a star constellation. And the big cup inside is very magnetical. Outside, nearly nothing, only on one place outside, it's very magnetical. It's exactly in the center of the 3 stars. And if you fill plain all 12 cups and you fill it very carefully in the big cup is completely full. And geologists were telling me that it's impossible that a stone cup, is magnetically only from one side, from inside, and not from outside. If there is iron material in the stone, it must be definitely magnetically from both sides. This is a close-up of the big cup. You can see the star constellation, and all these stars are also inlay of a material which brightly shines under ultraviolet light. You can see it here on this picture. This is another jade plate with the same star constellation as on the big cup, and 2 persons, 2 figurines with square heads looking up to the stars. Also, the inlays shining under black light. This is also same collection, same finding, a stone which is destroyed here and partly here. It was the heart form, and this shows a face with closed eyes, with a nose, with a bird and long hair. And some of my friends, when they looked at this picture in close-up on the big screen, they said, it looks like the Shroud of Turin. So you have now one big cup, you have 12 small cups, you have a heart form stone showing a face which could look like the Shroud of Turin. You have the writing in an unknown writing, the Son of the Creator come. So I could make a very hot story saying this is the Grail because this is connected with Israel. I would never do so because I'm sure it is not so. This is the reverse side of the same stone. Also same finding, a cobra head. Cobra never existed in South America. And on the backside of the cobra head, you have 33 inlays, and left side, right side, 7 inlays. Also, the inlays are shining very strong under ultraviolet light. This shows the Kundalini, the sexual energy is going up on the back of the man to the 3rd eye. Kundalini doesn't exist in the past in South American culture, pre-Columbian culture. This is a kind of helmet. You can put it on your shoulders or you can lay your head inside. And the inlays here also shining under ultraviolet light. And some acupuncture specialists told me that these are exactly the energy points on the backside of the skull, which they are using for acupuncture. Also, the inlays shining under black light. You can see how this piece could be used. And in the same ground, a few months ago, they found an unfinished piece like this. Then several other pieces, a pyramid stone, again showing the pyramid with the eye and unknown symbols. Here again, the Orion, and again, a pyramid with the eye. And many statues showing definitely not any pre-Columbian culture, because the lotus seed and the kind of head decorations. And an Indian professor sent me an information. She wrote, this position is called as Padma Asana in yoga in India. The Lord Shiva is a Hindu god, and he has a snake around his neck. So where does those pieces really come? I don't know. And the cobra head has 33 lines carved. In the Hindu mythology, there are 33 gods and goddess. The 7 circles represent 7 chakras in yoga. I have to finish because I do not want to make Mr. Graham Hancock wait, because I'm myself am waiting for his speech. I thank you very much, and maybe one day I come again to here.
All right. Well, I guess that presentation is over now. It is 7:11 a.m. in Calgary, Alberta now. 7:11 a.m. and we have been going for 6 hours, 37 minutes so far in this epic marathon. Thank you, everybody who has donated today and in the past. Bless you all. It is crucially needed, and we raised 110 so far on PayPal today, so we are halfway there. Thank you, everyone that was a part of this and making that happen. I guess I will be back hopefully tonight with a real science episode. And we will be going into some more electroculture and free energy with Mike Faraday Research, Gerald WPG Enlightened for Truth, and Jeremiah joined the technicians, of course. And well, I'm gonna try to get up to 7 hours here, so and beg for some more last donations for the last 15 minutes here while we're live, or maybe why not even we'll Dutch Sense, my man, he's premiering his latest update right now. I was over there watching some of it, so why don't I just share it momentarily so we can kill two birds with one stone and end this stream on, I think, a good note. It is good. Raised some money today, and I'm halfway to covering my costs. Maybe we won't do the Dutch. I don't know. It depends if it loads. But look at this giant guy. That's not pareidolia. That's a giant. And there's one, there's two. Or, you know, megalithic walls, these statues. Oh, look at him wearing this, the eagle head. The Egyptian runes in Australia. That's what these are. Yeah, the hyperglyphs. Another dolmen. These polygonal walls. Polygonal, that's the term. A Buddha somewhere in Asia. More of these. They look melted megalithic walls. Look at these two carved Elephantos. Actually, there's four. Two in the background, two in the front. Crazy. Ancient pictures. These carvings everywhere. These monolithic stones. The dolmens. The astrological calendars. We love Dutch. Yes, actually, we love Dutch. Yay, Dutch. Let's do a little bit of live Dutch premiere. Why not? Let's get a little Dutch forecast. Two birds with one stone. Just waiting for the stupid ads to finish because it's live on YouTube and I didn't share it through Twitter. But here we go. He got his 7.0 once again. Dutch with an accurate forecast. Oh, is it over? Oh no. Is it over? Oh, is it over? What's going on? It's all over. Oh, it's over.
Dutchy Potter under the stairs. Expecto Petroleum. Oil comes out of the ground. Go to work for Halliburton.
Is it sharing the Dutch? I don't
Harry
know.
Potter
I'm gonna
sold
stop.
out.
Too much of a mess. All right. Back to what I was showing for the last 10 minutes. The megaliths. The megaliths. They're everywhere. And so are the carvings on mountain faces, just like what we're going to see at the Medicine Hat Badlands. This one is in Africa, I believe. They're literally everywhere. And oh, another monolithic carving dude somewhere around the world. They're all over these guys. They sure are. Megaliths, pyramids, giants, dudes, dolmens, glacial erratics, everything in between. Uh-oh, Did it freeze? Oh, and then there's these guys. Oh, are they interdimensional? Maybe. These guys, gonna do a whole podcast episode on them, but Nassim Haramein and Klaus Donna actually did a presentation together in 2012 on these alien Mayan artifacts, and they actually declared them real. The U parts are all over the world. They are legitimate. They tell of a completely different history. Look at that DNA and everything in these Mayan artifacts. Here we got some of those giant quote unquote sarcophagus from under the Giza plateau there. Just the four corners, and it's insane craftsmanship. We could barely make that today, if at all. Some hieroglyphics, and it's these Azit land, Star Azit land, is what I really want to get into. How many of them are real of these carvings, and that this one right here, 100% Nassim Haramein holds up with Klaus Donna and goes over it in a lecture verifying its authenticity. There's a few of them, and you know, when you're seeing them coming out of underneath places like this, is it alien, or is it a different type of human, or different humanoid species, giants, and so much more? Who knows? It's crazy. Tell the overview of making colloidal gold, monoatomic gold and silver, and colloidal gold and silver. Yes, that is part of my alchemy lessons, right? And between Bert and Ernie here, we can show the monoatomic gold right over, right there, right? That's what you're asking for, how to make this right here. Well, it's too much of a lesson to go into right now as we approach 7 hours into this stream, but I have no problemo showing you where I have gone into it before in detail, and that is can be found in my live section of my channel on BurnEye or Crypto Alchemist. And you go into the live section and scroll down a couple months back, and where, oh no, yeah, healing in the times. Did I pass it? Excuse me. Where back further we must go is with Paul Cook and Campbell. No, it's long after that one. Here we go. This one right here. Lost Alchemy with Paul Cook, Autodidactic, and BurnEye the Alchemist. How to make colloidal silver and monoatomic gold. It's a 2-hour how to do episode where I show it all. These stupid ads, but here's the episode: how to make monoatomics and colloidal waters. Kaboom! There it is, and you can see it right here. Like this was Canadian Olympic silver coins I'm using in these, or pure gold bars if you're going to be making monoatomic gold or colloidal gold. You want to use, once again, a pure 100% pure gold or silver. This one is already broken down. So this was a 10-gram bar of gold, pure gold, and it was on the anode side, and that's what erodes down off the anode side of this electrolysis reaction and directly deposits and turns into this pure white fluffy ormus or monoatomic matter at the bottom that is collected and harvested. And I first started reading into Sir Isaac Newton's alchemy writings and descriptions, and that's where I first saw him state that all metal matter or all metal elements can be broken down into their most basic, and he called it molecular state, I believe. Essentially, that's molecular, and what we're now stating is monoatomic, so single atom. All the covalent bonds of this third solid state of matter is now broken down into a solid fourth plasma state of existence in this white powdered material.
Okay. Oh. And that's because it's got no covalent bonds, is it?
Exactly.
So it's not anchored to yeah, that's interesting.
So another key crucial part of that I will show back over here is that
the kitty is watching.
where I learned from the Keshe Foundation is nano coating, and that's where you're breaking the third solid state of metal down. So these are copper, and you can break it down through corrosion, like lye material exposed to copper will break it down, or through flame, like a plasma arc flame hitting it will also break it down, and or through the electrolysis process that we're about to do as well will break it down, and it's breaking down all the covalent bonds of the, for this instance, copper elements to each other into an outer amount where nanostructure where there's only one single covalent bond attached to the outermost atoms of the metal remaining. And by doing that, it's then able to interact with the monoatomic plasma. I will let about another 5 or 10 minutes of this play before we shut it down. And yes, not only that, by making your own, using your own pure silver and your own pure gold, then you're 100% certain that you've got monoatomic gold and silver gram for gram, gold to gold, silver to silver, as opposed to the vast majority of ormises that are claimed to be monoatomic gold and silver that are sold on the market and are usually sea salt or other elements that are in their ormus monoatomic states, but that are definitely not made from pure 24 karat gold anode and cathode like I do myself, and that makes that pure gold monoatomic material like you see right here that I have started to consume small amounts of, and that I'm drinking the water of in my jar right here. It's literally that colloidal gold and silver water that's made from this ormus that I'm drinking here. And yes, and Hippie Shake 29, bless your soul, sister. Thank you for your $25 donation today, as well as your tireless helping support the best mod in the game out there in YouTube land. Bless you, sister, and bless all of you who have donated both today as well as in the past, as well as in the future. Thank you, everybody. We're halfway there, so I'm still gonna beg and still gonna continue a little bit longer. Hopefully, we get a haymaker at the end here in the last 10 minutes as we approach 7 hours live streaming. And here's a little bit more of the lessons on how to make monoatomic gold, silver at colloidal waters. The state, matter, and elements. And that when you combine the two, that's how a lot of this plasma free energy technology works out. And It's a huge part of the Keshe Foundation's science and technology.
For all single molecules, that's what they are, aren't they? Like a molecule of gold. Is that a molecule or an atom?
Essentially, both the same thing in that
both
case.
the same thing. Yeah, okay, that's why I'm confused. Are they? If it's not bonded to anything, if it's a monoatomic, is it essentially a plasma? Does it become a fifth state element? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, fourth state plasmids, exactly. When they're in that.
Wow.
And so another key part, you brought up oxygen earlier.
Is that how they make the star in the jar?
Yes, what you get it into that state, and then you start pumping more energy frequencies into the reaction, and then it'll create the plasma arc within it. And I've seen it done in other ways, where the plasmids form from the frequency, and then that sonoluminescence starts within it, creating the star in the jar.
It creates an arc, so it creates a second point. So is that a wormhole?
Essentially, it's a plasma field. So it's that arc of electricity goes between the anode and cathode, and everything in between it becomes ionized.
Okay, you need the anode
into
and cathode
this plasma state, or
Wow.
this ionized state, and that's a huge part of Bob Greenyer's key research from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project on ball lightning and all transmutations, cold fusion that happens in ball lightning. They call it EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, but it's not a vacuum, it's plasma. So it's plasma objects. Anything that gets exposed within this plasma energy ionized fields then is essentially going into a higher dimension of existence, and where all these transmutations, fusions, cold fusion happen, and supposedly also these time warp, dimension warp things as well start going from that.
We still get ball lightning because you don't hear of it much anymore, and you don't hear of spontaneous combustion anymore either, do you? It's like there's less electricity in the atmosphere or something.
Yeah. So another. Yep.
So how long would that process take then? Like if you've got the silver in your hand to when it's good enough to drink,
it'll start making some in about 15-20 minutes. I'm gonna set it up and show everybody a live reaction here. That's why I was gonna get you guys to talk for a little bit while I set it up on camera and have it going. But the
wow, man,
crazy, eh?
Oh yeah, God. No. At least we escaped the programming.
Yeah, that's it, man. It's the main thing.
That's what it is. And I went to like 7 schools, so like my schooling was.
Oh, I'm not muted right now, am I? You guys can hear me?
Yep.
We can hear you, Mr. Burn.
Okay, so I've plugged it in now, and the 2 silver coins are the positive and the anode side up here. And then just to accelerate the process for the live demo right now, I actually used one of my triple copper solenoid, what Keshe calls Keshe pain pens, but they're essentially 3 copper coils inside of each other. And I've got that connected as the cathode side, which then creates a much larger electromagnetic field and accelerates the process. And you can see all the bubbling coming up off of that cathode side. That's the hydrogen being produced through the electrolysis process. And there's both big bubbles of collected hydrogen as well as very tiny small ones that keep flying up nonstop off of it all. And that's a major part of the science of free energy that we'll be going deeper into this year and actually figuring out, because there's atomic hydrogen isotope being produced, which is like essentially your monoatomic, your Ormus, your GANs hydrogen, and has probably unlimited nuclear cold fusion properties and field properties. And then there's also potentially hydrogen 4 gas, as well as hydrogen, oxygen, aka HHO, vapor mist state plasmid as well. And essentially one of those three or a combination of those three is what is referred to as Brown's gas, or what Stanley Meyer was able to create and harness and use for the water-powered cars, or what's called hydrogen-powered cars, but Brown's gas energy.
Which of course are
And
fake news, but
it can literally be made out of salt water as your fuel tank, the liquid you're carrying as a fuel, that then has this reaction happen right before the gas then gets pumped into the chambers of the combustion engine.
we're definitely gonna have to do a video on how to do that, on how to God, can we even say it? I'm scared of getting like bloody banned. On how to have an alternative source of power for the
hydrogen fuel. No, hydrogen fuel is the
around.
future, and it's a deep dive into hydrogen fuel, which even the European Union and Canada acknowledge is the fuel source of the future.
It. And it stops global warming, right? So there you go. Save the planet by watching that's what we're doing. We're saving the planet, global warming.
So you can see right up top here, right by the coin floating, is starting to accumulate this white cloud of material. That is, in fact, physical monoatomic silver. And that as the reaction keeps going, it'll start producing clusters and clumps. I guess it's called plasmids or plasmoids of this fluffy white monoatomic silver material. As the silver coins erode off the anode side, and then it'll eventually start condensing and particulating to the bottom, condensing just like I've got collected, demonstrated in this jar right here.
Look.
And the key is once it starts, you can there'll be enough that forms on the top layer that's still floating that you'll be able to suck out with the turkey baster and harvest, or a small syringe sort of thing, and you harvest it both from the top as well as what collects at the bottom. And you use these while the reaction is still going, and while it's still in this pure white fluffy monoatomic state, because it's kind of a dirty electric method that I'm using right now, because I don't have control of what frequencies, what voltage, what energies I'm putting in. And at this 5 volts that is I believe the standard amount coming out of this USB cord, it'll run consistently for anywhere between 3 to 12 hours of producing just the pure white stable monoatomic matter, and that you collect it during that stable initial form of the reaction before it then decays into oxidizing and producing the blue diatomic materials and other hydroxides and everything else that comes later on with it. And
cool. All right. So 3 things. One, when you say erode, like that just basically means that the covalent bonds are being broken and the oxygen's rising and the gold's for sinking, yeah?
Yeah, so erode or corrode, I guess it's the metal of the anode material that is breaking from its solid state down into absorbing into the water or the chemical reactions of the electrolysis, where the option is it either bonds and forms into an oxide with the metal, or a hydroxide with the metal, or forms into oxygen O2 gas and bubbles up, and then the metal that is breaking down remains into this pure white monoatomic state.
Cool. And also, could you get a voltage meter thing that you could plug the USB into, so that you could get a positive voltage and you'd know what you're putting into the
Yeah, I'm gonna be going like deep into that technical side of it and controlling it all and working with that and advancing it in the coming next month or two here. I'll be doing specifically upgrading the equipment and tests on that. I'm demonstrating here as well. So this was the pure monoatomic gold. It was white when I made it, and that is directly what corroded or eroded off of this 10-gram gold anode bar. And it was this fluffy white material when I harvested it. But I also left the full water from that reaction in it instead of flushing it out. So this is a crucial step that I forgot to say. So when you first harvest the monoatomic with like a
turkey baster,
syringe or whatever, you then empty it into a glass or jar of half full fresh water and start rinsing the salt and the other materials out of the rest of the water that the monoatomics are in. And this is key because there's still pure metal. So for instance, pure gold that's dissolved into the water from that reaction. And then so the water becomes saturated with the gold metal itself, and it's not monoatomic gold. Essentially, it's bonded solid gold with the water molecules. And then as the reaction settles, the gold, saturated gold in the water, will then crystallize and precipitate out of the water into the solid material around. So usually there'll be a thin layer of foil gold on the inside of the jar, as well as the gold crystal, nano crystal particles bonded with the white monoatomic material. And I believe it's become some sort of diatomic or plasmid particle of a single monoatomic gold, as well as a crystal nano particle of gold bonded together.
Yes. So it's basically it's like it's almost like it's electroplating, like leaving a layer on the bottom.
Exactly. That is electroplating. It's 100% the electroplating.
So you're converting the gold basically from the anode to the bottom there, but in a lot of the experiments, like the material that you get seems to be more than the material you started with.
Yeah, that 100%. That is known, like quite often recorded process of all of through these reactions, especially with gold and silver. They get it, and the mass, the volume is often exponentially more, like just the amount of powder that comes out of just a small little chunk of dense metal is like exponentially more. But that, like you said, sometimes it doesn't even fully, the mass of the anode and cathode doesn't decrease to the same mass of the ormus that is formed, sort of thing.
Yeah, so you're creating matter out of
more matter out of nothing, essentially.
Out of thin air, right? Because when I was talking to Benjamin Balderson the other day, he said that there's people out there, and he said they're actually showing it as the way to make colloidal silver is using 2 silver coins on like the one on the anode and one on the cathode. And he said someone was doing it, and they ended up with this really big buildup that was about double what they'd started with, and it seemed to be like the gold. I'm just wondering if is there a way Like, could you literally produce gold or silver, like out of thin air?
Potentially, and that has to do a little bit more with some of my other experiments that I will be doing with actual gold ore connected to the anodes and cathodes and growing the crystals out of it, as well as once I get signal generator and Variac to control the different frequencies and energies of it to see if we can do that.
Because you've got to turn it from a monoatomic back to like a covalent bonded physical gold, don't you? Really, for it to be worth anything and usable. So, but I'm wondering, like if there's a frequency for gold.
Yeah. Once again, I have to pause it there and bring up that Campbell is bringing up a very important point of this electrolysis, cold fusion, alchemy, and a key part of my research, and that the next steps for me to be able to achieve the tests to reproduce my theses in this cold fusion electrolysis alchemy is I need the equipment. I need a couple of variacs, a couple of signal generators, and that's part of what this fundraising is for as well, ultimately. And if anybody has spare equipment out there and everything, like these are things that I desperately need to be able to advance this research and development and confirm and move forward this science and the development of cold fusion and monoatomic alchemy of plasma fusion. The resonant frequency, got it. And a couple of fellow alchemists I work with, both Jeremiah Pop as well as Michael Esoteric Gold, they do the chemical process of this alchemy and being able to break down the metals and have made the monoatomic gold through chemical reactions instead of where mine's the electrical reaction. They do it the old school chemical wash process of it, and they've actually successfully also converted the monoatomic gold back into physical solid metal solid gold.
Wow.
And I'm going to be doing some experiments with that and trying to replicate the process myself.
I mean, just a random thought. I wonder if all these domes that we see that are covered in like gold and stuff, I wonder if that's just a result of a reaction that they're doing, and they've actually been,
100%, Campbell. That's a good point, right? Not places of worship, but workshops, and that they came to. There's a lot of the stories of, I believe, the time. I think is it in the Jewish like Old Testament or Talmud or something, but. Where Moses, Akhenaten there, when they left Egypt and went in with the Ark of the Covenant, built their Holy of Holy spots, that there was the Machda or the manna, and could have been a process of it, as well as actually before that, all of dynastic Egypt, where their temples, there's lots of records and stories of the white powder that came from there, and that the white powder was this manna energy source of the gods or of creation.
They're literally eating it because and then that's represented by the Christian little white cakes, and other religions have like bread and stuff that's white that they sort of. So I wonder if it used to be originally cooked into some kind of
bake it into the food, but did they put that into the holy water? Was the holy water the colloidal water that forms from these monoatomics?
Yep, exactly right. I mean, because this is the thing, like I wonder if is that what the origin of bread is, and because like wheat's, it's not that good for us. And when you look into the history of the plant of wheat, it seems to be a genetically modified plant that was introduced in the 1600s sometime.
Right? Like,
It's very weird.
It truly is. And the more I was so skeptical of all of this stuff and like the ancient legends that when I first got into all of this and studying all of this, but the more I read of actual alchemists, like science books and like experiments, processes and everything, the more I'm convinced they constantly spoke in a knowledge of fact that there was this palpable, aka edible gold that was in white powder, and it was the palpable gold of the ancients before them and their high technology, and that some of them, they would always talk about how they weren't allowed to talk about the process of making it, but then some of them like would anonymously publish different ways of making palpable gold and this white powder. And then there was many published warnings on processes not to do that seemed like it created this white powdered metal, but in fact it was like a poisonous type of the white metal. And when I read it now, it's like explaining that it's like the calcified state of the metal. So it's a different chemical compound. It's not a monoatomic, it's a diatomic particle, most likely a calcium compound, as opposed to just a pure metal element.
Is this
okay.
So when you were talking about rinsing it, putting half water in and rinse, how do you rinse it? How do you rinse water?
Good, very good question, Campbell. Good sir.
Sounds like a paradox, doesn't it?
It does, right?
Rinse water.
How do you do that? Well, you put the water in and then you pour the water out.
Well, yeah. So actually, best way to demonstrate that.
Basically, and when you say rinse, are you basically, is that like diluting? Is it like you're diluting it to half, then getting rid of half of that water?
And actually what you want, I said half full when collecting it from the reaction itself, because it'll be fluffed up and it won't be condensed like it is settled here in this jar. So
okay, that's why
what you essentially want to do when you're rinsing it is be able to pour out all of this water. Oops, sorry. There we go. All of this water, and leave just the remaining monoatomics at the bottom, and then fill it all the way up again. And let's actually just do a demonstration. That's easy enough.
Big up, Susan.
So, and I make sure when I make it, I rinse the monoatomics or the ormus 9 times fully, flush it, rinse it 9 times before starting to use the colloidal waters to start watering my plants and my animal, and eventually myself that I test myself onto. So you can see here that it's just the monoatomics remaining now.
Yeah.
And you have the pure water right here. So this pure water is what is now referred to colloidal water.
So when you rinse it, do you keep both parts? Because you'd essentially be making double the amount, right?
Sorry, say that again?
When you rinse the clean water, you're adding like the same amount of water again, and then mixing it and then splitting it. So do you keep both parts? Are you literally doubling every time you do it? You're doubling your amount of what you've got?
1 second. So if you wanted, if
sorry,
you know you have clean water, tap water, I just use my clean Canadian tap water. Preferably you want spring water and or distilled water if you want to do it from a scientific method or purest method. possible use distilled, but for this case, I'm
You'd want at
using
least
tap water. So
just
I
tap water.
filled
Does it need to be
the jar
filtered?
back, or the bottle back up. So now the monoatomics, the Ormus, is
Oh, you're filling that
mixed
bottle
up
back up. Okay, I've got you.
through it
I was
all.
thinking
And
you
it
fill
will
up the other
eventually
one.
settle back down to the bottom again.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
it's that you never, ever. Here we actually.
So what you've got in the glass there is now, after it's been tested and tried,
So
it's now usable for your plants, basically.
Exactly, and you can
Yeah.
see that it's starting to settle from the top, and I'll leave it focused on this for the next few minutes as it settles and recedes back down. It's quite fascinating, this fluffy stuff and how it acts. But yeah, it'll settle all the way down. And when you're rinsing, flushing it 9 times, you let it settle for at least 12 hours. I usually do 24 hours, a full day, before doing another rinse. So it'll take 9 days of rinsing it before you get the final clear colloidal waters that are usable for plants. And that you can bathe in that salt water, apparently. I'm not not health advice. And if it turns blue, that's diatomic, so don't. But if
Wow, there you go.
anyways, I should just refer to people to the Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation for stuff you can do with it. But if you try to water your plants off the first several rinses of it, you're going to kill your plants from just the salt content remaining in the water.
So you can only use it from
dump
the
all
9th
of the
rinse.
first 6, 7 rinses out, and after the 9th, you can start using them
after the 9th
for watering plants.
And then how many times can you?
medicine.
How many times can you rinse it after you've hit 9? Can you just keep refilling it?
Exactly, absolutely. So every single day, I drink a full amount of this water of it and refill it, so that it recharges, remakes this colloidal silver. So in this mixture right here, I have monoatomic gold, monoatomic silver, monoatomic copper, and monoatomic zinc. Those 4 metals in equal parts. I made each of them zinc on zinc reaction, copper on copper reaction, silver on silver reaction, gold on gold reaction.
They're going to turn into Iron Man.
Mixed all 4 of them into this amount, and that it remakes this colloidal water, usable colloidal water, every single day, essentially absorbing a small amount of those plasma state metals out of this into the waters. And
wow. So obviously you've researched in there for metals that we need in our body. That's why you're making that mix.
Exactly. It's from the Keshe Foundation's recommendtions, and over a decade of tests of them drinking these waters and doing it, that I've come up with my own and started doing it.
Is that KesheFoundation.com?
So here, I'll put it in the live chat. KESHE, Keshe Foundation.org.
Okay.
But they also have KFSSI.org as well. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute.org is their second site. And what's hilarious, I'm not actually part of their inner work groups, but from what they've disclosed to the public, their spaceship space pods are actually these field machines that you go into, and then it projects your consciousness around the universe or something.
Wow. Is that old world tech? Is that what those weird photos are when you see faces in the psychic machines? Did you finally name your cat Paul, and now it's called Girl and instead of Cat? Now what was it called? It was called Cat.
I didn't have a name for her, but because I just kept calling her Girl, like, come on, Girl, hello, girl.
Now it's just girl.
She responds to girl now, so it's just girl. So
There you go.
girl. She's over there, look.
All right. Almost got a TikTok cat video going. Crazy cat.
I'll tell you what, when I go to Malta for a couple of days and I come back, I'm going to film that because she sleeps on me. She sleeps on me. She cries when I leave. She don't want me to go anywhere.
Yeah,
but when
really.
I come back after a few days, she's gonna be one of them, one of them things that goes viral because the cat's going mad.
Yeah. When you come back, she'll be like clinging onto your leg as you walk around the room.
Yeah. She loves me.
Yeah.
Look at her, chasing her tail.
Well, I hope no one misgenders her, because, geez.
No.
Name like girl. If someone calls her
mate.
boy, I think you're going to have to go for it and TikTok them, get them cancelled.
Yeah. Pronoun on a cat.
Pronoun on a cat, man. What are her pronouns? Girl.
So you can see already how fast this has settled. The exclusion zone of no particles, the clear, pure water compared to the monatomics or the Ormus. And like, it's just so fluffy and like, it's a different state of matter. It is plasma state and just fascinating stuff. And supposedly when you rotate this material at several thousand RPM, it starts actually projecting a physical plasma field that you can interact with, just like I've seen some videos of the Keshe Foundation's like highest test reactors where it looks like a giant ball lightning field that's created around them.
So what's the deal with mercury? Is it possible to do this with mercury as it's in a liquid state, or is that the only metal that can't be monoatomic?
So I predict it is, and that you just connect your anode charge to the liquid mass of metal that will be at the bottom of the water.
Yeah.
And just have an insulated wire going into it.
That'd be interesting, because when you said spinning it in a vortex, like what are they called? A centrifuge? Is that what it's called?
Centrifuge, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we hear was a power source for Vimanas and things, right? Spinning mercury.
Exactly, right? I fully agree, and there's so many more tests that I will be doing over the coming months this year with it all. There's so many more ways to level it up, and just rediscovering this ancient science and technology of alchemy that clearly was higher science, higher technology. It was alchemists were their entire medical system, their chemistry system, their
maybe that's what the palaces were. I always try and work out what the palaces were with all the big gardens. Maybe they were full of alchemical stuff, and they were making water and watering the garden with it.
100%.
Because people weren't living there, that's for sure.
Like, alchemists were responsible for most fields of science.
And it's just bizarre that it's so simple. Like, literally everyone could just have this going in there. It's not hard at all, right?
Exactly.
We've been taught that it's this big,
on myself.
strange thing, and they try and link it to like magic, so it becomes, like a fairy tale and not really real.
Pseudo this and that, and it's wizard, it's not true, and everything. And yes, straight good time for a disclaimer that I am a guinea pig on myself. I am not a doctor. None of this is health advice. It's extremely dangerous. I could be poisoning myself. Lots of people have poisoned themselves. Welcome, Callum, one love brother. Good day, my Australian brother, and shout out to all the Australians like Campbell in Lisbon right now, about underway to start their live in-hall presentations and function, which is epic awesome. And I look forward to seeing Campbell's and Sam Osmanovich's pyramid interview and the opportunity to talk to Sam with Campbell coming up. This is 7 hours, 27 minutes, and 29 seconds into this epic fundraising live stream extravaganza of megaliths, pyramids, alchemy, weekend at BurnEye's. You know what to expect when you come here. Your mind is going to be blown. We're going interdimensional. We're going to the past. We're going to the future. It's all right here, right now. All 38 beautiful souls of you here. And thank you, everyone who has donated so far and halfway to that fundraising goal. Bless you all. I sadly apparently can't get Cash App in Canada. It's blocked. It's not on the app stores. That's why it sends me to scam sites every time I try to find it. So currently only PayPal I'm able to directly connect to a bank account and then pay my landlord for the overdue storage fees that I am currently raising money for, and then everything on YouTube going forward for next month, the May meetup in the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. Yes, we're going here. We're going to explore. We're going to find these guys. I'm going to take my drone up. I'm going to have my new cell phone up with the 100x optical zoom. We're going to find these geoglyphs, the earthworks, and we're going to drive right up to this oil well and lift off that DJI Mini 2 and check it out. And we should be getting footage like this on the left side right there. That's what it'll probably look like from the drone. We're going to find all 5 of these geoglyph sites, and you better gonna believe it's gonna be an epic time in this valley right here. And that is what it's all about. That's what your donations on YouTube are going towards. It's gonna be one groundbreaking, pardon that pun, no, maybe not, maybe we are. Private land, hopefully, if it's on an oil well, maybe, who knows, we'll see what we can do, see if we can camp out there. But we're going to be in Medicine Hat for 3 days. We're going to rent out some motel in Medicine Hat, and then we're going to do the day trips out here, and possibly other people coming to the meetup might camp out there the whole time. We'll see how it goes. Like, it's an entire valley, so made different pieces of land, some public, some private, some crown land probably. It is the Badlands, and it's the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians that we are going to explore, and that your YouTube donations are going towards. And anything on PayPal is helping me cover my costs, so I don't have to go work hard labor for the next week. I got 2 weeks left before the end of the month now, and I've got shows to do, but I've also got expenses to cover. And on the 21st, 1 week from today, is my next interview with Leak Project Rex Bear, my brother of another bear mother down in Colorado, another brother in the Rockies, nonetheless, too, and the Megaliths throughout Montana and Alberta and Colorado. They're everywhere. The dolmens, the geoglyphs, and what we're going to be finding. So on that note, 7.5 hours in, I think I'm probably going to wind this up if we don't get any more donations soon. Rex will be going through with, of course, the Grand Canyon pyramid complexes, their alignments to the Orion constellations in these topographical maps. The Isis pyramid temple, pyramid complex, underground cities in the Grand Canyon. And then, of course, my wire wraps, right? My actual electrolysis, Keshi compounds, my outside electrolysis experiments, saltwater batteries here, hydrogen reactors, and, the cold fusion star in a jar, Jeremiah Pop's replication of this experiment. I need the variacs to be able to replicate this, as well as signal generators to start transmuting the metals on the electrodes on the anode cathode sides when I get them in that pink metal state. Also, we're going to be building the crystal battery cells of the Hutchinsons and going into the metals of battery making, some more of that free energy battery cells. All of you better be doing it with me as we make our own free green energy and develop this technology, the hydrogen production, hydrogen fuel powering itself. Look at this thing, all that hydrogen coming off of that anode there. And the monoatomics, the electroculture, the agriculture, the experiments we're doing with that this year, all the different real science, including the Science of Sound series, the Year of the Coil series, the autodidactic Alchemist series that you're watching right now, and still many more. Literally, I am consumed with streams. I have a different weekly stream every day of the week, plus filling in another 30 different streams and guests and shows that we have to do. So it is your funding that makes these happen. Your donations, your generosity makes this happen. Oops, I was trying to show the paper, but I didn't even realize I had it covered. Yes, there we go. The names of all the guests up and coming. There's so many different episodes. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it never ends. So anybody that is in the position, the ability to donate, it is appreciated. Thank you, everybody who has contributed. Shout out to the hardest working moderator in all of YouTube land, HippieShake29, and leading the way with that early $25 donation. Hippie, thank you so much. And everybody else who has donated so far today, throughout this entire 7.5 hour stream. So on that note, it's coming to an end pretty darn quickly here, unless a miracle donor covers the last costs here as we end it. But just because I love you all, I'm going to connect from my phone and give you an up-close and personal look at the lab and BurnEye's latest creations and experiments. These hydrogen reactors, these monoatomic saltwater battery cells, and yeah, that is what you guys are funding as well when you donate to my research, to my podcast, to my work, and to this ongoing massive project that we are all a part of, and that thank you for your work, your help, your support with. Let me see here. I gotta figure out sound so I don't mess it all up. And I guess, do I leave it like that? If the sound is still good. So we do have more of the Seed of Life, Weed of Life print in stock. And bless all of you. I hope everybody has the most blessed weekend and Friday together. So here we have zinc and aluminum monoatomics with the hydrogen being reactor going off. Hop coil. What's fascinating is the red blue. That's one coil negative going in, and it's oxidized, blue on one side, red on the other. Some say a homunculus, but I don't jack into my jars, so that's not going to happen. Also, the red-purple monoatomic plasmoid material, this self-sufficient jar unit just set up. Silver, but it's oxidized with the blue copper. Right? That's where the homunculus have come from. In the studio. Some more of these saltwater jars with the different anode, cathode, electrode creations. Your own hydrogen reactors. Even my zombies have 3 eyes. All right. So with that little tour, oh, there we go. And do we go to 8 hours? Do we play a little bit more? Let's see. Has there been any donations in the stream, or is it time for this guy to go to bed? Because there's a Real Science episode with Mike, Faraday Research. Shout out to Mike, confirmed on the phone about an hour ago tonight, 6 p.m. My time, Mountain Time, and with Gerald, WPG, and Light for Truth. Jeremiah, JP, Exotic Propulsion, join the technicians. Real Science and Zertis and I tonight at 6 p.m. Mountain Time if I wake up. So I need to go to bed. It is that time. We're 7 hours and 40 minutes in. Let's see. Maybe I'll let her go to 8. Shall we go to 8? 27 people watching. No, it's time to hit the hay. On that note, I love you all, and it's time for the outro. We'll see you this evening, which will be my morning, which will be later today, regardless. Amazing Friday. Saturday for you Australians, and good day. Love you all. Bless you, Nikki.